multiple duties out here and be in charge. At some point, they took over the security details of Parliament buildings where the body was lying in state. We've gone through the paces of telling you who is a significant part of this whole motorcade and convoy. Today, again, we will see them do it in their stellar fashion.
True.
The Kenya Army being at the lead of this, flanked by the Kenya Navy and the Kenya Air Force. But the Navy will be a significant player this day because they will be now honoring the late president with the gun salute at the burial site in Othaya. Those pictures we will be able to get via a link, because we know that the state has already declared that at the burial site it will only be President Uhuru Kenyatta, a few dignitaries and the family at that place. So as we see the convoy leave the Lee Funeral Home, one characteristic you will be able to notice is also police officers will line up the road like they did yesterday, maybe not in their #1 uniform as we saw yesterday, but everyone is expected to be on the road and to do the salute, the final salute to a former commander-in-chief of the Defense Forces. And when we say Defense Forces, doesn't necessarily mean the Kenya Defense Forces, because there is the Intelligence Service, the National Police Service.
If I can just ask you to explain what a #1 uniform is to those who are laymen, such as myself.
So the dark blue outfit that you see the IG in, with the hat. And he looks really stellar, and he can even do the sword. That is a #1 outfit. You've seen like the gentleman standing behind us, the military police officer, the one in the red cap. That's a #1 uniform. It's khaki in color. For the Air Force, it's dark blue. And for the Kenya Navy, for the commissioned officers, it's a white suit. For the non-commissioned officers, they wear the sailor's uniform, the one where they have the lines out here. And the boots. Someone was asking me yesterday, why are the Kenya Navy officers wearing gumboots? Those are not gumboots. It's a special leather wrapper on top of the boot. It's a tradition by all navies across, just to know who a sailor is, and that's their official.
You bring up the Navy because you say they will give a gun salute.
Yes.
That is at the burial site?
At the burial site.
And is it a 21? Because when I hear of gun salutes, I automatically assume 21. Is that the number, and what is the significance?
There are several numbers of gun salutes, all the way from 7 to 21, depending on the rank of the official, the time of their death. Did he die during office? He's a retired head of state, and thus he will be granted the 19 gun salute. If they choose to go ahead and do the 21, there's nothing wrong with that. However, the 19 is the most viable to happen at this hour of the moment, because he has died as a retired commander-in-chief. God forbid, and we wouldn't want that. If the current head of state were to die in office, then the scenarios change a bit differently, because this is an official who is being laid to rest, having died in office. The late Jomo Kenyatta was the Kenyan president who died in office, and was accorded probably several different traditions from the ones who have died after serving office. There's how they relate with their serving and their former presidents, and that's how the 19 gun salute comes. So it comes in odd numbers, from 7 to maybe 11 to 17 to 19 to 21, depending on how maybe the Chief of Defense Forces would like to honor their fallen commander-in-chief. So we will be able to know finer details at this moment, whether it will be 21 or 19, but ideally the tentative one is the 19 gun salute. And why the Kenya Navy? Because they will be doing it with the gunnons. In Kiswahili we call them bizinga. So they'll have a cannon on the ground, and the big balls of was it bombs or bullets? I don't know. They will be executing those ones in a traditional setup where it is just the officers who are standing at the gravesite, usually they are shooting into the air and they are shooting blanks to avoid any, God forbid, anything happens. And you aim in a direction where the bullet cannot take a dive back down and hurt anyone.
That all sounds very technical. And while we've been standing here, we've witnessed several military police vehicles come in, motorcycles. That has been happening since about 5:30 this morning. Already behind us, we've seen the army. You've said the army have taken charge here in the red. That's the army, correct?
Yes, and now that is called a red tunic, which is a ceremonial dress that they wear during such ceremonies, whether it is national celebrations or weddings or funerals like this one, or they're just celebrating within their barracks. When they have a formal dinner, they do the red tunic dress, but it looks like a penguin suit per se, just to give it a little bit of flair. Yeah.
So you said canon in Kiswahili is?
Mizinga.
Mizinga.
Yes.
So inside, behind the gates of the Lee Funeral Home, wanapiga tizi, and I can see the house behind us. I don't know whether you're able to see those pictures yourself. It could be a bit dark because of it's not yet quite light outside. And I asked you, because I saw an ambulance behind us, and I asked you, what is that for?
Well, the military doesn't take anything for chance. All their formations have to have the critical players that will enable the movement to be as seamless and as smooth as possible. Having covered them in the theater of war, the ambulance and this particular one that they use inside Somalia is fully armored because anything can happen, and the way the enemy behaves lately, when they call this kind of vehicles that we use soft skin vehicles, is moving around, and God forbid they move into an IED system. There must be an ambulance to offer first aid before they are able to reach back to the barracks and be airlifted here into Nairobi. So in this particular scenario, we are traveling via road, so anything can happen on the road. They do not want to leave anything to chance. Anyone can faint, something can be needed to help medically in the convoy. So instead of waiting to rush them to the nearest hospital, they will be the first responders on the ground as the motorcade stops a bit, and maybe the rest of the house is allowed, but whoever needs the medical care will be handed that critical care immediately and rushed to the nearby hospital.
All right. And speaking of him being taken by road, have you had any explanation as to why that is? And I know there are those who are saying his final journey will perhaps significantly take him via Thika Road, because he's being buried at his Othaya home. There will be a service before then at the approved grounds, and then now he will be buried. So it's significant perhaps to mention that he will be going by way of Thika Road, a road for which he celebrated as part of his legacy. Many of us, when we think of Thika Road, we think the late retired President MWAI KIBAKI.
And Olive, some politicians had wanted and wished that the road would be renamed MWAI KIBAKI Road, but as he's always done in his lifetime, he's never wanted the big naming or anything around it. So he said, this road has always been known as Thika Road. It will remain that. The only thing that will be added onto it is Thika Superhighway. So I get the point of the significance of driving him down a road that he built over a decade ago, and that has changed how Kenyans move from Nairobi all the way up to Marsabit. The project to upgrade that road system began in his era. The current Jubilee government only went via to finish some of those projects, and it's an opening highway from Kenya to Ethiopia all the way to Moyale. So it's a significant part of infrastructure, and probably the one where people actually walk through his legacy, drive through his legacy, and live feeling him in every aspect of their lives. Maybe they may not be able to share critical details of of how the route will be because of security reasons. But basically, I think President Uhuru Kenyatta just wants to honor his predecessor, his mentor, his father politically, his godfather in his family life, and a man who he has mourned. Looking at his face yesterday, he seems like his eyes were a bit puffy. Maybe he's a man who's been sobbing underneath the sheets because he's just lost two significant father figures in the last 2 years. President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi in 2020, now President Kibaki dying again in 2022. Him feeling exposed, the leadership that made him to a certain extent who he is no longer there. So he leaves office as the only retired president of this country. So probably he seeks to honor their legacy by doing one way or the other, and also maybe getting counsel from the family. The family has a say and say, maybe we wish to have him escorted via a military chopper. Then the state says, for us, this idea is let's do this, let's honor him in this way. Othaya is about 2 hours away from Nairobi. The gun carriage will take cue, or maybe it will be the hearse this time around, and moving slowly to allow people, because it's open on either side, and you can see the casket well enough. Many Kenyans I know, because today is a Saturday, will be lining up the streets. I know there already information that people around the Kennel area are waiting. They started camping around the streets as early as 4 or 5 in the morning, just to catch a glimpse of a leader who served them and spoke to their hearts for several years, and not only in the 10 years that he was the President of the Republic of Kenya. So Olive, today really the military gets to show off what they can do in terms of honoring their commander-in-chief and just going through the paces to secure this particular convoy and motorcade as it leaves here in the Lee Funeral Hall, snaking its way into major roads around Nairobi and then into Central Province.
And I'm curious, is the family going to accompany the hearse, and is the president going to be part of that convoy?
Now, some of those details are not privy to us because of, like I said, security reasons. He may choose to accompany the convoy or just fly to Othaya and be on standby to receive the body. Yesterday, what we saw is that there were 2 vehicles where the family was able to accompany the body. So I'm thinking it may not augur well if the family does not accompany the body. So maybe 1 or 2 of the relatives will be on hand. And Mark, I know we have to give it back to you, but those are some of the nitty-gritties that people will be looking out for in terms of how to maintain the African culture vis-a-vis a state funeral, and how a state would honor their fallen leader.
And this is just the beginning of our special coverage this morning. We will stay with the convoy. In fact, Leila Mohammed is traveling alongside it, or behind, or security reasons, I'm not clear on that, but she will be following the convoy all the way to Othaya. In Othaya, we have Frida Mwaka and Melita Oleteng is already on the ground, so perhaps, Mark, we should hear from them.
Thank you, Olive, and Leila Mohammed there at the Lee Funeral Home, where a lot of focus has been in the last week, but it will change quite fast in the next hour or so, going by the program that has been provided by the planning committee on this final farewell for Kibaki, because as soon as they leave, and which is slotted in program from around 7 o'clock, as soon as they leave for Othaya, they expected to arrive there by 10 a.m. and that's when the funeral mass will start, and that's slotted for around 10 to 1 o'clock, and the focus will be in Othaya, where we are live currently with Melita Oleteng and Frida Mwaka, who are standing by with the preparations there. I'm sure the residents are excited to be hosting the rest of the nation. Thousands will be expected to also follow through, but mainly this is an Othaya thing because a lot of focus has been in Nairobi, with people having the opportunity to for the public viewing for at least 3 days here in Nairobi at the Parliament building. So what's going on there? Have you spoken to some of the residents, and what are their anticipations?
Well, Mark, we are up early here at the Othaya approved grounds where the residents here are already streaming in. They were streaming in from as early as 5:30 a.m. in the morning. And what you can see behind me is just how much the security has been bolstered. I can see different security agencies already here on ground. The Kenya Defence Forces, of course, who are actually the main players driving this particular burial ceremony here in Othaya, and as well as administration officers who are here. The Kenya Police also is here. This is just to keep tight security even as residents filter in. You can see that they are manning inside and outside of this particular approved grounds here in Othaya. The pictures you can see there are just the Kenya Defence Forces officers who are manning these particular grounds. And of course, the security here, Mark, as you can see, is actually very tight. This goes to show that even as Kenyans will be filtering in here, they will be going through very, very tight security protocols to ensure that there is no security threat at the approved grounds where thousands of mourners are expected, dignitaries as well as politicians. We expect that President Uhuru Kenyatta, his deputy William Ruto, and the retired Prime Minister Raila Odinga will be making their way here for the ceremony. So, of course, there are also arrangements that have been made here in regards to traffic flow. We saw early in the morning, we saw a traffic build-up, but that has eased out right now. There is an exit that has been made here and an entrance. So this is actually to make sure that there is a circular motion to ensure that there at no point vehicles are in a snarl up, and that is why you can see that there is no traffic at the moment. I will see how that goes as the day goes by. But Mark, just to bring you up to speed, is that this is actually going to be the VVIP entrance here. So this is where we expect the president to actually enter later on in the day, and of course park inside. But we've noticed that actually vehicles are not allowed inside. Everyone who's coming here is being directed to a different ground where they are actually directed to park their vehicles and walk here. The dome you can see behind me, Mark, if my camera person Charles Moredi can just show you that. The dome you see behind me has already been set up with chairs, thousands of chairs there for the VVIP and the regular mourners who will be attending the ceremony. So we will be making our way in there shortly just to actually bring you the pictures inside there. But we understand that as well the military will be actually making sure that the ceremony here is actually going on as planned. But later on in the day, we expect that the late President MWAI KIBAKI will be laid to rest at his Othaya home, where we expect also full military honors, including a fly past by the Kenya Air Force jets, as well as the 19-gun salute, which will be accorded to the late President MWAI KIBAKI. So, Mark, that is what is happening here. Of course, we'll be bringing you up to speed with any development that will come our way, of course, and our viewers will be able to know what is happening in this part of the country. Back to you in studio, Mark.
Melissa, before I let you go, I know we also have Frida Mwaka in the tent. Just a quick one, because it wasn't too clear for the public whether they will be have access for the interment ceremony, which is between 3 and 4 o'clock at the home, or whether this is what will be open to the public where you are. Well,
Mark, members of the public will be allowed here at the Othaya approved grounds, but only a small number of family members, relatives, and politicians, or leaders rather, will be allowed at the Othaya home. A setup has been made for about 500 people who will be allowed entry into the family home, just about 2 kilometers from Othaya town, but at the graveside where the late President MWAI KIBAKI will be laid to rest side by side with his late wife, Mama Lucy KIBAKI. We are told that only family members will be allowed into that particular graveyard where he will be laid to rest. So there is a very, very tight protocol that is being followed here to ensure that the numbers are reduced. This is also to ensure that there is no congestion of people at a certain place at any particular time. And this is how the military has organized, as well as the family, to ensure that they give the late President MWAI KIBAKI a befitting send-off. Mark.
I'm sure the family would want some form of privacy at the interment ceremony at the home where he'll be laid to rest next to the late Mama Lucy Kibaki, who actually passed on 6 years ago the same month. And let's move into the dome that you were talking about there at the approved school in Othaya, where the funeral mass will be held, where Frida Mwaka is standing by. Not as busy yet, Frida, but I'm sure it will be changing in the next few minutes as people come in. Tupe uhondo.
Na bila shaka Mark Masai, natumai kwamba wewe mwenyewe umerauka vyema na pia watazamaji wote, lakini ni kusema kwamba sisi hapa katika kaunti ya Nyeri, hapa eneo la Othaya, bila shaka tumerauka mapema, na sisi pekee yetu tayari wazalendo wa Kenya na hata wafuasi ambao walikuwa wanamuenzi sana rais wa tatu MWAI Kibaki washafika hapa. Lakini labda tu nikupatie taswira kamili ya kinachojiri hivi sasa. Tuseme tu maandalizi yamefikia 99.9. Kama unavyoona nyuma yangu ni kwamba tayari maua yashawekwa tayari tu kumpokea rais MWAI Kibaki, na hata eneo ambalo jeneza lake litaweza kuwekwa ni pale unapopaona pale mbele pameweza kutayarishwa tayari na maua. Na labda tu kukujuza Mark ni kwamba upande niliposimama mimi ni kwamba pale mbele viti vilivyowekwa itakuwa ni viongozi wa kidini ambao watakuwa wamekaa pale, na upande huu itakuwa ni familia pamoja na ule upande mwingine. Alafu sasa upande huu ambao viti vimeweza kuwekwa itakuwa tu ni wa Kenya. Lakini kumbuka kwamba hii ni hafla ya Wakenya ambao wamealikwa. Ndio wakazi wa Othaya wataweza kufika hapa kwa sababu leo ikiwa ni siku muhimu kwao ili kuweza kumpatia buriani ama safari ya mwisho aliyekuwa ni rafiki, aliyekuwa ni baba, aliyekuwa ni kiongozi, rais MWAI Kibaki. Lakini nafahamishwa kwamba watu 15,000 ndio watafika eneo hili, watu waalikwa. Lakini hafla yenyewe ambayo itakuwa ndo anaenda kuzikwa sasa nyumbani kwake Othaya, tumefahamishwa kwamba ni hafla ya kibinafsi. Kama hujaalikwa basi hutaweza kuingia pale, na ikumbuke kwamba ni shughuli ambayo tayari inaendeshwa na wanajeshi ama wanajeshi wa humu nchini. Na Mark Masai vile vile nafahamishwa kwamba akifika kule nyumbani kwake Othaya ambapo atakuwa anaweza kuzikwa ni kwamba mizinga 19 itaweza kupigwa. Lakini tu labda kwa sasa uniruhusu niweze kuzungumza na baadhi ya wazalendo wa Kenya ambao wamefika hapa. Karibia sana mami, karibuni, njoni muongee nami, ingia hapa. Njoo kaka tuweze kuzungumza. Sasa hawa ni wakazi wa Kenya, hawa ni wa Kenya ambao wananijuza kwamba sisi hatujatoka Othaya Frida, lakini ametoka katika kaunti ya Nakuru. Namuona kidogo amejipiga nakshi, mbwembwe, zaitwaje hizi shanga. Ukiangalia ni bendera ya Kenya, picha ya MWAI Kibaki, picha ya aliyekuwa rais wa kwanza Jomo Kenyatta. Hebu tujuze mami, mbona uko hali hii? Je, ni uzalendo, ni ufuasi, na ulikuwa na mwenzi vipi rais MWAI Kibaki?
Ni kwa majina naitwa Jacqueline Anoda kutoka Nakuru County Njoro. Ukiona nimevalia sare ya Kenya ni kubeba msalaba wa Kenya. Na niliweza kutamani sana kuja kwa Kibaki akiwa mgonjwa niweze kumsalimia. Wakati nilikuwa napanga safari ndio niliweza kupata jambo ya kwamba ameaga. Mimi nikiwa nimevaa hivi, si mimi ni Mungu. Na nikifika hapa, nilikuja hapa Thursday, nimelala Thursday, Friday.
Aya, umenijuza kwamba ulikuwa unataka sana kumtembelea rais MWAI Kibaki alipokuwa ni mgonjwa. Kwa hivyo haya mapamba yote ambayo umevalia umeyatengeneza kwa siku ngapi kwa sababu ya kumwenzi rais?
Nimetengeneza kwa muda akiwa tu mgonjwa. Nilikuwa natengeneza tu polepole, lakini nafasi sikuwa napata nafasi. Nilikuwa nimepanga mwezi wa 6 Madaraka Day niweze kuomba serikali ruhusa niende nipe pole MWAI Kibaki. Lakini wakati nilienda kuchukua picha yake ndio niseme niweze kuweka president wa 4, ilifika saa 6 ya mchana nikiwa nimeshika picha yake nikasikia MWAI Kibaki ameaga. Hapo niliweza kulia machozi kali sana, na nikaambia Mungu lazima nitimie, lazima nimzike.
Tumefika hapa majira ya kama saa 10 asubuhi na nikakupata tayari. Sasa sijui kule Nakuru ulitoka saa ngapi?
Nakuru nilitoka Alhamisi. Nilianza safari saa 3 ya mchana, lakini nilifika hapa saa 2:30. Kufika hapa mimi sijui Othaya. Nilienda paka kwa gate ya Kibaki. Kufika huko kukaa kwa na security, nikaambiwa huko kuwezi kuingiwa. Niliweza kumwaga machozi na nikawaambia oh my God, oh my God. Niliweza kuongea na jeshi, wakaniambia unataka tukusaidie aje juu huku utaingia. Nikawaambia sasa juu mimi nimetoka mbali, mniruhusu tu mnitume police station. Nikalala police station. Hiyo siku nilala police station kwa bench.
Haya. Naam, labda tu tukimalizana na wewe utujuze Rais Mwai Kibaki utamkumbuka kwa nini haswa? Kwa sababu unasema umejitolea sana, wewe ni mzalendo, hata ulitaka kabisa kuja kumtembelea alipokuwa mgonjwa. Utamkumbuka kwa kikubwa kipi?
Kwa kweli Mwai Kibaki namkumbuka wakati wake uchumi wake ulikuwa chini kabisa, masomo ikawa ya bure, akatoa vitabu na kukawa na amani. Yeah.
Asante sana. Si yeye peke yako. Umesema unaitwa nani mami?
Jacqueline Anoda.
Haya, si Jacqueline peke yake ambaye ameweza kutoka Nakuru, bali niko na jamaa fulani. Songea tu hapa Jacqueline, usiende mbali. Huyu ametoka Machakos. Amenijuza mimi nimetoka Machakos nikafika hadi Othaya. Safari ya Machakos ulianza lini na ni kipi kikubwa ambacho kimekuleta hapa?
Kwa majina yangu naitwa Nicodemus Nyenge kutoka kaunti ya Machakos, maeneo ya kutoka huko pande ya Yata, na nimeweza kutamani sana kuhudhuria mazishi ya rais wa 3 wa nchi yetu ya Kenya, mzee Kibaki, na hivyo basi niliweza kufika huku Othaya jana asubuhi, na nimeweza kuokesha huku na jeshi ili niweze kutimiza ndoto yangu ya kuhudhuria mazishi ya mwenda zake.
Na mwenda zake ulikuwa unampendea kwa nini haswa? Labda ushekutana na yeye kabla ya kifo chake?
Kuna mambo kadhaa ambayo ninayajua kutokana na rais wetu. Nikikumbuka vizuri kana kwamba ukiangalia humu nchini kuna baadhi ya vijana ambao wamepata ajira kutokana na uongozi wa rais wetu wa 3 mzee Kibaki. Kiangalia wana bodaboda wamepata ajira, na hili ni jambo ambalo limechagia Kenya yetu kupea vijana ajira humu nchini. Na pia ukiangalia upande wa masomo ikawa ya bure, vile vile vitabu sikaweza kuwepo, na hili ni jambo ambalo hakika ni la maana kwa wanadamu, na ni jambo ambalo tunapaswa kushukuru.
Asante sana. Umesema unaitwa nani?
Majina ni Nicodemus Nyenge.
Naam, asante sana. Ni baadhi tu ya wale wa Kenya ambao wameshafika hapa. Kumbuka kwamba Mark pamoja na mtazamaji wa NTV, nimekujuza kwamba wageni ambao wanatarajiwa kufika hapa ikiwepo wakazi wa Othaya na hata tu wa Kenya kwa mjumla, na wale wageni waalikwa ni watu 15,000. Na hapo baadaye nikiangalia ile ratiba ya mazishi ambayo imeandaliwa hii leo, ni kwamba mwili wa Kibaki ama ratiba ya misa itakuwa imeanza kikamilifu mwendo wa saa 4, alafu hafla nzima ya mazishi itakuwa inakamilika kutoka saa 9 mchana mpaka majira ya saa 10. Na kama unavyoona tu ni maandalizi ambayo yanaendelea, tuseme tu ni 99.9. Mimi niko hapa tu kupiga jicho, nikiona lolote nitakuwa na kujuza tu wewe mtazamaji, lakini nikujuza kwamba kila kitu kiko shwari, hali ya usalama vile vile ipo shwari mtazamaji. Sina la ziada kwa sasa, langu ni jicho, nikiona lolote ambalo litaweza kuibuka bila shaka nitakuwa nakuletea mbashara kutoka Othaya hapa katika uwanja wa Approved Grounds. Nita Frida Mwaka nitaitika na kuregeshea studioni Mark Masai.
Asante Frida Mwaka there at the Approved Grounds in Othaya, where a lot of the focus will be moving in the next few hours as soon as the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki reaches there, which is from around 10 o'clock. As you can see, we have 2 live shots from the Lee Funeral Home, where the procession is yet to begin, led by the military, and they're expected to use the Thika Expressway. A lot of praises to the late president for realizing and the fact that we are able to enjoy that great piece of infrastructure, it's because of his administration that made that possible, and many other achievements in the economic sector, and we'll be looking at that in a moment. But yes, things are yet to roll out at the Lee Funeral Home, but as soon as they do, you'll be seeing that live. And you can also see a shot there of people already accessing the approved grounds in Othaya, the residents, mostly residents. But as you've seen from Frida Mwaka's quick interview there with a couple of people who've turned up, it's not all going to be people from Othaya. Many are converging from around the country. In fact, the lady there adorned in some Kenyan attire is from Nakuru, and just goes to show how much this late President MWAI KIBAKI is celebrated by many who enjoyed a lot from his administration and can testify to a lot of what he did. And yes, we'll be also getting a lot of the live activity along the Thika Expressway heading to Nyeri, because people are expected to line up along that highway. As you can see, one of our live shots as the day progresses. Of course, probably people are still inside. It's a chilly morning, but many will brave the cold and turn out to see the procession as it makes its way past Thika Expressway headed to Nyeri. And of course, it won't be quite open to the public and to motorists, that's what I mean. But along the way, people can line up and perhaps wave. Maybe those who weren't able to turn up at the Parliament buildings to pay their last respects in terms of the public viewing there. But yes, we'll be giving you that live location and live update from the Thika Expressway that many said should have been named after the late President MWAI KIBAKI, but being the selfless leader that he was, is said by many, he wouldn't have it that way. So it will be remembered as Thika Expressway. But as soon as the activity in terms of the program gets underway, we'll be bringing that to you. Just a quick reminder of what has been shared in terms of the program for this day, and that is the funeral procession, which would be starting in around 24 minutes from Lee Funeral Home, going by the time that they gave, and they've given it till 10 o'clock to have arrived in Othaya, Nyeri, the final resting place for MWAI KIBAKI. And between 10 to 1 p.m., there will be the funeral mass at the approved grounds where we've just seen the activity going on there. People already entering the premises there. About 15,000, going by what Frida Mwaka says, 15,000 people expected to be hosted there. At least that's the capacity they have. But moving into the interment ceremony, from around 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, it's expected to be a private ceremony, about 500 people who have direct invitations. As you would know, the family has shared the leader most of his life, most of his leadership life with the rest of the nation. And even during this time of mourning him, especially with the final rites that were lined up from Monday, the public viewing and what have you, and even the interdenominational service that was held yesterday in Nya National Stadium, largely for the country. So you'd expect that for at least the last few moments, they would want to have him to themselves, just a private ceremony of the interment. But we will also have live capacity there to bring you what's going on, the 19-gun salute and what have you from the Othaya home, where he will be laid to rest next to his wife, Lucy, Mama Lucy KIBAKI, who passed on 6 years ago this year. And this is in Othaya. As you can see, some of the people who will be helping out with controlling the numbers. You would need a lot of uniformed men and women to control the numbers. Many people have been expecting and anticipating this. In fact, over the days, many in Othaya have said they've missed out on this opportunity to pay their last respects to a man that they loved, a man that led their constituency and their country, and a man that they want to give a befitting send-off. So a lot of people will be turning up there, and we'll be giving you the coverage on that. The Lee Funeral Home still, things are yet to roll out. So I have in studio, today we're having a bit of a different conversation. I have two young Kenyans, and you probably have a question of what do they have to say about Kibaki? Were they alive when he was a leader? Well, you hear from them. I have Amina Ikram. She is a youth leader. And we also have Stephen Machua. He is a young entrepreneur, and he has a bit of a background in public policy, urban planning, and also a bit of work in manufacturing. I'll start with you, Amina Ikram, and salam alaikum. Thank you for joining us. I know it's the period for fasting, and we appreciate that you'd make time for this. Who is MWAI Kibaki to you? What does it mean to you to remember this man?
Okay, thank you so much, Mark. Before we go to Kibaki of 2002 to 2013, I think we should look at his life when he was our age and thereabout, like how he conducted himself, and maybe how he conducted himself and the impact it had on his life and that of Kenya. Like, it is imperative to see Kenya through the eyes of a youthful Kibaki, so that we can learn and celebrate him, and also celebrate his life as the gallant son of the soil.
He's said to have started his public service in public office at the age of 29, still youthful. Yeah. What does that tell you at your age? I'm not saying you should say it on national television, but feel free. Okay. It's a free country. But yes, what does it tell you as a young Kenyan, a young leader yourself?
Okay, if we go through Kibaki's life, it teaches us, like, we can go with one takeaway, a very important takeaway, that no matter who you are, anyone in this country, through determination, irrespective of your background, you can be the president of this country.
I mean, many would say, is it the presidency that, you know, is that the epitome of leadership for you? Is that your target as a young leader?
He was a selfless, transformative leader.
All right, Stephen Machua, you can say your age. I'm sure you're a bit more at ease with sharing your age.
Sure.
When he took office, how old were you?
When?
When he took office, MWAI Kibaki, how old were you?
I was joining class 7, so let me do the subtraction.
In 2002?
2002. We could, about 91. So the math is like 11 years.
What does Kibaki mean to you? How do you remember him?
So Kibaki, to me, is a visionary. He's someone who saw the needs of Kenyans first, before anything else. And he was keen to mobilize all the resources at his disposal to see that through. And we can actually see it through the economic transformation that he took the country through during his tenure as a president, and even before, when he was a Minister of Commerce, when he was Finance Minister, and you know, various leadership capacities that he served since the age of 29. Again, I see Kibaki as someone who loved the country. He was a patriot, and a great one in that regard, because for him to go ahead to lead a nation when he had like injuries after the 2002 accident, it tells you that this was someone who really loved the country, and he was ready to sacrifice even when his health was not okay or was not in check. So for me, it's a big lesson on that aspect of loving the country, that aspect of seeing the country beyond, I mean, sort of across generational sort of a view, and looking at a country not as a point to benefit self, but as a privilege to serve the greater masses that you're leading at any given point.
Most of the discussion has been, since he passed on, or it was announced last Friday, has been with veteran this or that, people who've been in various sectors and have perhaps even had personal one-on-one interactions with the former president. What's your interaction with, not necessarily him personally, his leadership, what impact has it had on your life?
I think I would say it started pretty when I was in class 7. Of course, the free primary education, I was a beneficiary for 2 years. And seeing the massive enrollment of pupils in primary schools, it was almost like over 1 million. And seeing people who were not able to join school previously, joining school, that was a major impact. And it went on to the time I was at the university, because I actually joined one of the new universities that were created during his tenure. I was at, now it's known as Technical University of Kenya. By then it was Kenya Polytechnic University College. Right. So I went to school in one of the polytechnics that had been upgraded into a university. And the upgrade didn't just come as on its own. It came with a lot of structural changes. Remember, he brought in a corporate style of leadership in universities, whereby he would bring in corporate leaders and scholars to be chancellors. Previously, we used to know President Moi as the chancellor of all universities. Yeah, but he brought that that structural reform, those structural reforms as a way of bringing efficiency in the university education system. Right. Again, he looked at a way in which universities would probably have less dependence on the exchequer, and that was that's where we saw the introduction of the commercialization of various university activities. And
as you continue, Steve, and I'll come to you, Amina, as you can see the live pictures there of the hearse, and from my shot here, I can see that they've put the body into the hearse and they're about to head out of the Lee Funeral Home and head to Nyeri through the Thika Expressway. As soon as that starts, we could just listen in a bit. Of course, you'll see that as it happened yesterday, they would definitely be opening the gates and hazards on and start the procession, and will be escorted by the military, as has been explained by Leila Mohammed. You can see there, Thika Expressway is quite busy. It will certainly clear in the next few minutes to make way for this procession. And we still have the shots there, the men and women in uniform at Othaya approved grounds, where about 15,000 people expected to converge to give the funeral, the final funeral mass for MWAI Kibaki. So, as Amina, the same question thrown to you, and you perhaps didn't meet him personally, shake hands or what have you, but what is your interaction from his time as a leader? What impact has it had?
To me, I think it is the Constituency Development Fund that was and continue to be seen as a development in grassroots, and it is also like the present day devolution. Right. And also the extraordinary, definitely free primary education that brought like an opportunity.
Did you benefit from it personally?
Personally, not really.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean, you probably even know people who benefited from it, because I mean, there are those who went to private institutions, nothing held against them, but he just said he's one of them, and there's many. But like, from your experience, from your interactions,
it brought like an opportunity for it offered an opportunity for the poor and also the rich children, like, to be on equal grounds. And it's like whatever my colleague has said, for us, the youth of the present day, it really shows us that we need a revolutionary leader, a leader that is ready and also selfless to like come up with initiative that will benefit the larger part of his constituents. Right. Kibaki was a revolutionarist. Yeah, he believed, like, his manner of doing things was of a revolutionist. So,
can I ask, from your home area, and you're a youth leader, from your home area, the impact that you have seen, especially when we talk about areas of the that are segregated or discriminated against in terms of access to marginalized basic education, health facilities, and what did it do for your home area, if you could share that? I'm sure you've been tracking it because you're a youth leader and you have interest in that.
Okay, in terms of education, there's more development of primary schools in, I'm from Garissa County, so there are more of schools, primary schools in those constituencies and also the counties. Health-wise, like now, it is very hard to get even Panadol in the public hospitals. But during his tenure, like you could get even the expensive medicine that nowadays you are supposed to like go outside and buy for free in those health facilities. Even the ones in Mashinani, the small dispensaries, it was very affordable. To me, like everything, his basic things like infrastructure, health and education, he really did splendid. Like he did his best. He never like outshined the other, like if it's infrastructure, all. Health-wise, okay. Education, okay. And that's why you see everything turned, like the economy turned around from like 2002 to 2011, it was an increase of 7%. That's like a big margin. Right.
Stephen, people say, at least I don't know what you've heard in the circles, your peers, your age mates, that is about the leaders of the years past. Why should we care? Like, we're looking ahead. Why should people your age care about the leaders that have been and the leaders that we're laying to rest? What should it mean to them? Why should they care?
I think every nation has its own foundation, and as young people or as young leaders, we need to think to think through what has been done, what has worked. We could see President Kibaki borrowing a lot of his economic principles from the lessons learned in the 1930s depression, economic depression, and that informed, his journey through the economic transformation of this country. And I remember him saying that he's been given a country that is in economic wilderness, and he was the Moses who was supposed to take us through that whole wilderness to the promised land. Right. Seeing or gaining the lessons throughout such a journey gives us an idea of where we are coming from first as a country, and then appreciating that nation building is a process. No single nation has ever seen success without going through phases, and we can talk of the 2007-2008 election crisis that sort of sparked a whole new conversation around what Kenyans can be when they, when there's an animosity in between them, or when they can't agree on something. And the lessons learned are what led to the foundation of our current constitution, right? So appreciating all those nitty-gritties of the past, whether from leadership persona like Kibaki or the regimes that were, helps us to now form a ground on where do we want to be. If we look at Vision 2030, much of its progress was actually meant to benefit future generations. It was the benefits were not immediate. The infrastructure development that we are seeing now by our current president, President Uhuru Kenyatta, is meant to benefit future generations, right? Most people who are incurring the cost now, or who are having to pay the taxes now, might never see or reap the 100% benefits of the infrastructural development. And this is where young people should care, because it sort of gives them a task a task of the future, a task of looking at the country and knowing that in every generation there's a task, and that task has to be done in a way that that sees the needs of the future.
Right.
Kibaki saw the needs of the future. See him establishing something like fiber optic cable. Who would have thought that today we would have people getting jobs within the digital sector?
Right.
We are seeing people being employed as social media managers. And we are seeing multinationals like Google setting their office in Nairobi, or moving their operations to Nairobi.
Right.
And why is that happening? It's because of the infrastructural development around fiber optic cable.
And in many ways, that's access, that's infrastructure on the digital world.
Yeah, exactly.
And as you keep on, you know, giving us some of the things that you feel matter to you and the future generation and even the youth today, as we can see there's some progress at the Lee Funeral Home. Actually, they are on time. They did indicate that they will be leaving the Lee Funeral Home. The procession would start at 7 o'clock, and as we can see, the hazards on, indications there that they're about to roll out, headed to Thika Expressway. Some of the family members there, we see Jimmy Kibaki, the son of the late President MWAI Kibaki, some of the grandchildren there, relatives, as they head out there, and will be part of the procession and escorted by the military, seeing as he is a former Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. So this is definitely a salute, a final salute to one of their great leaders. And there it is, 5 minutes ahead of time, rolling out of the Lee Funeral Home down Thika Expressway, which, going by the shot that we had the last few minutes, was a bit busy still, so it will be clearing up in a moment. I don't know if Leila Mohammed is active, but I do know she's following the procession as well. I don't know if she'd want to give us an update, but we could listen in a bit as they head on out, the casket there draped in the Kenyan flag, as it should, for the former leader, the third president of the Republic of Kenya, heading out. And the outriders as well will be accompanying the hearse, headed all the way to Othaya. And yes, as you could expect, the pace wasn't quite fast, but they will definitely be clearing the way. So be advised if you intend to use the Thika Expressway any moment now. It's probably advised to stay clear of that area for this purpose, because the military will be clearing and the police will be clearing the road. We had a shot there of the Thika Expressway. I think that's Dixon, just making sure we have a good vantage point and a good view from where he is. He's doing a great job there. Yes, that's a shot. Yeah, still busy at Thika Expressway, but it will be clearing up in the next few minutes, as you can expect, with the traffic police and what have you clearing the road for the former president's final journey, headed back home to be laid to rest next to his wife, Mama Lucy Kibaki, who passed on 6 years ago, the same month as well. So we'll be getting a bit more of the shots there. I don't know if Leila Mohammed is up and ready to go, but even in Othaya, the activity is on, and even though they're 3 hours ahead of time in terms of the funeral mass starting there, people are already entering. This is at the, this is actually on Thika Road, just before you get to, is this past Thika? Yeah, this is past Thika as you're headed to Keno, which we have a live shot there, and we'll be seeing that as it passes in probably less than an hour. They'll be past this point as the road will be cleared. It looks less busier than this right now, what we're looking at, the Thika Expressway, but that should clear in a moment. And I don't know if we have a live shot from the Lee Funeral Home to see if it has gone down Valley Road and now headed towards the Thika. Yeah, you can see the men and women in uniform, the traffic police, who are now increasing in number along the Thika Expressway to clear the traffic, and you can see some of them already being blocked there to make way. And yes, so we were talking about the youth and if at all they should care. And Amina, you're a youth leader. There's at least your peers and age group criticize for apathy, like nonchalance, they don't really care, not going to vote. Is it necessarily true of you and your peers that they are not involved or don't want to be involved?
Not really.
Right.
I would say the narrative of voter apathy or maybe not interested to vote is just a narrative for like mainstream media and also some politicians. I think on my side, the youths are just a bit tired, frustrated, but they're still on it. They're not giving up. Like
Frustrated?
They still have,
what do you mean frustrated?
They're frustrated. Like
failed leadership?
They think that their voice does not matter or does not count in anything matters pertaining governance or even politics of the day.
Really?
But like we still have that futuristic look, optimism about our country, Kenya, and we're just pushing on.
Let me ask you, I mean, are you going to vote? It's common to hear people say, what's the use?
I'm going to vote. It's my political right. In fact, it is in the Constitution. Like, it is the only power I have. I'll vote. And I'll make sure I vote for someone that will change this country.
Right.
Yes.
Stephen, do you share the, I don't know if you've heard of when you're, there it is, they're rolling out the hearse from the Lee Funeral Home. They start the procession now at 7 o'clock, right on the dot, as the military is known to be on time. And this will be making its way down the Valley Road and snaking its way to the Thika Expressway, as it's indicated in the program that has been shared by the committee that has organized this final farewell of the president, the third president of Kenya, MWAI Kibaki. And it might be a bit slow at pace right now, they're just rolling out, but it will definitely pick up pace as they get onto Thika Expressway and down Kennel and making its way to Othaya in Nyeri County, which will be the final resting place of President MWAI Kibaki. And yes, our team will be following that. And as we continue with this conversation, Steve, the criticism has been these people don't even know who their leaders are. That is, these people being the youth. Is that apt?
I think it's a fallacy coming from the point of majority actually want to get involved. And the question is, are the elders giving them a chance? And let's just have a closer look at some of the recent happenings, nominations.
Yes.
Right.
We've seen quite a number of young people who didn't sail through when consensus was put as an elimination method. And you'd wonder, what is this common denominator across all these young people who couldn't progress to the next stage, or who couldn't be on the ballot? And surprisingly, of course, the willingness of them has pushed them to go as independent candidates.
Right.
And that in itself tells you that young people are actually interested in leading. They are putting themselves out there. And think about even the number of young people who are in SMEs, who are trying to start small businesses, or who are driving the innovation circles. I think just the other day I saw an article highlighting that Kenyan startups, which are majorly youth-led, have raised over 29 billion shillings in the past 2 years. So that already speaks to a segment of the population that is willing to take leadership in their own hands. But to some extent, there's a bit of resistance, and this might be coming from the point of maybe lack of trust from our elders. They might not be trusting young people as much.
Maybe they'd say you haven't earned it.
Sorry?
They'd say that you haven't earned it, the right to take up the...
Yeah, they might say that, but looking at someone like Kibaki, Kibaki was handpicked by Jaramogi at the age of 29 from Makerere University. He had an option of just being a lecturer and, you know, building his life along those lines, and probably he would have ended up in World Bank as the predictions were.
Yeah.
But Jaramogi saw a talent, right?
Yeah.
And he was keen to place him in the right path. And what we are not seeing today is, or what we are not seeing happening as often is, you know, the likes of Jaramogis of our time. We need to see more Jaramogis of our time who are ready to handpick young people who have potential, right? And that's, you know, you learn on the job. If it's an issue of trust, you earn the trust, or you earn you gain the skills on the job. You don't have to wait until maybe someone is 40 or 50, and then that's when you're saying like you're going to hold someone's hand. I mean, maybe by that time you'll have wasted their potential for over 20 years.
In your prime years.
In their prime years. And again, as a country, we need to look at the energy that young people are able to bring into leadership. For instance, like a fresh graduate is more likely to help the country craft better economic policies than maybe someone who got fatigued along the way. So
someone who's had 20 years experience with the job.
Probably, yeah. And they might not even speak to the needs of the current generation. I mean, we've seen a lot of transitions. If you are to convince someone today that investment in digital sector makes sense, maybe an older person might be a little bit hesitant on it, right?
Right.
But I have,
yes, go ahead.
I have to like oppose you on that.
On what point exactly?
On the point of handpicking, and on the point that Kibaki, like, he had an option of like choosing the academic part.
Yeah.
We see Kibaki during his days in Mangu, his last days in Mangu, he wanted to enlist in military. He had the passion to serve the country. The question is, does our youth have the passion to serve the country? Majority of the answer is yes. But now, do the people at that, like, seated on those opportunity, ready to give the youths the chance? Like, we can see Kibaki during even his 2013 handing of power, he was quoted saying that, I'm handing this torch of power to the new generation. So we see how he respected and loved the youths. Does this crop of leaders seated on those opportunity ready to give us the torch to lead?
Isn't there an angle there? And as you can see, there are various shots there as it heads to Thika Expressway, and a shot there. Thika Expressway is still busy at some point, and it will definitely be clearing, and people will be lined up to see the procession as it heads down that highway, that super highway that is credited to the former president MWAI KIBAKI. And the bottom right there shot is Keno, where it will also be passing by, and there you can expect it's normally a place where many people do converge. You can expect there'll be great numbers of people as they anticipate the arrival or the passing through in the next hour. So within the hour it will have passed that area because they're clearing the way for the procession led by the military and our colleagues there. Dixon, make sure we get every shot as they cover the miles and the kilometers to Othaya in Nyeri, where activity is still there. As you can see, there are indications. Thank you very much to the director and the producer for that. It gives you a very good indication of where the procession is and where it will be passing through as it makes its way to Nyeri in Othaya, the final resting place of the former President MWAI Kibaki, who we are discussing here in studio with two youthful panelists. One is in leadership directly and hoping to head to the presidency. I hope you'll give me a job then there for communication. And Stephen Machua, that is Amina Ikram. She is a youth leader and wants to serve the country in various capacities, and Stephen Machua, who is in the manufacturing sector right now, young as he is, but also has experience and training in public policy and urban development. Urban development, you've mentioned that, but give you an opportunity before we get into urban development, which has been credited a lot in terms of the development within the regime of Kibaki. You've mentioned devolution, what it means for this nation, but to just clarify to Amina what you had meant about the handpicking. Perhaps the word there is mentoring, honing, helping people.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw in the Jaramogi and Kibaki scenario was a point where Jaramogi spotted a talent. Yeah, and of course, he spotted the talent because he had shown the interest, he had shown the passion. You know, in Kenya we normally call it kujituma, right? Kibaki alikuwa amejituma, and that's why he was visible in the eyes of Jaramogi. And in today's, especially within the political sector, we have a lot of young people ambao wanajituma, people who are always going a notch higher to address various issues in their communities, and these people deserve to lead such communities. Unfortunately, I feel like there's a culture of not giving young people a chance, and it's sort of cultivated from the point of you still have time. Oh, they always say you still have time to tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. You still have time to lead us tomorrow, or you're still young. You know, just stay in this space for quite some time, and then we're going to give you that leadership position that you want, maybe after 10 or 15 years.
Yeah.
But what are you doing to this person in between? You're probably not giving them a chance to hone their skills. You're not giving them a chance to build networks, because you know that social capital is very important.
Right.
If you look at much of Kibaki's progress as a president, it was we can give a lot of credit to the social capital that he built from the 1960s. You know, he's from the people he interacted with as an economic student. You know, he borrowed a lot of economic principles from Keynes, who he got to learn about at the London School of Economics. And his engagement as a Minister of Finance, his engagement as a Vice President, they all came in handy. For instance, I could give an example of like the free primary education program. 2002 was not the first time they were trying to attempt that. They had attempted it in 1978, but there were, of course, failures around it because the government was not able to sustain the program then, like in 1978, and you know, in some way, institutions started asking for other fees that sort of beat the logic of having a free primary education in 1978. But you can see the lessons learned from then came in handy in the successful establishment of free primary education in 2002, which even, you know, it was such a legacy that even President Clinton wished to just meet Kibaki. You know, he was asked, the only one person he wanted to meet was President Kibaki, and of course his desire was met. And I think in 2005.
And he met with Bush, and it got world acclaim. Definitely the free primary education model, and seeing that it actually worked. Definitely not perfect, but taking shape in the years as it you know, progressed and gradually took took up momentum.
Yeah, so that in itself already speaks to the need for nurturing young people from young age. Like Kibaki's potential as a president was not unleashed when he got into power. It was developed over years, right? And that's what we need to do to our young people today. For some of us who have interest in business or in manufacturing, there need to be this need for people who are willing to show us the way. And the thing is, as we position ourselves out there, or as we put ourselves out there, there should be others, elders who are willing to hold our hands. Sometimes I say, it costs nothing to hold a young person's hand.
But there is the angle, and I'll throw it to you, Amina, this one, and you can get an opportunity, Steve, to chime in. There's a lot of, entitlement, it is said, of the youth. You're not doing enough for us, give us this, give us that. And much as there is a word that you say, munajituma, there is a part where, Kibaki, by the time he was being invited to, formally join leadership, politics at 29, he had been doing something. He wasn't just there waiting and, as is criticized of our generation, tweeting or online, digitally, having conversations, but not doing anything, for forming the basis and the foundations. Is there something to speak to that for the youth, like critically and analyze and say there's a part to play by the youth to actually join into the leadership and shaping the future of the nation? Okay,
I retaliate whatever you have said. Before Kibaki even vied for MP, was it Donholm constituency?
Yeah.
The now Makadara constituency. He came from campus, then went to active politics, where he was executive officer in Kanu. He even was one of the people that drafted the independent constitution.
Yeah, that's true.
So you see, whatever he was doing, ilimweka kwa limelight.
Yeah.
Whatever Mark is saying that we need to do something, we are not doing anything. That's what you say.
Not necessarily do. The critique is entitlement. We are the youth, we're the future, hence we deserve.
But back to your point that we just yap in social media.
That's also the other criticism. In terms of converting it to actual action. Yes, actual action on the ground. So you will tweet, you'll criticize, you'll say this government frustrating us, make it trend. But when it comes to the actual action on the ground, do you convert it? Speak for your generation.
90% of our time we use it on social media, and I think you are downplaying this social media thing.
Not downplaying. I'm actually picking on what has been said.
What has been said.
Being a youth leader, speak for them and actually defend your peers.
Okay, I'll give you an example. The Arab Spring that happened in Egypt, Tunisia, the north part, it started on social media. We had tech-savvy young people tweeting, posting on Facebook, on WhatsApp, and it just spread like wildfire. So us yapping or kupiga kelele kwa social media, it is one way we are expressing ourselves, the best way we can.
Okay.
Second, you know our country, how it is. So actually going for the action, you're putting yourself at risk of extrajudicial killing, getting jailed for just expressing yourself. You saw the other day a youthful person alikuwa kule parliament demanding for those people to resign, even the president to resign because of the high cost of living and how the economy is bad. What did they do to that young person who, whatever you said, did the action?
They silenced him. But what is the unifying factor to really get the youth to push to action? The generation before, could be, I mean, even our generation, your generation can still be defined along tribal lines, but increasingly there's intermarriage and what have you as the country develops. So we're not seeing things through the tribal lines necessarily, unless, you know, it's something influenced from the parents. What do you think is going to be the unifying factor that can actually keep the youth together, bring them together with such force to change the course of the nation?
I think it is time. Like, the time is ripe. We have one language, and that language is the language of change. The language of change. Necessarily everything from politics to formal sectors to informal sectors. We just need new crop of leaders. You see, if you tell a youth right now, so and so, are you going to vote? His answer is, if this and these two people are still on the ballot and I don't see any other candidate coming up, I'll not vote. Why? Because these two crop of leaders have been, like, to lack of a better word, they have been lying to us time immemorial. So what do we need to, like, spark us, like, for us to just go on and march for this? Is the word is change. We are tired, frustrated, hopeless youths.
Right.
In fact, in this world, I don't see any other youth that is frustrated, hopeless, and in despair like a Kenyan youth. I myself am frustrated, hopeless, and despair.
You're going to do something about it?
Yes.
Stephen, she's mentioned change. Kibaki came with a wave of change, especially in 2002.
Yep.
And we were coming from largely dictatorial regime, and it was time for change. Do you see that urgency picked up by the pulse of the youth that we need change? Because it can be argued that even those who are being offered as the leaders for tomorrow, who take up the reins of State House, are still the same leaders we've had all these years. So do you see that urgency really building up for the youth? And is the answer removing the old guard and necessarily bringing a youthful figure as a leader?
I think from recent observations, and we can actually speak of the just recently concluded nominations, we saw quite a number of young people, especially young women, coming out to seek for elective positions, and when they couldn't fit in within party lines, they went ahead and decided to vie as independent candidates. So that in itself is a signal that young people are seeing the need of getting into leadership urgently. But more importantly is one of the spaces that we are always disadvantaged is finances when it comes to running for office. And it's been cultivated by Kenyans' culture of electing people because they have money. But in some quarters we've seen that changing. Like in 2017, we had an isolated case of JP Mweregi, who was voted in without money, and recently we got another lady in Toto in Bomet. So I feel like well, for Toto and Mweregi, those were outliers, but on a bigger scale, we have so many young people who are putting themselves out there to to show that they are capable of leading and going for it. But I can tell you, financial constraints is a big stumbling block, and the fact that Kenyan voters will ask for will ask for money from these young people, knowing very well that perhaps someone graduated like a year ago, they don't even have their first job, right? So it's sort of catch-22. You want to lead, but then there are a number of constraints or things that you would call like lack of competitive advantage, right? Because
largely it's money.
It's money. It's largely money, because if you talk about the voting bloc, the young people, account for the highest voting bloc. So
76%.
Yeah. So that already tells you that the numbers are there, but the numbers will always shift because of the, of course, conditions that are there, like unemployment. They will shift to where the money is. So even if you were a young person promising to bring transformation, and even having had maybe a record of bringing transformation before, they're most likely going to go with the highest bidder in terms of who is giving out a lot of money and all. So I think largely there's an aspect of citizen or civic education that needs to go in to activate that sense of urgency of putting young people into leadership. And so because if you talk about, you have to look at the voter side, because that's where decisions are made. Otherwise, if we keep on pursuing those who are in leadership, they're probably there temporary, and perhaps they don't even care about nurturing a new generation of leadership, right? Because
there's the aspect of, as well, as you can see the progress there, the live location has been indicated, making good progress along Thika Expressway and Superhighway there at Kahawa area, and yeah, picked up the pace and should be actually even getting past Kennel Inn a bit, given the pace that they have and having cleared the highway. As this continues, the conversation I have in studio, and we're indicating the voice there, the person that you can hear, Stephen Machua. He is a young entrepreneur, and Amina Ikram, she is a youth leader and looking to join the top office in a few years, maybe. And the whole conversation is really from a youthful perspective, a youthful lens of who the third president, MWAI Kibaki, is to them, what he meant to them, and what lessons that we can pick as we select our current leadership. A bit of a slow pace there as we're getting over the bumps, as you can see. But yes, the conversation is necessary also to be had with the youth, to have them give their say in terms of what leadership is meant to be, the lessons that they have learned from Kibaki, who started while he was a youthful man, from the world of academia, joining politics at 29, and finally in 2002 taking the reins of power in the nation, taking his 2 terms, and both of them largely been credited, the development that Kenya has seen and has covered, been credited to his type of leadership, his selfless type of leadership. Many saying he is the best yet that we have had. And the analysis continues, but we're just having a conversation here on what part the youth can play in determining who joins leadership, who determines what their future will hold. There's a money aspect that Stephen has brought up, the constraints that is faced. We have as he rightly puts it, the outliers like Toto, who made it in their areas. But majority are not able to break through. Yet it's the youth who form the majority of the voters' bloc, at least have the numbers, let's say that.
Yes.
Then where's the disconnect between the youth choosing one of their own? Is it that they also feel they would entrust someone older with leadership? Where is the disconnect from your analysis of leadership and prospects?
I think it's not necessarily us choosing a youthful person, but we can, like Kibaki, as much as he was not a youth, his age was way above youths, but he respected, even gave youths an opportunity to be one of the people to like bring national good to this country. So I think it's not necessarily us electing youthful leaders, but electing leaders that will bring opportunities for the youths. You can see Kibaki through his promulgated constitution of 2010, he had lots of opportunities on paper for the youths. As much as he was not a youth, but he had opportunities for the youths. So I think the debate here is not us electing our fellow youths, but electing leaders that are visionary, transformative, and selfless, like the late Kibaki.
Right. Your take on that, because there seems to be a disconnect if indeed the youth say they need a chance, but they're being locked out the nomination stage. Yes, that's more of the political party at play, but does it speak to the grain, the grain, not cultural necessarily, but the attitude that is held against the youth, that they're not given a slot? What will it take for them to really win the trust then?
I think it goes to a number of issues. And number one is the orientation. At what stage do young people get into leadership, and are those what are the available avenues, right? So it's the issue of entry point would mean, do we have, like we see in the US or in the UK or other European countries, do we have leadership institutes that, if I spot like a political talent now, do we have a way of
honing?
It's honing, and sort of directing them towards that path. And maybe one of the recent development that I've seen is, I think there's a fellowship with known as public service, Emerging Public Service Leaders Fellowship. So that in itself probably will play a major role in nurturing the skills of young people who want to be in the public service, right? So, but now it's happening internally. So we might want to even speak to the needs of those who are outside, because as long as we are leaving young people who have the potential to lead out, these people will be something else in a couple of years. They'll either be the ones who are crafting revolutions. They're the ones who are going to be problematic to the nation. So we need to find channels of harnessing these energies. That's one. And number two, another way of earning trust is giving young people that benefit of doubt. For instance, if I credit President Kenyatta for taking that leap of that leap of
for biting the bullet on that,
he appointed chief administrative secretaries who are pretty young, and that showed that he was willing to to take a risk on young people, and they've turned out to be some of the best performing public servants. Think of like someone like Anyaga. She was able to revive the 4K clubs, and now young people can have a different view of agriculture. And it was actually Kibaki's desire to see young people get into agriculture. So having that kind of intergenerational leadership will be more beneficial to the country than just keeping young people aside and blaming them for not being trustworthy or not being patient or responsible. All these aspects that you want out of young people, why not take them and nurture through the process, right? We have to appreciate that no one comes as a full package. And our young leaders don't come as a full package. It's our responsibility as a nation to direct them, or, you know, to show them how to be responsible, show them how to be trustworthy, show them how to be leaders of integrity. And that way we'll be preparing the nation for bigger things in the future. If you think about all the infrastructural investments that are happening now, that's just the hardware part of the country. This is the software part of the country, which is the human skill, it's the human brain, it's the human capacity. If you're not building that capacity now, the infrastructural development will be useless. And you can actually see that now from some of the conversations that young people try to drive. You hear some people asking, barabara inatusaidia na nini? You know, someone has like a railway line is being built. Someone starts asking the question like, why do we need a railway line? Not realizing that it's actually building the hardware aspect of the nation. Right. You know, the railway connection or the roads are being built so that you as a young person can actually do your manufacturing in your village and find a way of transporting whatever goods you have to the airport and export to various countries. And again, I would give President Kenyatta a lot of credit for opening up Kenya to the rest of the world. His diplomatic prowess has seen us become you know, a country to be admired by various...
Do you think he's a beneficiary, at least his leadership in the programs that he's implementing as he increasingly goes through his term and finalizes, is a beneficiary of the foundations that were laid in the blueprint? Absolutely, absolutely. And even when you look at, you know, him being trusted as a minister in Kibaki's government, Uhuru was a young man then, yeah? And you could actually see even by body size, there's been a lot of change. There's been a lot of change over the years, right? Yeah. So why are we not taking a chance on young people like me? And see the change over time and see the change over time, right? Amina, he's brought up a point there, and I'm sure you want to echo it as you speak to your fellow youth and as a youth leader yourself. And you brought a really good point. Just in case the viewers missed it, you know, we're talking to youthful leaders in various sectors. Amina Ikram is a youth leader, definitely wanting to champion more youthful engagement in taking charge of the country and where it is going, and Stephen Machua for the young entrepreneurs and the part that they can play. And you talked about it's not necessarily having a youthful face, a youthful figure at that top office for it to translate to youthful benefits for the youth in the years to come. And there is a point there that was raised. Leadership isn't necessarily, again, if it's speaking about the youth, them defining it as leadership because it's public office and high up there. Where did the leadership journey start for you?
I'm a finalist in Kenyatta University, taking economics and finance. Oh, just where the procession passed? Yes, right. And also what the late did in his university level, economics. Right. So I've been a student leader in Kenyatta University for 2 years, for 3 years, 2019, 2020 and 2021. And also a student leader for the general, like an organization for Kenya University Student Organization. So I think I can't, like I'm a leader by birth. I've been a prefect, a head girl, all through to where I am now. So my leadership journey started way back in class 1, being a monitor, collecting exercise book, and also rubbing blackboards. Right. Yes. So for the youth, it doesn't have to be the public office with many perks and you know, allowances and drivers and what have you for you to feel that you're actually leading and big budgets. You can be a leader in your community, like championing for girl child education or maybe sanitary hygiene. You can be a leader in your a leader in your area, like just talking to people, educating them, giving awareness maybe about COVID, not necessarily having stipend at the end of the month, or maybe some motorcade walking you through the road. So,
and even a leader in your current space, the late Kibaki, he's praised by Mangu High School as being one of the top students there, and even Makerere University when he was in the world of academia. Yes, and so they say he's one of the best former students. A lot of praise for him. So a good lesson there for people to be present and fully engaged wherever they are. Let's talk about devolution, something credited as well to have come alive under the regime of MWAI Kibaki, and the potential and the prospects that it has for the youth. First of all, just at the top of it, and at the face of it rather, I should say, what has it meant for you, devolution, that was realized, of course, with the new constitutional dispensation that was realized under Kibaki's leadership, and where do you see it going? Let's speak for the youth first, specifically, yeah.
Maybe I can start from my community. Through devolution, we have seen like every county coming up with whatever they can do best, like their natural resources. So the northern part, they are more of livestock and more of livestock. So I credit the late for his initiative of the promulgating the 2010 Constitution. We can see development of counties. The marginalized communities are no longer marginalized in terms of everything: resources, employment, and also basic needs.
Okay.
Back to me as a youth, what has devolution done to me? First, through education, devolution has brought about there are only 7 chartered universities in Kenya. Now there are more than we are having 25 to 30 chartered universities. Universities in every county, or maybe a region like Western region, we have 3 or 4 universities. So you see, that has brought about the literacy level in increase from maybe it was around 28. We are now talking about something like 40%. That's a big margin. So to me, devolution, I can just, for the important part is education, higher learning in every county. Not only higher learning, we have extra, through devolution, in every county, there's extra county school. So, si lazima you go to Mangu, it's not a must you go to Alliance Girls, like the praised high schools.
National schools.
Yes, national schools. You can just go to your extra county school and just perform well, because the facilities, the laboratories are well equipped, just like the ones in national schools.
They may have their challenges in terms of capacity, but still it gives some coverage in terms of access to education for people who wouldn't have had it anyway. From your background, yeah, sorry.
I can add on the matter of health. We have now the level 5s, level 4s, and additional of referral hospitals, which before devolution, someone like a cancer patient, from Garissa was to travel to Nairobi, KNH, to get medication or even just palliative care. But now, just around Garissa, there's a level 4 or a level 5, fully equipped, good personnel, good health workers, and you get the best health services you can get even in Nairobi.
Steve, wow, you can see the numbers there of people who are just waiting to get a glimpse of the procession along Thika Highway there at the footbridge. Yeah, this is making quite some progress.
Must be with tight there.
Yeah, and this is just testament to people you know, they could be on about their Saturday business. Maybe perhaps they have businesses along this highway, and they have to take a second to take a quick glimpse. But this is by far a celebrated leader in the nation, and many wanting just to give in one way or form their respects to the former President MWAI KIBAKI, having remembered what he has done for the nation. And just Amina Ikram here talking about the education and the strides that he has taken from the point of devolution really taking root from the new constitutional dispensation and making it possible to have greater access, whether it's for health, whether it's for education and other amenities for the public, and just opening up areas like your home, Garissa, and making sure that you have the amenities that other people in Nairobi would be able to have. And we'll get into that discussion of whether there's a way of getting the youth to see beyond, look beyond just Nairobi, the capital, as being the destination of making it, and you know, encouraging them to you know, build and develop their home areas. Of course, there is the issue of access to various amenities and basic rights, so people would want to come to the capital where this is in plenty or a bit more accessible than it would be in the rural homes. But increasingly, if indeed the devolution takes root and is implemented as it should have been to the letter, and definitely with goodwill from the leaders. And that's another conversation, not just a leader at State House, the leader at the county level. There is a governor, there is a senator, the MP, the MCA, the woman representative. These are all people who have a lot to contribute directly to the lives of Kenyans, huko kwa ground, as they say. And as we continue to follow the procession here, we're also trying to get a hold of our colleagues who are in Othaya. The program there has started in as far as people already converging at the dome where he will be honored in a funeral mass before the interment at the Othaya home. And Freedom Waka and Melito Letenges have pitched tent there, and they will be giving us an update in terms of how the numbers are picking up there. And yeah, good progress here being made in terms of the procession. And to you, Steve, that conversation about the devolution, the potential that it has for millions of youth, and what you've seen. You could start perhaps, she's spoken about Garissa, from your home area, what you've seen, the transformation it's brought, and this is something credited to the late President MWAI KIBAKI.
Yeah, I come from Murang'a County, and you know, our economic activity is majorly agriculture. And could look at dairy, you could look at tea, and you can actually see a lot of farmers are now able to earn more from these crops. You know, the transformation that we brought into the dairy industry, where people who previously were not able to sell their milk to cooperatives, they're now able to do that. And it got to a point where even farmers were organized in smaller groups to access fertilizer subsidies or to access seeds at a subsidized cost. We've also seen the growth of agro-processing. Right now, there are people who are processing nuts and sending them abroad for, exporting them. We're seeing people who are now doing the Hass avocado, which is a very popular product in Europe. So ideally, it has sort of created new revenue channels for farmers who previously couldn't earn. And more to that is the accessibility. You know, with the road networks being refined, it means farmers are no longer incurring post-harvest losses, which probably used to happen because of bad roads. we're seeing establishment of cold chains, so people can actually store their fresh produce for some time before it gets to the market. So it sort of speaks to actually the whole agricultural value chain, from the time a seed is put into the soil to the point a farmer gets some coins in their pockets. And now we're not talking about coins, we are talking about notes.
Yeah.
So that devolution has sort of created that avenue. However, I still feel like there's still a gap. And
in terms of realizing the full potential of devolution?
Exactly. Because I tend to feel like there's a lot of wastage that is happening within counties, wastage of public funds. Mm-hmm. And I could probably say we've seen a lot of a lot of counties so much invested on events and spending a lot on recurrent expenditure than development spending, which is contrary to what Kibaki stood for. If you remember in 2002, when towards the end of 2002, when Kibaki got into the office, part of his fiscal consolidation plan was to reduce wastage, or to reduce government spending that was considered as wastage. And he started putting money in growth-inducing development programs. Mm-hmm. And that in itself sort of created the roadmap that we are enjoying right now. Investment in the fiber optic cable, investment in reviving some of the state organizations that were not performing well, like the Kenya Meat Commission. Yes. He also went ahead to consolidate some of the state institutions that were considered redundant, mm-hmm. right? But with devolution, we're seeing almost like the direct opposite. County governments are all over creating extra departments, which to some extent they're not, when you think of the efficiency bit of it, you might rate them as totally inefficient. Mm-hmm. We find a lot of duplication of mandates, which ideally, it creates sort of a spending channel which would otherwise have been channeled to development. Mm-hmm. So there's that huge challenge with counties, and if I were to become a governor today, honestly, part of it would be sealing the loopholes around inefficiency and looking at what counties can optimally do, because you can't be everywhere as a county. I believe the idea was a county should actually sort of almost get to a point of specialization. Do what you're best in. Yeah. If it's Murang'a County, if tea and milk or the dairy industry are the ones that are going to perform pretty well, go ahead and do that. If Tharaka Nithi is good in beekeeping, how about you establishing a whole chain around the honey products? From beauty products that can be made out of honey, mm-hmm. to the raw honey itself, to maybe making candles out of that. Try to look at the whole value chain of that particular product that a county is good at. Yeah. And I believe that aspect of maybe one county, one product would actually be more productive and more beneficial to counties, and it would help us channel resources to the right places. Otherwise, right now I feel like we are patching on the surface, and as we patch on the surface, a lot is getting lost in terms of taxpayers' money. And the flip side of it is we are not able to collect as much revenue. Yeah. We are not able to gain as much from what, we are not unpacking the potential of our counties.
Someone might say, I mean, it's baby steps, teething problems would be expected of devolution, but still credit given to the leadership of MWAI Kibaki as a third president who, under his leadership, the new constitution, which was basically the infrastructure that gave the possibility for constitutional infrastructure that gave the possibility for realizing the realignment of leadership and the devolvement of funds and the focus which has been at the top State House can now go to the counties and empower the counties. And yes, still a ways to go, still a journey to cover. I mean, apologies for the AC that's probably giving you the cough. And I believe we're getting, this is closer to Kennel. If my director would just, yes, that's Kennel. And the procession still continues. So we'll take a quick breather at this point, but the live pictures will continue, this being a good juncture to continue covering the procession. We'll just leave you with the pictures and a bit of background music as the final journey of Kibaki continues. They're headed to Othaya, where the funeral mass will be held, and the interment later on from around 3 o'clock at his home in Othaya, where he'll be laid to rest next to his wife, Mama Lucy Kibaki. That is expected to be a private ceremony. But we have where the funeral service will be, the mass. We have presence there at Freedom Market, and Melito Letengis will be giving us an update soon as people continue to access the dome that has been set there. And it's about, we're looking at 15,000 people that they're expecting to host there. And perhaps here they've kind of slowed down in anticipation of what turn that they will be taking from Kennel. But yes, there you have it. The pictures will continue to be showing there of the procession as Kibaki's final journey continues to be laid to rest in Othaya. Stay with us.
tu kwa mwendo wa aste aste, na sasa inafahamishwa kwamba tayari ishaingia katika barabara ya Murang'a eneo la Kambiti, na kama sijakosea hata mwanahabari mwenza Melita Oletenges ambaye amekuwa ni mkazi wa Nyeri kwa zaidi ya miaka 5 ananijuza kwamba jamani Frida, baada ya masaa kama mawili tu mwili wa hayati Rais MWAI Kibaki utakuwa tayari umewasili hapa katika eneo la Othaya. Lakini kwa sasa mtazamaji tu labda nifanye mazungumzo ya moja kwa moja na huyu mwanahabari mwenza, kwa sababu mimi sitaki kuandika kwa mate ilhali wino anao yeye Melita Oletenges ambaye amekuwa hapo kwa zaidi ya miaka 5. Melita, tumefika nyumbani. Hivi juzi uliweza kufanya taarifa ukasema kwamba mgeni njoo mwenyeji apone. Ulimaanisha nini haswa kusema hivyo?
Well, Frida, what I meant by that statement is following the announcement by the president that the late President MWAI Kibaki has passed on, is that we saw a lot of movement here in Othaya. This in regards especially to the kind of development that was happening here just in preparation for the burial of the late president here. You've seen tarmacked roads. I am sure also you've seen the ground where we are has already, been actually set up very well. And the beneficiaries of this development that has been brought about by the National Funeral Committee, working hand in hand with the military, of course, are the people of Othaya. And actually yesterday we spoke to a number of them talking about how they've also had power lines and transformers that were faulty actually now being fixed here in Othaya. And this goes to show that they are actually the main beneficiaries of this event, and of course business-wise as well. We were with you in town just a few moments ago and you saw the kind of business that is going on in town, quite a beehive of activity right there. And this goes to show just how much, apart from the burial ceremony and the burial service taking place here in Othaya, you also see that the residents here are capitalizing on this special event, and of course also showing up in large numbers to ensure that they give the late President MWAI Kibaki a befitting send-off.
Naam, kuna jambo ambalo umeweza kugusia hapo Melito, kusema kwamba hivi sasa barabara zishaanza kutengenezwa na hata wafanya biashara pia wameanza kujinufaisha, kwa sababu kwa kawaida nasikia kwamba huku Nyeri, huku Othaya, mahamri, maandazi wanaenda kwa shilingi 10, lakini leo nimelipa shilingi 50. Lakini ina maana gani hiyo kwa Mkenya wa kawaida? Je, tutakuwa tunangojea mpaka kuwe na hafla kama hii ndio barabara zitengenezwe? Inatoa picha gani Melita?
Well, Frida, actually that's a very important question, because one thing about Othaya constituency, remember the late President MWAI Kibaki served here for over 3 decades as their member of parliament, and people actually just banter about Othaya, saying that you can actually move around Othaya without stepping on dust because of the kind of development that the late President MWAI Kibaki brought about, including tarmacking of roads, piped water, as well as electricity. Now, coming to your question now, is that, the kind of praises that MWAI Kibaki has been given by the constituents of Othaya actually shows that members of parliament, legislators should actually put into consideration the kind of development that they do, because this enables the common mwananchi actually to have a conducive environment to do business and to ensure at the end of the day that it's not about it's not about the stalling of development, but rather the completion of the development to enable the common mwananchi. But in regards to this particular event, I am sure that residents here are actually looking at the number of mourners who are coming in, and they see it as a business opportunity, and perhaps that is why some of the prices are going high.
Melita, labda tuko manufaa ya mtazamaji wetu, ulifika Nyeri lini, mwaka gani?
Well, Frida, I came to Nyeri in the year 2017, and you'll remember that was the year that the elections were being held here in Nyeri. And I actually had a special opportunity to cover the late President MWAI Kibaki when he was casting his vote here in Othaya. There's a school known as Munaine Primary School, just a few meters from Othaya town. And I remember vividly that day on the 8th of August 2017, we were waiting for him the entire day, and the late President MWAI Kibaki actually walked into the polling station, Munaine Primary School, actually in the evening. And we remember he just walked in with his motorcade, and he actually talked to us journalists, saying that, I have come to cast your vote. And he was just right in his words, he said, "Mmepiga kura." And that goes to show just how MWAI Kibaki, as much as he was practicing his democratic right, he was also actually caring about other Kenyans as to whether they've already casted their votes. And he casted his vote and he left. Munaine Primary School, and that is actually the last time I saw him in public here in Nyeri. Apart from that, once in a while we could hear that he was attending mass at the cathedral in Nyeri, and once in a while we could also see his motorcade passing through Nyeri, but he spent most of his time at his home in Muiga. That is what we understand. And he would just make regular visits to Othaya once in a while, but he led a very quiet life. MWAI Kibaki was rarely seen in public, his family as well, rarely seen in public, but as much as they were not seen in public, I mean, you can just see that what they have done for the community, the people of Othaya, is evident, and you don't even have to talk about it. People just talk about it everywhere you go.
Hata jana Rais Uhuru Kenyatta aliweza kugusia na akasema kwamba ukiwa kiongozi si muonekano tu, bali kiongozi ni ule ambaye anaweza kutoa huduma. Na bila shaka Melita atakuwa tunazungumzia mengi kuhusiana na eneo hili la Othaya, kwa sababu tumezunguka tukaona hata maduka, kuna watu wengine pia hivi sasa wamejiita majina tofauti ambao Rais MWAI Kibaki alikuwa anayatumia. Lakini kuna jambo ambalo wamesema kwamba Rais MWAI Kibaki alikuwa ni rais mtulivu, alikuwa amenyamaza, ni mkimya, na hapo jana katika hotuba yake Rais Uhuru Kenyatta aliweza kusema kwamba he's a visionary man, you know, MWAI Kibaki the man, MWAI Kibaki the leader. Labda unaweza sema nini kuhusiana na hilo, kwa sababu yale yote matatu yanamdescribe MWAI Kibaki? Naam.
Well, Frida, actually yesterday, the Othaya Level 6 Hospital, which was first named to the Kenyatta National Hospital Othaya Annex, its name was actually changed yesterday to the MWAI Kibaki Hospital. And this actually goes to show the kind of respect that the people had for Kibaki. Remember, Kibaki himself didn't want any project to be named after him. Talk about Thika Road, that he actually spearheaded as the president, and now the Othaya Level 6 Hospital, which he also spearheaded the construction of the Othaya Level 6 Hospital. But he didn't want any of these projects to be named after him. This is because perhaps of his amiable demeanor. He just wanted to see things going on, but him being away from the picture. And in reference to what you're saying is that as much as these projects were going on, you could actually see the hand of Kibaki, and this could actually paint a picture to the residents of the kind of a leader he was, and the kind of leadership that he was actually displaying to Kenyans. And actually many Kenyans went ahead to actually even copy what he was doing. I mean, talk about the name you just talked about. Somebody named his own shop Usiregarege.
Usiregarege kumaanisha kwamba usiregari usikwe mvivu.
Exactly. And actually we got an opportunity to speak to some of the residents at Kibaki's home, which is called Kanyange Village, and he just told us, you know, we actually adopted this name because we feel like Kibaki used this name to actually encourage us to work hard. And people here say Kibaki alitufunza kujitafutia, and you can see that, you know, they are up to date. People wake up very early, report to their places of work, farming, dairy farming, as well as coffee, tea farming. Those are the things that people here take very seriously because it is their mainstay, and Kibaki used to remind them that you need to work to earn a living. Frida.
Na bila shaka unachosema Melita Oletenge, simi mwenyewe nitekatiki, kwa sababu jana tumeweza kuingia eneo hili la Nyeri ama Othaya pia ukipenda mtazamaji, mwendo wa kama saa 5 za usiku, na bado biashara zilikuwa zinazidi kuendelea, na mwendo wa saa 9 asubuhi tumerauka, watu tayari washafungua maduka yao. Lakini Melita, ndio hatuwezi msengenya, wanasema uwezi sengenya aliyekufa, lakini huyu ni shujaa, ndio ni kiongozi, ameweza kufanya mengi ambao Wakenya tumekubaliana nayo. Lakini wewe kama mwanahabari ambao umekita kambi hapa Nyeri kwa zaidi ya miaka 5, ni wapi kidogo unaweza sema Kibaki aliacha pengo, ama kulikuwa na dukuduku, ama kidogo tu hakuafikia nyoyo za watu?
Well, Frida, you'll remember that Kibaki was among the founders of the Democratic Party, which is still a party that has its roots deep-rooted here in central Kenya. And of course, Kibaki, after retirement, had, went behind the scenes of politics here in Nyeri, and we could hardly hear him orchestrating or even vouching for anyone to actually stand for a certain position or vie for a certain position here in the political space here in Nyeri. But one thing that I can tell you for sure is leaders in Nyeri look up to him. You will go to meetings and silently the undertones in the meetings, you'll hear that Kibaki wouldn't have wanted us to do this, you know. And the governor of Nyeri, for example, MWAI KIBAKI, when he was just giving his condolences the other day, he actually said Kibaki is a son of the soil, a hero that they pay so much respect to, not just because he was the president, but because he's also enabled many to follow suit in the kind of leadership that he has offered the people of Mount Kenya, Central Kenya as a whole. And also the one thing that I'd like to mention about MWAI KIBAKI is that, you know, MWAI KIBAKI came from a very humble beginning. Actually, he was the only one in his family who went to school, and perhaps the history shows that because he was not very good with chores, that includes, you know, going to hard kettles and stuff like that. But
watu wa kupiga hesabu Melita hawezani na haya mambo ya nyumbani jamani. Utamwambia mtu apige hesabu ama oshe vyombo.
It's a very good one. And of course that is how he discovered that he was very good in class and his family. And he went ahead to attend Gatuyaini Primary School, which is just a few meters where we are actually, and also went to Karema Boys High School, Nyeri High School, Mangu High School, Makerere University, and thereafter the London School of Economics. But the one thing that people take from this is that Kibaki actually also worked as a conductor, Frida. He went to the stage and used to collect money at the bus terminus here in Othaya before he joined university. This is how he raised probably his school fee there, or even pocket money, something like that. And people actually emulate the kind of person Kibaki is, because he rose from nothing to something. And I was speaking to a resident the other day, and he told me he also went to Gatuyaini Primary School where Kibaki was, and he said the reason why I worked so hard in school because I went to the same classroom Kibaki went, and our teachers used to tell us that Kibaki used to sit here. So who are you not to work hard in this life, Frida?
Wewe ni nani? Hata Melita, mimi ninavyokuangalia hivi na hii suti ulioipiga hivi ambayo imepigwa pasi, sitashtuka pia uko rais wa nchi. Hata jinsi unavyozungumza, jamani mtazamaji, natumai ukisikiza kwenye runinga yako na hata zile picha ambazo zinakuja moja kwa moja, ukisikia sauti ya Melita unasema da, mwanahabari huyu amekita historia. Na mtazamaji, nitakuwa narudi kwa Melita Ole Tenges kwa muda usio mrefu, lakini kwa sasa tu labda nikujuze ni kwamba msafara unazidi kuendelea, na hivi sasa mimi na Melita Ole Tenges tumekita kambi hapa Othaya. Na mwelekezi unanijuzaje? Naam, tumekita kambi hapa Othaya na kuna mambo tofauti tu wa kadha ambayo yanazidi kuendelea. Watu wanazidi kumiminika hapa ndani. Kumbuka kwamba tunatarajia kuona watu 15,000, na kama wanavyoingia hivi sasa kuna mikate, kuna hata vinywaji, kuna maji, kuna soda ambazo zimetolewa ili wananchi wote watakao kanyaga hapa, jamani, wasisikie njaa kabisa. Iwe ni hafla ambao watakaa chini watulie tuli. Na kumbuka kwamba mtazamaji, ifikapo mwendo wa saa 9 kuelekea saa 10, ule mwili wake Rais MWAI KIBAKI utakuwa unapelekwa moja kwa moja hadi nyumbani kwake Othaya. Na kumbuka kwamba ni hafla ya kibinafsi. Kama hujapatia mwaliko, basi usijitie aibu uende pale, kwa sababu ni mwaliko wa kibinafsi peke yake. Wanafamilia na viongozi tu kidogo ambao wameweza kuchaguliwa ndio wataweza kufika pale nyumbani kwake ili kuweza kupumzisha mwili ule. Mtazamaji, labda tu kupatia taswira kamili ni kwamba mahema hapa yako tayari. Wakenya washaanza kumiminika ndani. Yani ni idadi kubwa, na kama unavyoona wengi wanakuja na tabasamu. Hata kwa kawaida watu hutarajia katika mazishi labda watu wavae nguo nyeusi, lakini hapa watu wamevalia nguo za rangi tofauti kuonyesha kwamba hatujakuja tu kuomboleza, bali pia tumekuja kumshabikia na kumfurahia huyu shujaa. Naam, Melita, labda usongee tu karibu utujuze mengi tu kuhusiana na eneo hili. Umegusia kwamba kuna maduka ambao watu walichukua wanakuandika majina ambao Kibaki alikuwa anayatumia. Sijui tuende hospitalini, labda kuna mama amejifungua leo na akapatia mtoto wake jina MWAI KIBAKI. Je, labda umekutana na watu ambao pia wao wenyewe wamejiita MWAI?
Frida, you see here in Othaya, actually I cannot say that I have met someone who's been named MWAI KIBAKI, but what I can tell you is we can't actually miss someone who's been named after MWAI KIBAKI just because his name is being held in high regard. I mean, look at the kind of hospital he's constructed here in Othaya. This is a level 6 hospital that was actually constructed here, and the main aim of constructing the Othaya level 6 hospital, now MWAI KIBAKI Hospital, the main aim of constructing this hospital was to decongest the Kenyatta National Hospital in Nairobi to ensure that the people from Central Kenya get access, to specialized treatment, which is something that was amiss here in Central Kenya. And of course, now that they have this hospital, and even now the management that is managing this hospital is the same management that is managing the Kenyatta National Hospital, it goes to show Frida that he was a visionary leader. He actually saw a gap that he wanted to sort this mess that was here in Central Kenya in regards to healthcare. And now the people here are actually delivering testimonies, say that we are very happy. We can just walk to hospital, get specialized treatment at a very affordable cost. So I'm very sure that there's someone who's been named MWAI Kibaki here in Othaya, although we've not met them, but I'm sure we'll be combing this town to see if we'll get one or two people who are named after MWAI Kibaki.
Melita, labda tu nikuregeshe katika hotuba ambazo ziliweza kutolewa hapo jana. Tushagusia Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, na pia vile vile Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alizidi na akasema kwamba serikali ya Jubilee itakuwa ni makosa sana ifikapo mwezi Agosti kama watakuwa hawajakamilisha ile miradi ambayo ilikuwa imeanzwa na Rais MWAI Kibaki. Lakini hebu sasa tuangalie hotuba yake. Naibu wa Rais William Ruto alisema kwamba Kibaki ni kivuli, na yeye kama Naibu wa Rais William Ruto ameona kwamba huyu kivuli cha Kibaki kitaonekana katika ule rais ambao atachukua uskani Agosti 9. Pale kuna falsafa. Na pia vile vile Naibu wa Rais William Ruto alianza kueleza alipoanzia MWAI Kibaki. Je, unaona kana kwamba alikuwa anajaribu kuingiza kwa undani ile agenda ya hasla?
Well, Frida, you see the Deputy President actually yesterday mentioned and said that MWAI Kibaki, the late MWAI Kibaki, is the best president Kenya has ever had. And as you've just rightly put it, maybe he could be driving the agenda of the hustler nation or his own presidential bid right there. But I mean, from the views of Kenyans that we've been able to talk to, I mean, people have different mixed views about the whole scenario here. But I mean, people talk about Kibaki as an excellent leader per performance, and they're saying that this is a leader like no other. Someone actually yesterday even wanted to cry, saying that I don't know where we'll get a leader like Kibaki. But the way the political space in Kenya is designed, of course, there is a bit of banter here and there in regards to how politicians are going to act after they assume power, and of course some of them also wanting to live up to the standards of the late MWAI Kibaki. So I agree with you that there could be a political agenda that is being driven right there. But also, I mean, maybe the Deputy President was just being very sincere in his speech, saying that, the MWAI Kibaki left a bar so high that many of us perhaps cannot even reach.
Vile vile pia kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga katika hotuba yake aliweza kugusia kwamba amepoteza ndugu, amepoteza rafiki, na pia vile vile kiongozi bora. Lakini kumbuke kwamba mwaka wa 2005, mwaka 2002 tuliona kwamba kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga aliweza kumunga mkono, mpaka mwenyewe akasema Kibaki tosha, lakini baadaye ikaonekana ni kama Kibaki amemsaliti. Sijui unasema nini kuhusiana na hilo, Melita?
Well, Frida, you see the leadership between the power sharing between the late President MWAI Kibaki and Right Honorable Prime Minister then Raila Odinga actually saw a lot of friction in Kibaki's government. And of course we saw this because of course it was a power sharing deal, and of course the kind of leadership that was experienced at that time, it was kind of political temperatures were very high. Remember, we had the post-election violence before we finally had an agreement, and actually the Prime Minister Raila Odinga actually made reference to that yesterday, saying that together with Kibaki they sat down, they agreed, and even when people were trying to come in and trying and change Kibaki's mind, they had already made a decision to actually work together. So I agree with you that there was a bit of friction in that government, and even up to date people here in Central Kenya refer to that, some of them actually saying that they won't vote for Prime Minister Raila Odinga for that fact, and some are saying no, that is just in the past at the moment, and they just want to focus on the future to ensure that they build this country, to ensure that they have the leader that they deserve. So many things are involved in the political space involving MWAI Kibaki and the retired Prime Minister Raila Odinga.
Naam, mtazamaji, bila shaka nitakuwa tunazidi kufanya mdahalo wangu hapa na mwanahabari mwenza Melita Oletenges. tunazungumzia mengi tu kuhusiana na masuala ya familia, lakini kwa sasa labda tu nikujuze ni kwamba msafara unazidi kuendelea, na naona hapa umefika barabara ya Makutano. Unajua Melita, mimi sijui vizuri hizi barabara, labda tu mwambie mtazamaji wangu ni kama dakika ngapi ama masaa mangapi ambao mwili huu utakuwa umewasili hapa Othaya?
Well, Frida, Makutano is actually where the junction where the road diverges. There's a road that diverges heading to Meru. That is where they are, the junction. And then after Makutano, now we have Sagana town. Sagana town, the distance between Makutano and Sagana town, let's say it's about 30 kilometers, so that should take them around 30 minutes. And then from Sagana to where we are at the moment should take the convoy about an hour to get here in Othaya. But we also understand that maybe they could actually make a stop in Nyeri. But Frida, just to come to the significance of this convoy coming by road, we were speaking to residents of Othaya and Nyeri County all through the week, and they were talking about how they would have wished to give their last respects, their final bow, final salute to the late President MWAI Kibaki. But of course that wasn't possible to actually view the body here in Othaya because of the military procedures. But now the convoy coming by road is actually very important to the people to wave goodbye to the son of the soil, their hero, the late President MWAI Kibaki. So I am very sure that Kenyans are lining up on the highway and even in the grassroots here in Nyeri, of course, to just bid farewell, bid goodbye to the late President MWAI Kibaki.
Naam, ni muhimu sana. Hata mimi nakumbuka nikiwa mtoto mdogo, rais alikuwa akipita, sitaki kuachwa, nataka nisimame pale mbele na mpungia mkono, yani angalau tu anione. Na hata mtazamaji vile vile pia hii leo mwendo wa saa 10, saa 11 tayari wa Kenya walikuwa washamiminika hapa ndani. Melita, kama unavyoona pale, wale ni watu wa first aid. Inasemekana kwamba hapa leo usikuwe na shida yoyote, hata kama utajipata labda umepata hitilafu kidogo ukakuwa mgonjwa, hakuna haja upeleke hospitalini. Madaktari wamemiminika papa hapa ndani mtazamaji, na pia ni kuashiria kwamba usalama upo ange kabisa. Wanajeshi wapo tayari ili kumpokea Rais MWAI Kibaki, na hata kuna utulivu ambao unapendeza. Hapo jana katika misa yake vurugu tu ilionekana kidogo tu, lakini ni kusema kwamba hapa kufikia sasa hatujashuhudia vurugu lolote, kwa sababu utulivu upo. Wa Kenya wana raha, wapo tayari kumpokea aliyekuwa ni kiongozi, aliyekuwa ni baba, aliyekuwa ni rafiki. Lakini Melita, tukiwa katika hii hali yetu tu ya kurusha gumzo, kwa sababu hata leo tuko na gumzo la Sato, lakini gumzo la Sato hivi leo tutakuwa tunamwenzi Rais MWAI Kibaki. Hatuwezi zungumzia Kibaki bila kuzungumzia Lucy Kibaki. Naona unacheka. Unakumbuka nini kikubwa kuhusiana na Lucy?
Well, when the name Lucy Kibaki is mentioned, Frida, there comes a lot of sentiments, lots of controversy as well in regards to her name. You'll remember that at some point Lucy Kibaki and MWAI Kibaki held a press conference, and in that press conference MWAI Kibaki just came out to declare that he has only one wife, probably the only gentleman to ever do so on television. And you'll remember that also Lucy Kibaki was very protective of her husband's amiable demeanor. Kibaki was a very calm person, and sometimes maybe he couldn't come out without authoritative voice to actually talk about certain things. But Lucy Kibaki even stormed one of the media houses in the country in regards to a headline that was written. And remember, Lucy Kibaki also here in Othaya is remembered for being the first lady who actually had a very good touch with the residents here. We were speaking to them, and they would say that whenever Lucy Kibaki was around at the home here in Othaya, she would even buy milk from the dairy farmers here. She would even go to their coffee farms, tea farms, just to see how they were progressing, challenge them, in fact, telling them that you are late on time. This is not the time to wake up and, go and pluck tea. So she was a very, very vibrant lady, matters economy, matters development, matters leadership as well, and also supporting her husband all through his leadership journey. So there's a lot that can be said about Lucy Kibaki. I don't know what you remember about her.
Uliosema yote ndio mimi nakumbuka, lakini labda yale uliosema Melita yanatoa picha gani kuhusiana na mwanamke wa Nyeri? Unajua kuna wanaume wengi wako pale studioni hawajapata wake na labda wanataka kutafuta jiko na wanataka jiko kama Lucy Kibaki. Je, waje watafute huko Othaya?
Well, Frida, you see, there is a picture that has been painted, a certain notion that has been painted about Nyeri women, that they are very violent, you know, going by this kind of stories we've seen about Nyeri women on our screens. But I can tell you that the kind of, character that Lucy Kibaki brought and actually exuded to Kenyans is that she showed a side of a Nyeri woman that was very hardworking. You know, a Nyeri woman that commanded respect, commanded authority as well. And actually this goes to show even how other women in Nyeri, and not just in Nyeri, in the country as a whole, are now trying to aim at the stars. You can see the debate going on about the deputy president. Can we have a first deputy president that is a woman in this country? So a lot has been said about Nyeri women, but Frida, I can tell you that Lucy Kibaki actually, put the Nyeri woman up there in regards to actually being one of those women who will go down in history of Kenya as was a very vocal first lady in Kenya.
Na bila shaka mtazamaji umeweza kusikia mengi hapo kutokana na Melita Only Tenges. Huyu ni mwanahabari wetu kutoka eneo hili la Nyeri na amekuhakikishia jamani, wanaume ambao mnasaka jiko msiogope wanawake wa Nyeri, kwani Lucy Kibaki alikuwa ni kioo pia kwa wanawake. Melita, labda Melita tu nataka kidogo tu nipate kopo la maji. Naweza kuachia mikrofoni hii utueleze wa Kenya tu ni kipi ambacho kinaendelea. Nitarudi kwa muda usio mrefu, napiga tu tama la maji sekunde moja. Nitarudi.
Thank you, Frida Mwaka here in Othaya, Nyeri County, just speaking to us as well, being a very good co-host here. I'd like to show you the pictures that are what is going on in the background. These are NYS officers here who are actually welcoming the residents who are walking into the Othaya approved grounds here. And what we've noticed is everyone who's walking in is being given a soda and a loaf of bread here. This is perhaps due to the long hours that they will be seated following on the burial service, and of course they are being given something to bite so that they will be able to endure if hunger pangs bite. But apart from that, also what we understand is that today we'll be seeing full military honors that will be accorded to the late President MWAI Kibaki here in Othaya at his home, not just at his home, which is about 2 kilometers from Othaya town. We expect that he will be accorded the 19-gun salute, which will be guided by the Kenya Navy. Of course, we also expect a fly past by the Kenya Air Force jets here in Othaya. This is the final salute that will be accorded the late President MWAI Kibaki. And mourners have been streaming in here from 6 a.m., 5:30 to 6 a.m. in the morning. We saw them going through the security checks here, which is actually watertight. People actually have to go through a very strict frisking here. Those with bags are asked to pass them through the machine, which is supposed to scan what they are carrying. And also, some of them are not, most of them are not being allowed to come in with drinks or whatever they are carrying to eat, but they are rather being given the bitings inside the compound. So we are at the gate where the citizens are coming, filtering inside the compound, but later on we'll also be showing you the VVIP gate, even as the convoy, makes its way here to Nyeri Othaya, where we are. So we are keeping tabs on everything that is happening here. I've also seen military officers dotted. They have dotted Othaya town. You can see them patrolling with horses. You can see the military and even the G company camouflaging in different spaces here at the Othaya approved ground. So this goes to show the kind of security that is being given here. The VVIPs as well being given accorded tight security, and also the residents here are enjoying good security. This is to ensure that the function goes on as planned here in Othaya. So we expect, of course, dignitaries, leaders, the President Uhuru Kenyatta, his Deputy William Ruto, the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga are all expected here in Othaya. We'll also be keen to follow up on the speeches. The Mass here will be conducted by the Catholic Church Archbishop Anthony Muheria is expected to preside over the Mass here. And of course, we also have choirs which will be singing during the service. The Nyeri Cathedral Choir will be singing, as well as the Othaya Catholic Choir. They will be having a Mass choir here at the ground. So a lot of changes that have happened here in Othaya, as we've earlier mentioned with Freedom Walker. They are the biggest beneficiaries of this event in regards to tarmacking of roads. There was a lot of development that just happened in the past week after the president announced the passing on of the late President MWAI KIBAKI. Electricity transformers have also been set up by the live team, by the Kenya Power team here, and this is to ensure that there is no power outage here in Othaya, even as the function goes on. And even as the convoy continues to make its way here to Othaya, the residents will also have an opportunity to wave goodbye to MWAI KIBAKI. Now, MWAI KIBAKI, who served as a member of parliament here in Othaya for over 3 decades, has been touted, has been mentioned, and will be remembered for being one of those leaders who brought about exemplary development here in Othaya. This is one of the constituencies in the country that is actually said to be most developed, and this is with regards to the tarmacking of roads, piped water to almost every household, as well as electricity to almost every household as well. And this is a constituency that has a level 6 hospital, now has been named after MWAI KIBAKI. It is now known as the MWAI KIBAKI Hospital. So MWAI KIBAKI will be remembered for so many things, among them also being someone who actually spurred development in the country. Yesterday we were speaking to a number of residents who are talking about how MWAI KIBAKI is the man who actually introduced borders to Kenya, and the border sector, as you know, has employed so many Kenyans, and they are earning a living from that sector. Also remembering him about the internet connection, you will remember that the late President MWAI KIBAKI, who has been mentioned as a very visionary leader, actually brought about internet connection in the country. And this is something that people actually remember him for, celebrating his life, saying that they are not here to mourn, but to celebrate the life and times of MWAI KIBAKI, son of the soil, a man who rose from Kanyange village, went to school in Gatuyaini Primary School, attended Karema Boys High School, Mangu High School, then proceeded to Makerere University, and thereafter the London School of Economics, where he taught, and thereafter joined active politics, starting in Kanu. So he was a member of parliament here for 3 decades. Before that, he was a member of parliament in Donholm. So many things have been talked about MWAI KIBAKI in the political space as well. And people remember him for his calm kind of leadership, very witty as well, the kind of humor that he actually used in his leadership. And as we mentioned earlier, just to actually highlight this, is that here in his backyard, people actually show so much respect to MWAI KIBAKI. Actually, there is a shopping center that has been named Usiregarege. And you'll remember that during MWAI KIBAKI's tenure, he used to use this word quite often, and he was actually trying to tell people that don't be lazy in whatever you do, try to be proactive as much as you can in earning your living, as well as just being, you know, having a productive kind of life. Also telling Kenyans, do not yield to the field of drinking. And this is a clip that was circulated widely in the social media platforms just after his death. And of course, even as Kenyans celebrate his life, these are things that they reflect on, not just the KIBAKI the leader, but also KIBAKI the witty man, and even his style of speeches. And once in a while, when he would just stand up to speak, people would just laugh and at his kind of speech delivery. And this is how people remember KIBAKI. You will be surprised the number of people who are making their way here from as early as 6 a.m. in the morning. People are streaming in here. The security is tight. Police, the different security agencies are well represented here. The Kenya Police, we've seen the National Youth Service, as well as the military administration officers are all here, keen to look at the proceedings of the event. I can already see some security vehicles making their way in here. That is an indication that they are preparing for the arrival of the convoy that is actually just a few minutes now, at least I think about an hour away now. So we are also keeping tabs on that, and we're bringing those live pictures even as the convoy arrives here in Othaya. So what will happen is that immediately the convoy, the hearse arrives here, then there will be a certain procedure that will be followed, of course, being spearheaded by the military. We will be waiting also to see how they carry the body of the late President MWAI Kibaki inside the dome where his casket will be placed, and how the proceedings of the day will actually be conducted. I can see Frida Mwaka has come back here after taking kopo la maji. Karibu Frida Mwaka, and perhaps as you are taking your kopo la maji, what did you see out there?
Na Melita, mimi nikipiga kopo langu la maji nimeweza kuona mengi. Tayari wageni mashuhuri washaanza kuingia, lakini kuna watu ambao nimewaona na nimewavuta hapa ili tuweze kuzungumza nao. Hawa wanajulikana kama the Kikuyu Council of Elders. Hata jamani mtazamaji, yani ningetamani sana muone wamevalia sare maalum za kabila la Kikuyu na wako hapa wanataka kuzungumza nasi. Labda tu moja kwa moja nikizungumza nani, karibu katika runinga ya NTV. Anza na jina lako alafu tueleze. Naona mmevalia sare maalum. Ni kipi kikubwa ambacho kimewaleta hapa? Tunajua kwamba ndio ni mazishi, lakini mbona ukaamua kufika?
Tumeamua kufika hapa sababu huyu alikuwa baba yetu na ni baba wa Kikuyu, sababu kuna ile tunaitanga mudhigi kama hii nimeshika namna hii, ni yeye alikuwa nayo, alafu ndio akapatia bwana Uhuru, na Uhuru ndio yako nayo sasa. Lakini kwa sasa tumekuja hapa juu hata yeye bwana Kibaki alikuwa shujaa wa uhuru, na ndivyo tumefika hapa tumsindikize.
Na kuona umekula chumvi kidogo, kumaanisha kwamba labda enzi hizo mliweza kutangamana naye, ama ni kipi kikubwa ambacho unakumbuka kuhusiana na uongozi wa Kibaki?
Wakati wa uongozi wa Kibaki tulifurahia sana, sababu wakati Maumau alikuwa huko kwa msituni, yeye alijaribu kuangalia masirahi, na sasa baba zetu bwana Kibaki ndiye aliangalia mababa zetu, na ndivyo sasa tuko hapa. Hata niko na baba yangu wako hapa, sababu
babako mzazi
ndio babangu mzazi, niko naye hapa sasa, mimi ni kijana yake.
Baba mzazi anaweza zungumza Kiswahili? Unaweza kidogo? Haya, kabla sijafika kwako baba mzazi, acha kidogo tu nizungumze na Guka. Guka anaitwa Guka, si ndio? Haya, Guka, jina lako, karibu kwenye runinga ya NTV, alafu tuambie unakumbuka nini kwanza enzi hizo kuhusiana na uongozi wa Kibaki?
Kwa jina langu mimi naitwa Kamau Wanjore. Na kwa hiari ya Wakikuyu, mimi ni mzee wa Kikuyu Murang'a Council of Elders. Na nimekuja hapa kwa sababu huyu mzee wakati yule alikuwa kiongozi, niliona maongozo yake yuko mzuri sana kushinda yale ambayo nishaona. Nishaenda nchi mbalimbali kama Uganda, Rwanda, wapi na hata Somalia, hata Ethiopia, lakini maongozi ya mzee MWAI nimeona imeshinda wale wote nishatembea kwa hawa. Ni yeye mtu mnyenyekevu, hataki kuonyeshana ati yeye ni mkubwa, hataki kuona watu ambao wanyonge hawataki kufanya kazi. Sasa nikaona uongozi wa huyu, kama sisi hapa Kenya tukipata kiongozi wengine wafuatane kama MWAI, nchi yetu ya Kenya itakuwa imeruka hata zaidi kushinda kama nchi za Asia. Kwa maana nchi yetu iko kila kitu. Maji ni mzuri, mashamba ni mazuri, vitu yote, wanyama nini wanatoka mbali wanakuja hapa kwetu. Kwa hivyo tukipata mtu kama MWAI kwa miaka kama 10 au 20 hivi, nchi yetu itakuwa imeenda mbali kabisa. Na ile mambo yote tunatarajia kuwa na masomo ya bure, hospitali mzuri, barabara nzuri, mambo ya kuwa watu wanapendana hivi na hivi, na watu kuwa wako na nguvu kwa mwili. Kwa haki Kenya tutakuwa tunaona watu kama hao.
Guka, ushaikutana na Kibaki alipokuwa hai?
Nishakutana na yeye, lakini sikukaribia yeye sana. Wakati yule nilikuwa nafanya kazi huko Rwanda, na yeye akatembea usio hapa kwetu, akawa ametembea huko. Kwa hivyo alipofika hapa alisema kama anaweza kuona watu ambao wametoka Kenya na ni wa Kikuyu. Na vile nilikuwa ile kazi yangu nilikuwa chini, wale wakubwa ndio waliweza kwenda kuongea na yeye, wakakula na yeye, na sisi tukao, unajua hatuwezi kwenda pamoja sisi zote. lakini tulikuwa tumekaa kama futi 3 hivi, nikiwa hapa yeye yuko kama pale.
Na wanasema kwamba vidole havitoshani. Msiende, bado nitakuwa nazungumza na nyinyi, lakini mtazamaji, nimefahamishwa kwamba hapa kuna guka mwingine ambaye ni mashuhuri kabisa na bado kuna nguvu. Guka, labda uniambie uko na miaka mingapi?
Mimi niko na miaka 83.
83. Kibaki amefariki akiwa na 91, kumaanisha hata hamjaachana sana. Ni kama mulikulia, yani mulikulia pamoja tokea mkiwa wadogo. Wewe ni mzaliwa wa Othaya?
Hapana, mimi ni mzaliwa wa Murang'a.
Naam. Aya, Guka, labda unieleze tu ni mambo gani ambayo nakumbuka kutokana na uongozi wa Kibaki, na kwa nini leo umejikakamua ukasema mimi lazima nifike?
Mimi nakumbuka sana wakati Kibaki alifika hapa Kenya kutoka pahali alikuwa akisomea Makerere. Nilikuwa nasikia habari yake sana, ngigali mtu, hata mimi nilikuwa school wakati hiyo. Tuseme kutoka mwaka wa 1982 kutoka kuanzia 1952 mimi nilikuwa kijana mkubwa, na ndio nilianza kusikia habari ya Kibaki.
Na ni nini ambacho kimekuleta hapa hii leo Guka, ukasema kwamba hautasalia nyumbani Murang'a, lazima ufike Othaya?
Mimi nakuja hapa kwa ajili, mimi najua kutoka Kibaki alifika, wakati alifika Kenya kutoka Makerere School, aliajia kazi yake hapo. Na mimi nakumbuka sana mambo Kibaki alikuwa akiendesha, hakuwa na wasiwasi wala shida hata kidogo. Kusema kweli, Kibaki alikuwa mtu mwenyenyekevu, mtu wa kufikiria mambo mengi sana. Na Kibaki hakuwa mtu wa kusema hii na hii na hii. Kusema kweli, Kibaki ile ameongoza na vile alikuwa akisema, akisema maneno yote ya kusaidia kila pahali.
Haya, asante sana Guka. Nafahamishwa hivi sasa tutakuwa tunaungana moja kwa moja na mwanahabari wetu Leila Mohamed ambaye amekuwa akifuatilia msafara. Leila, kuna mahali ambapo mlikuwa mmefika, tukaona kwamba zile gari ziliweza kusimama, sijui ni madereva walikuwa wanatoka, wengine wanaingia. Hebu tueleze kamili mami, alafu pia utuchoree picha kamili, haswa mko wapi na msafara unaelekea vipi? Kwako Leila.
All along Ghana, maybe for a changeover for the drivers. A long journey coming here. Ghana, there's been a big crowd, and also the terrain and how the road is inclined. Currently, this piece of road is undergoing repair work and expansion. So the MWAI has picked up pace a bit. We are almost heading into the Karatina area before the Othaya turnoff. Possibly this convoy gets plan says that the Catholic Church and other religious leaders are expected to begin the final burial rites of this. I can only describe it as the mountain coming out to pay homage to a son who traversed the very central Kenya and abroad, and going on to become a public figure of repute not only here in central Kenya, but globally, regionally. Several African leaders were paying tribute to MWAI Kibaki, honoring him and saying that they've never seen a man so business. As he drives home on one last lap, the people have come out in their numbers in various trading centers. We've been able to experience a large number of people. Sagana probably was where the largest number of people were stationed, both men and women, old and young, children coming out with their parents to witness this piece of history that many Kenyans might not have seen when President Jomo Kenyatta was being honored by the military in 1978. And in 2020, like I said before, President Daniel Torre Teach Arap Moi's body was transported to Nakuru County via helicopter. So this is indeed an honor. The sun has come out to play, and it's shining and smiling on this convoy as it snakes its way into Nyeri County. From the skies, from the ground, it's a spectacular view. The movement is starting at 7 a.m. From the Lee Funeral Home and taking its way through major city roads in Nairobi, where also a bunch of Kenyans were out there to witness this historic moment as it passed. The people of Central did not have an opportunity to see the body, but according to the statement that we read yesterday, the body is expected to lie in repose at the Othaya grounds and allow a few people of the area just to see the cortege as it moves along before the funeral procession, before the funeral mass begins. I beg your pardon. Like I said before, Archbishop Muheria will be the main celebrant, and just like we saw yesterday, the mass will be conducted, and all the dictates of what a mass should be will be concluded before the body is prayed for, and other religious leaders pick up also in prayer a bit before the family and the leaders present are given that opportunity to go ahead and give their tribute. The church yesterday being very critical of asking really to honor MWAI Kibaki's legacy and remember him as a man and not necessarily bring politics into it all, but politicians being who they are. We witness on the opposite sides of the political divide, each man trying to outshine the other when giving glowing tribute to a man whom they both acknowledged as one who was a core politician as well as a leader of record. Raila Odinga speaking at the podium, remembering the events of 2007, and before that, talking about how MWAI Kibaki played a critical role in the formation of the Kenya African National Union, now KANU, led by the Baringo, currently Gideon Moi, and how in the forefathers' days, there Jomo Kenyatta, Daniel Torre Teach Arap Moi, joining what used to be KANU, and MWAI Kibaki being part of the one-party system for a very long time before joining and leaving. And then when the Section 2A was being changed at that time, he formed the Democratic Party and moved on to vie for the presidency then, which he did not capture. And again, in 1997, also he tried his bid again, only to be successful in 2002. So many leaders, not only Raila Odinga, Deputy President William Ruto yesterday called him one of the best presidents he has been able to serve under, and speaking to the fact that President Uhuru Kenyatta has been a good student of the late MWAI Kibaki, noting that he picked up the development agenda that began in the era of MWAI Kibaki, and noting his infrastructure campaign that he began in terms of expanding the road networks in the country, the number of roads under tarmac under the Kibaki administration were increased. President Uhuru Kenyatta has gone forward to increase that. The plans for the SGR were ideally burst during MWAI Kibaki's era. President Uhuru Kenyatta only moving forward to tweaking a few bits and actualizing that dream that Raila Odinga, then the Prime Minister, says was one that MWAI Kibaki had of seeing Kenya being almost competitive with super African countries as well as on the global front. So in the next maybe 30 to an hour or 45 minutes, this convoy will be snaking its way into Othaya, where the funeral mass will be held. I know a number of Kenyans, and it is also expected that President MWAI Kibaki, President Uhuru Kenyatta, if I get that correctly, is the one who will receive this body at Othaya. He should be en route there anytime. Now, much has been spoken, being in the convoy and just seeing how smoothly things work. Earlier, we were escorted by two outriders from the National Police Service. Once we reached a specific point in time, they dropped off, and now the cortege begins with police vehicles, and now the military police taking over just where the body is being moved, as we've seen since Monday, when the body kept on leaving the funeral home and going into Parliament buildings where the parliamentarians, leaders from all walks of life, President Uhuru Kenyatta, and Kenyans in general visited from 9 in the morning to 5 p.m. just to give their last respects to Kenya's third president, as they did in the first two instances before this death, coming only 2 years after Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, who ideally is the longest serving president of the Republic of Kenya after a 24-year stint, handing over to MWAI Kibaki in December 2002. MWAI Kibaki himself at the time, not the best of health, but as frail as he was, coming to pay his respects last Parliament buildings and honoring a man whom he worked under as vice president, and stating that whilst they may have had these differences then, it was still significant that he remembers and honors the life and times of the second leader of the country. He was honored in a similar fashion, and Kenya thronged Parliament buildings up until very late, when the military was taking back the convoy to the Lee Funeral Home. Last night, Friday was the last night MWAI Kibaki would sleep in Nairobi after being held at the Lee Funeral Home for almost a week since his death. That area being taken over by the military police, working side by side with the GSU service members who guard the area. So much can be spoken about MWAI Kibaki as a man, as a leader, as a head of state, as a politician, as the commander-in-chief who took the Kenya Defense Forces to Somalia to fight for internal and for the sovereignty of this country, and also begin the military campaign in fighting terrorism in the Horn of Africa region. He has been acknowledged for his efforts to begin to curb the issue of terror around the region. And for the last 10 years, Kenya has been participating actively inside Somalia under the AMISOM fold. Now that the formation has changed into ATMIS, a transitional force, we will be expecting much more participation from the Kenyan contingent there, working side by side with other regional militaries and foreign militaries as well, who are there just to ensure that that country is able to see peace and have peace and really curb the menace of terrorism around the region. Then in the MWAI Kibaki era, certain pockets of terror activities, forcing him to confer with his general then, General Julius Karangi, taking point and just giving him what he needed to know before making that decision and asking Parliament to grant him the authorization to be able to send Kenyan troops into Somalia. So as he makes his last drive just up the hill, hoping to get to the Othaya turnoff anytime soon, like I said before, many Kenyans have lined up along the road to just take pictures of the portage. Many have never seen And events like this one, probably since they were born, many of them were young when President Kibaki was taking over in 2002. And having seen him as adults, many had seen the era of Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi for 24 years, and many did not know how Kenya would be without, ideally, the Mois they've experienced for so long. So when the late president took over, he had a different outlook on life, did things differently, and one of the sectors that he changed ideally was the education sector, especially in the university sector, where he decided he would no longer be the chancellor of all public universities. He granted the Masinga Muliro University of Science and Technology at the time, and was only the chancellor of that university for a 5-year term, and handing over to someone else, and increasing ideally the number of universities that are public in this country from 10, I think, at the time, to 22 across this country, which his dream was to ensure that as many young Kenyans would get an opportunity to get degree certificates. And it is in that time also the parallel system of education began, allowing those students who ideally did not get qualification into the university admissions would have other certifications and add on to that and be admitted to conduct or do university courses, and just increase in their knowledge and help them to grow as they were getting better. So MWAI Kibaki did not only allow young children to go to Standard 1 and study for free, he ensured that the education sector across the board was improved to enable many more Kenyans gain access to education. He, having a scholarly background, being a teacher of economics at the university for some time, he understood, and like his son said yesterday at the Nyayo National Stadium, he was a stickler for people who were not necessarily successful, but people who excelled. And by excelling, it didn't mean that you finished your duty successfully. It just meant that you did your very best. And when he took over, he turned around the country's ideology and how they looked at life, and asked them to work and work hard for whatever they needed to be done for them, and not necessarily expect handouts from the political class. This was something he abhorred. He never wanted Kenyans to feel in a position where they would sit and wait for handouts, but also just do their best to work for what they had. We have a whole team across the region. Freedom Waka, I know you are in Othaya. Maybe you can give us details of what is going on at where you're at the moment.
Who can say where the road
tu kwamba hivi sasa tulipo na zile picha ambazo naziona katika runinga yako ni kwamba hivi sasa wageni washuhuri washaanza kuingia ndani mmoja baada ya mwingine. Tuko hapa tu ili kutupa jicho, kuweza kunasa tu mmoja ama wawili ili tuweze kuzungumza nao, watueleze mengi kuhusiana na hafla hii. Na vile vile mtazamaji, ni kujuza kwamba tayari msafara ulikuwa ushafika eneo la makutano na bado ukaendelea ukija eneo hili. Mwanahabari wetu Leila Mohamed anaendelea kufuatilia kwa kina. Ni hafla ambayo inatarajiwa kuanza mwendo wa saa 4 kamili na hivi sasa ni saa 3 na dakika 15. Naam, mtazamaji, tu kidogo tu niweze kuzungumza na Askofu Muheria, kama naweza zungumza nawe Askofu. Naam, katika runinga ya NTV. Zungumza tu nasi, tuambie misa inafaa kuanza mwendo wa saa 4. Naona ni dakika kidogo tu ambazo zimesalia. Naam.
Nafikiri tutaanza hapo mwendo wa saa 4, alafu baadaye tutaweza kufuatilia na mazishi saa 4 saa 5 hivi. Naam. Lakini katika program orodha ni kwamba tuanza mwendo wa saa 4:30.
Naam. Hapo jana uliweza kugusia kwamba familia haitaki kusikia masuala ya siasa, na pale jana ilikuwa ni misa maalum. Je, leo itakuwa ni vivyo hivyo ama leo wanasiasa wako na fursa ya kuzungumza?
Familia imeomba na lazima tufuatilie maombi ya familia. Nashukuru.
Misa ya baadaye ama ile pale ambapo atakuwa anazikwa imekuwa ni misa ya kibinafsi. Labda unaweza zungumzia lipi kuhusiana na hilo? Katika programu nimeona kwamba kutakuwa pia na maombi maalum. Tujuze mengi tu kuhusiana na hilo.
Mazishi maalum, yani kumweka mchangani kule nyumbani. Tutamzika kwa wachache kwa sababu nyumbani wametueleza hawana nafasi ya kuwepo wengi. Kwa hivyo ni viongozi tu wa makanisa, ni sisi wanaongoza ibada ambao tutakuwa hapo na viongozi kadhaa ambao wamechaguliwa.
Kwa askofu wa Rais Mwai Kibaki, askofu wake binafsi, labda kuna mambo gani ambayo nakumbuka kuhusiana naye? Alikuwa ni rais ambaye alikuwa anakuja katika misa ama alikuwa anasalia tu nyumbani?
Nafikiri kwanza nilikuwa askofu wa wote, na kama muamini wa Katoliki alikuwa na huo unyenyekevu wa kutufikia sisi viongozi wa makanisa. Kwa hivyo ni kweli kulikuwa na uhusiano kama mimi askofu na yeye kama kiongozi, lakini alikuwa mcha Mungu, anakuja ibada na maisha yake ilikuwa na mwelekezo, na hata unaweza ona imani yake vile alivyoishi. Tumuombee sana na tuombee nchi yetu tukaweza kuwa na viongozi kama yeye.
Tukimalizia kabisa, kwa sababu naona uko na haraka, unamkumbuka kwa kipi cha mwisho tu?
Ni kumkumbuka kwa alikuwa na kipawa cha akili, alikuwa tena mwenye kumpenda Mungu zaidi, alikuwa mvumilivu, hakuwa na uadui na yoyote yule, na alijua hata kuomba msamaha.
Asante sana askofu, natarajia kuona mengi kutoka kwako. Na mtazamaji, huyo ni askofu wetu ambaye hii leo atakuwa anafanikisha tu hafla hii ya mazishi ya Rais Mwai Kibaki, Askofu Muheria. Na kutokana na alichosema ni kwamba Rais Mwai Kibaki alikuwa anahudhuria misa, alikuwa hakosi misa, na kama angekosa misa labda tu kungekuwa na sababu tu yake yeye kuhudhuria hiyo misa. Na vile vile mtazamaji, ni kujuza kwamba hivi sasa wageni mashuhuri wanazidi kumiminika eneo hili. Tumeweza kuona familia, wajukuu wake tayari washafika hapa, ingawaje hatukupata fursa ya kuongea nao kwani ulinzi ni mkali. Wanajeshi hapa Melita wanasema tukae kando, ni siku yao watekeleze kazi. Unasemaje?
Yes indeed, Frida, you can see that security is very tight and right from the gate, and actually there are some who are patrolling outside the gates, and that is why they're asking journalists just to move backwards a bit, because this is the area which will be used by the VIP. We've already seen some of them going in. I've seen the Nairobi gubernatorial aspirant Polycarp Igathe, and also I've seen the governor for Kirinyaga, Anne Waiguru, has also just come in, and a number of other dignitaries. You're seeing the principal administrative secretary in the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of Government, Karanja Kibicho, is there still coordinating the events here, ensuring that everything is set before the convoy arrives, the hearse which is carrying the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki. So it's a beehive of activity here. You can see the Archbishop Archbishop who've just talked to Anthony Muheria there, also trying to consult with the protocol team there to ensure that everything goes on as planned. So it is a touch of detail, a touch of precision here, ensuring that the MWAI Kibaki is accorded a befitting send-off, Frida.
Na vile vile Melito Letenges nimeweza kutupa jicho nikamwona waziri wa elimu Profesa George Magoha ameweza kuwasili hapa. Sijui kama ulikuwa umewaambia kwamba kwaya na zile bendi maalum zishafika eneo hili na tayari zishaanza kuburudisha wageni ambao wameingia hapa. Mtazamaji, itakuwa tu tunajaribu kuongea na wawili watatu, ingawaje wanahabari tumewekwa pembeni. Wanajeshi wanasema kwamba tuache tu wageni waweze kuingia ndani bila kuwasumbua, lakini tukipata fursa ya kuzungumza na wawili watatu tutakuwa tunazungumza nao. Melita, kuna ile hafla ya baadaye ambayo ndio mazishi kamili yatakuwa yanafanyika kule Othaya nyumbani kwake, na imebainika wazi kama hujalikwa usiende. Wana Othaya unaona kwamba watatii hilo?
Yes, indeed. The National Funeral Committee has been very specific about the number of people who will be allowed inside Kibaki's Othaya home, and that is, they're just saying they will be allowing about 500 guests, and the list of guests, Frida, is just close family and relatives, as well as the top brass, the leadership in the country. Those are the only people who will be allowed inside Kibaki Othaya's home. But the people who will be allowed where the graveside is, where he will be laid to rest, side by side with the late Mama Lucy Kibaki, are only close family members who will be allowed inside the graveside. So the thing, Frida, is that workers have been sprucing up the compound for the entire week, and I can tell you that from our sources inside Kibaki's home, we know that everything is set. The grave has already been dug, and of course protocol will be followed. Military here will be accorded, and as you've mentioned, also we have the band which is already here, and also you were talking to the choir. Which choir was that?
Ile ilikuwa ni kwaya ya Ikulu State House, imevalia nguo ama sare maalum zikiwa na rangi ya bendera ya Kenya, na wameniambia Frida, jamani, hii leo hatujakuja tu kuomboleza bali tuko hapa kumsherehekea, na vile vile pia wamenijuza kwamba wametunga nyimbo maalum kwa ajili kwamba ameleta Rais Moi alipofariki. Kulikuwa na nyimbo nyingi sana ambazo zilikuwa zimetungwa kwa ajili yake Rais Moi Kibaki. Hatujashuhudia hilo, na wengi wanauliza, je, alikuwa si mwimbaji ama alikuwa tu ni mwanaspoti wa gofu? Sijui unasemaje katika ile pilika zako wewe mwenyewe za kucheza mchezo wa gofu? Najua cheza. Sijui kama uliweza kukutana naye katika maeneo ya burudani ama yeye kwa michezo.
Ukizungumzia maeneo ya burudani, Frida, I like to mention that there is a certain hotel here in town called the Silent Lodge, which Kibaki would once in a while go there and actually just sit down, interact with the locals, give them words of counsel. And we actually did that story on NTV, and one man who works there talked about how he was very close with the late President MWAI Kibaki. Sometimes he would just walk in there casually, have a drink without his bodyguards. And this actually is one thing that the people here talk about. Kibaki was not that unreachable. He was someone who was very, very close to the grassroots, someone who would just do ordinary things that the Kenyan people would not even think that Kibaki would just walk inside a hotel and have his own drink or even have a chit chat with the residents. But this is something that he did from time to time. About golf, Frida, how I wish I was a good golf player, or even I knew how to play the game of golf, then maybe I would have interacted with the late President MWAI Kibaki, Frida.
Amejitetea hapo Melito Letenges, hataki kuonekana ni kama akona mikwanja mifukoni, lakini huyu ni mchezaji hodari wa gofu. Na mtazamaji, tu labda ni kuchorea taswira ya kinachoendelea hapa ni kwamba wageni mashuhuri wanazidi kumiminika. Sisi wenyewe tumesimama langoni pale ambapo tutakuwa tunatupa jicho na kuona wageni ambao wanazidi kumiminika hapa ndani. Tunatarajia Rais Uhuru Kenyatta pamoja na naibu wake na hata mama wa taifa Margaret Kenyatta kuwasili eneo hili, mtazamaji, hata vile vile pia kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga. Lakini kama alivyogusia mwanahabari mwenza Melito Letenges, ni kwamba tayari anayetarajia tu kuwania ile nafasi ya ugavana Polycarp Igathe ashafika hapa ndani. Waziri wa elimu Profesa George Magoha yupo hapa. Tumeweza pia kuzungumza na Askofu Anthony Muheria ambaye alikuwa ni askofu binafsi wa Rais Mwai Kibaki katika kaunti hii ya Nyeri. Melita, sijui wewe umetupa jicho uko na kina nani, kwa sababu watu ni wengi, yani watu 15,000. Lazima tutupe macho huku, tupe macho huku. Labda kuna mmoja amenipita, sijui umeona nani mwingine.
Frida, I can see the governor of Kiambu, James Nyoro, who's actually here already. Earlier we saw the governor of Kirinyaga County. I can also see this Kipipiri member of parliament, Amos Kimunya, walking in, just having a chit chat there, and perhaps we can try get a hold of him. Frida, if you can just tell our viewers what is happening on the inside, we could try to get a hold of Amos.
Naam, mtazamaji, Melita Oletenge ameenda kumtafuta mheshimiwa ataweza kuzungumza naye, lakini nikikujuza tu kwamba ndani ni kwamba wageni tayari wameshaketi tuli ili tukungojea kuona hafla itaanza saa ngapi. Kumbuka kwamba nilikujuza kwamba hafla hii inatarajiwa kuanza mwendo wa saa 4 na hivi sasa naona ni saa 3 ikielekea na dakika 30, kumaanisha kwamba kwa dakika 30 ambazo zimewasili, dakika 30 ambazo tunatarajia ziwasili, ni kwamba hafla hii itakuwa inaanza. Mwenzangu Melita Oletenges anajaribu kuzungumza pale na waheshimiwa, lakini ni kama amezuiliwa, kwa sababu tunaambiwa sisi wanahabari tuwapishe kando. Lakini haidhuru mtazamaji, ni kukuchorea tu picha kwamba hivi sasa nyimbo zinazidi kuendelea za burudani, nyimbo za taifa, nyimbo ambazo zimebuniwa kwa ajili yake Rais Mwai Kibaki. Ingawaje alikuwa ni rais ambao hatukumjua ama hatukujua mengi kuhusiana na maisha yake ya burudani, tulikuwa tunajua kwamba amejitosa katika masuala ya sporti, lakini hapa nyimbo zitele. Hata hapo jana nikiwa na mwenzangu Lofty Matambo tuliweza kuzungumza na Mwalimu Wesonga aliyetunga nyimbo za hayati Rais Moi, lakini akatujuza kwamba ndio Kibaki nyimbo zipo, ingawaje hatujasikia mengi. Labda tutakuwa tunasikia mengi hivi sasa mtazamaji. Ndani watu wametulia, mahema yako sawa, maua yamewekwa shwari kabisa, mpangilio uko kabambe. Kule mbele itakuwa ni viongozi wa dini ambao watakuwa wameketi pale mbele ya hema, na upande wa kulia na upande wa kushoto itakuwa ni familia ambao tayari tumeshuhudia hapa wameingia kwa mwendo wa aste aste hii leo tu, tayari kusema kwa heri kwa aliyekuwa ni baba yao, rafiki yao, na hata gukaa kwa wale wajukuu ambao wamefika eneo hili. Melita, naona gari la zima moto lipo hapa tayari.
Yes, Frida, the fire brigade here has been camping for the last 1 week, and they are the part of a team that has been running preparations for the whole week. For the burial of the late President Mwai Kibaki, and of course they are here to actually make sure that everything is set in case of anything, just to ensure that they are the first emergency responders. Of course, you've also seen the Kenya Red Cross who are here to offer aid and medical attention to anybody who will be experiencing any difficulty. And just to bring you up to speed with what is happening here at the VVIP gate. So the VVIPs are being let in, and they walk through that gate and onto the red carpet that has set here before entering the VVIP section here at the dome, where the podium is also set just in front of them. And after that, you'll see that some of the seats have been labeled to ensure that everybody, when they walk in, they actually know where to take their position, just to ensure that there is order even as they conduct the mass of the late President Mwai Kibaki here in Othaya. So we've seen a number of dignitaries already making their way here, as well as leaders actually making their way here, but they are keen to attend the service here. We've tried to get a hold of them, but my colleague Frida Mwaka has been able to speak to the Archbishop Anthony Muheria. I can see the governor of Murang'a, Mwangi Wairia, having a chat there with a GSU officer, of course, as they make their way inside the dome. I can also see Norman Nyaga, brother to the late former presidential aspirant Joe Nyaga, also making his way here as well. I can see the governor of Nyeri, Mutahi Kahiga, having a chat with the governor of Murang'a there, Mwangi Wairia. The journalists have been asked to actually stand very far from where the VVIPs are. That is why it could be a bit difficult to get a hold of them. I can also see the governor of Kisumu, Anyang' Nyong'o, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, who's also here making his way inside the dome. So a number of VIPs have already arrived here. Moses Kuria, the member of parliament for Gatundu, also walking towards the dome there. Former governor of Kiambu, Kabogo, also has arrived here at the dome. And perhaps just to show you how this event is being treated seriously, is that the GSU officers are manning each and every gate and not leaving anything to chance. So even the VVIPs entering the gate here are asked to actually, follow the set protocols, set guidelines and order. I can see the former internal security minister Christopher Murungaru has made his way here and is having a chat there with the governor for Kisumu, Anyang' Nyong'o. Chris Murungaru is known to have served in the late President MWAI Kibaki's government as an powerful internal minister, and we had a chat with him on NTV, an exclusive interview, and of course he divulged details on why he was actually let out of the cabinet by the former President MWAI Kibaki, also talking about their close friendship even after he left government. So Christopher Murungaru has arrived here, and a number
Who can say where the road goes?
the third president of Kenya, in the last few kilometers to the final destination right now. We are past, actually have gone past Kagosho and Madera and about to get to Othaya, where the activity there is definitely just clearing the way, making sure that everything is in place. People are already seated for a ceremony that is expected to be starting in less than 25 minutes, and they have made good progress, having left at 7 o'clock at the Lee Funeral Home, and the procession smoothly making its way to Othaya in Nyeri. And as soon as they get there, they will be received. There's an area that the hearse will go directly to for the body of the late President MWAI Kibaki to be placed first of all, and then pulled into the main dome where this funeral, the mass, is going to be held starting 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock. And Archbishop Anthony Muheria, just already speaking to my colleague Frida Mwaka there earlier, in terms of what is to be expected. The ceremony here is open to the public, of about 15,000 people. We already see some dignitaries that were at the National Interdenominational Service that was held in Nyayo Stadium who have arrived, some from the region who have arrived there in Othaya. And this is just in some empty seats and chairs here, some probably preserved for the VIPs and other dignitaries who are yet to arrive. But definitely as soon as the hearse gets to Nyeri, we are told that part of the plan is to do a sort of a lap of honor around Nyeri town before getting to the venue of the funeral mass. But this will be way ahead of the scheduled time to start this mass. And Milito Letengis and Frida Mwaka are just keeping tabs on what is happening there. Some shot there of people who already settled into the dome, and we will be able to give you a good shot of what is happening right outside, this being a military-led process for their former defense commander-in-chief of the defense forces, and this being an honor for them to give him a last salute, and even for the people of Othaya, who the former president led as member of parliament and represented as member of parliament for several years, and they credit a lot of the development that they have, not only for their constituency, but also for the country at large, and even for the Nyeri County, because, as you know, the constitution, the new constitutional dispensation coming to being birthed under the regime and the leadership of MWAI Kibaki, and that being the blueprint and the foundation that makes it possible to realize the devolution that has really taken the resources, or at least should be taking the resources, definitely has faced teething problems over the years since inception, but nonetheless making progress to make sure that access to education and other basic rights reach the people, even infrastructure. And quite symbolic that they use the Thika Superhighway as part of the course where the procession covered, because it is the infrastructural development credited to Kibaki under the other blueprint that is also credited to his administration, that is a Vision 2030. And just an opportunity here, the hearse having the clear, clear windows that people can actually see, be able to have a glance of the casket as it drives past them. And along the way, we've seen hundreds, if not thousands, who have just lined up to get a quick glimpse of their former president, MWAI Kibaki. This being an opportunity for those who didn't quite get it earlier in the week, last week, to be able to turn up for the public viewing at the Parliament buildings. So this actually now this is actually the correct location, Karatina, not too far from the destination, Othaya. And the Archbishop of Nyeri, that is Anthony Muheria, having clarified earlier that after this Mass that will be held until 1 o'clock, at least going by the schedule given by the committee that's planning this final farewell for former President MWAI KIBAKI, there will be the interment ceremony. And as you would expect, people would want to go there, but it is already has been announced that it will be preserved as a private ceremony for the close family and friends, mostly family actually, and other dignitaries, as you would expect, who are close to the former President MWAI KIBAKI, to join in that ceremony. That should start at around 3 o'clock. And in under an hour should be over. Just making a stop over there in Karatina. There was earlier a quick change of the drivers, the military who are taking charge of this process, just changing the drivers and outriders to, of course, make sure that everything is in form. And they have maintained formation all the way from the Lee Funeral Home. And as you would expect, everything has to be to the detail here. They're in Karatina town. Just a quick stopover as they strategize the best entry to Othaya, where many people, thousands, are waiting in anticipation to give a befitting send-off and final salute to one of their own, that is MWAI KIBAKI. Stopover in Karatina town just before they make entry in Othaya. Othaya, where will be the final destination, resting point of President MWAI KIBAKI. Not anything out of the ordinary or anything that is not working according to plan. They are very much on schedule to start at around 10 o'clock, and you would imagine it's making sure that everything to the entry point of the Mass the farewell mass is smooth and just making sure that everyone is ready at the destination. As well as you can expect, the President Uhuru Kenyatta is going to be there. So they have to make sure that everything is okay. Of course, as you know, what is happening here, them being humans, they would also want to have a quick health rest and health check. This having been 2 hours, almost 3 hours. And Leila Mohammed, who is part of the convoy, can just tell us what's happening here. It means, of course, definitely still on course and on time. Just explain to the viewer what's happening at Karatina town where they've made a stopover.
Well, the number of people, Mark, standing outside this part of the county is huge. This is ideally a few minutes to his home county. The women and the children standing in line, singing, but we don't know whether it was a security issue or maybe just the drivers taking a health break because it's been a long ride from Nairobi. At some point, they're having to slow down a bit because of the bumps across the road. It's been smooth all the way from Nairobi to Murang'a, but somewhere along the line, the road system hasn't been really the best, so they're navigating around several corners as the area is being fixed. So it seems like everyone in the convoy is getting back to their vehicles, and we now continue with this journey to Othaya from Nairobi, possibly now things moving a little bit faster than we saw earlier in the day. So much of what I am hearing on the ground is that possibly it was just a gentleman taking a health break and maybe the drivers changing positions now to allow the portage to move slowly along the line. So, Mark, what I can see outside is just a heavy population of people gathered in small pockets around the length and breadth of this road, just waiting to see the body. Some singing songs of praise and worship in their native Kikuyu language as they send off their son who walked along this road for many years before his death, Mark.
Very much for that, Leila Mohammed, and our team, Dixon, Shamison, and the rest who are following on with the procession. As you'd expect, this having gotten coverage for over a week, and there's a lot of build-up and anticipation and some form of excitement that, you know, there will be a lot of focus on Othaya on this final day, on the farewell day of Kibaki, and this not being anything out of the ordinary. Probably 45 minutes ago, there was a changeover of the drivers, the hearse, and even the outriders. So, as would be expected, just to give people a bit of rest on this. I mean, definitely, it's going to be formation all the way there. I don't know if she's still in line with this. If you can still hear me, Leila. In terms of, I see they're running to their vehicles, but yes, in terms of what will happen once they get to Othaya, there will be, we've seen that they're getting back into their vehicles to get on with their journey, which is a few minutes away from Othaya. What will happen once they get to the venue? If you can still hear me, Leila.
Mark, once they get to the venue, we already know that the police and the military are already on the ground. It is expected that the senior leadership of this country will be at hand to receive the body of the late President MWAI KIBAKI, just like he did yesterday at Nyayo National Stadium. President Uhuru Kibaki will be leading and commanding the Kenya Defense Forces as they grant their former commander-in-chief his last salute. They've been doing so, like I said, for an entire week. The culmination of this event is performing a few ceremonies here and there. And much of what will happen today will be taken over by the Catholic Church, and Bishop Muheria, like I said before, the Archbishop of Nyeri Diocese, will take charge and be the main celebrant, as well as being flanked by religious leaders from other faiths and denominations. He said that this will be quite a brief and articulate ceremony to allow the family also to pay their tributes to their father and the man who they call their rock. Maybe we'll hear more from the family, maybe the rest of the children. But yesterday, Jimmy Kibaki was at hand to pay his respects, and he honored the Kenya Defense Forces to a certain degree, where he was talking about having to be saluted by military generals and colonels everywhere he went. And he kind of felt what power means. I don't know if he was articulating to the fact that he would wish to walk in his father's footsteps one day and be accorded such kind of flair and seniority in terms of being accorded such. But as now the cortege moves into Karatina town, ideally what you can see is that the numbers have kept on growing and growing as we've moved along. The many people who walked this journey with President MWAI Kibaki, there you can see the famous crossing here in Madira constituency now being a clear indicator that we are joining Karatina town proper. The GSU now at hand just to help with the crowd control. The police officers flanking the sidelines, also moving in a position where they will be clearing any sort of possible blockages for the house to move slowly as it streams down into the Othaya turnoff, which after there will be not so long before the body arrives at where the special mass will be held. So, Mark, what you can see is just everyone and anyone along this line has their phones outside, whether they're taking videos or they're taking selfies or just capturing the moment via still images. All of them are here. The ladies with the white vitambaras on their hands, just giving him one last goodbye, one salute, waving the white. And the kids are just taking this moment. You can hear in the sidelines the women singing and honoring a son whom they consider their own. Mark, with his history being right here. Many will be remembering this and going into the National Archives. Those of us who are witnessing it firsthand, maybe in the future will be reflecting upon this particular moment where the people of Othaya, and like I said before, the mountain is paying homage to a son who was not only a political leader and a leader of government, but one of their own. And as they sing in their local language, they try to remember his childhood here and what he did for them and what he stood in terms of understanding his stature in this particular area where he was born and lived for very long before going into Uganda to study at Makerere and moving forward to the London School of Economics, where he really perfected his economics career, and coming back to teach at the Makerere University here. He was able to open the Dedan Kimathi University of Science and Technology as a bid to ensure that the people of where he was born also get that opportunity to have a tertiary education, Mark. So the major highlights of what we can see here in Karatina town is just the white handkerchiefs. Everyone you can put your eyes onto is carrying them, and once the house is closer to them, what they do is they're waving it slowly, and the crowds are everywhere just aligning this route. The police, the general service unit officers who are also aligning the road, just trying to keep the crowds away to avoid any eventualities that may come. At some point, we were driving really fast, Mark, but when now we started engaging with the large crowds, it meant that the house needed to slow down a bit, as well as the bumps along this section of the road, just to enable the house to maneuver around those bumps in a slow movement. So there wasn't really much that we could get from why the cortege stood or the motorcade stood, but ideally what we know could have been maybe some of the drivers needed a march, a health break. They have stood again, maybe in honor of the women and children and the men, just singing songs in praise of MWAI KIBAKI and also singing songs of worship and Christian songs, ideally, in their native languages. It seems like the movement from now on, if it goes like this, will be a bit slower, although looking at how the military and the National Police Service who are escorting the body are feeling the heat of actually beating the deadline of 10 and 6 minutes away. We are still inside Karatina town, which is quite a while from where the funeral service is being held, Mark.
I'm sure it's not really necessarily an inconvenience. They, no doubt, were expecting a turnout of residents to just give a form of tribute, their own form of tribute, not being able to perhaps turn up at the funeral mass or even early in the week for the public viewing, but in their own way, perhaps just give a quick wave and a quick bye-bye to the former president. And this is, yeah, you seem to be picking pace right now from the picture that we see in Karatina town. But definitely closer you get to Othaya, the home, where the soil where he is going to be buried in, people will definitely be in larger numbers as they celebrate the life in this particular send-off. Thank you, Leila, and I'm sure you'll be there in a few minutes to get the process started. But from where you are, you probably don't have the vantage point of what is happening in Othaya. They are definitely ready to get the funeral mass started. From what I see, everything is set and people are settling down to their designated seats. The VIP section for the president and other leaders from around the region designated there and ready to, you know, hold whoever will come. 15,000, I'm told, will be there at the grounds in Othaya, where the funeral mass will be. So quite a large number there to contain as well. But moving into the final moments, in terms of laying him to rest, it will be more of a private affair, looking at around 500 people. So you get on your way, and I see you've picked up pace with the procession. So we'll be linking with Milito Letengis and Frida Mwaka, who will be giving us an update from Othaya, but the live shot is there. And as we were following this all the way from Lee Funeral, I've had in studio, gracious enough to stay with me, thank you guys, that is Amina Ikram, a youth leader, as well as Stephen Machua, a young entrepreneur, both who've had their experience in one way or another, not probably personal with the late President MWAI KIBAKI, but in many ways they've felt the impact of his leadership, and quite some good testimony. And I'm sure you also witnessed the state funeral of the second president, Daniel Arap Moi, and there seems to be quite the contrast here, and it speaks a lot. I'll start with you. I mean, I don't know if the grin on your face is going to betray you, but since people don't quite see you, you'll hear the voice of Amina Ikram and Stephen Machua as they share their sentiments as we follow this. Quite the contrast between this state funeral and the previous one not too long ago.
The difference between...
Yeah, I mean, from what you've seen, if you followed the second president, that is Daniel Arap Moi's state funeral, and there's quite the turnout, quite the excitement, quite the celebration in terms of who he meant to Kenyans, and it shows even from the numbers.
Yes, I think, however good a dancer is, he should exit the stage either by design or traditionally. So His Excellency MWAI KIBAKI, may he so rest in peace, was a very good dancer and a great king for his kingdom. So whatever the send-off he has been given, he deserves it. I can't speak on behalf, compare it with the late Daniel Arap Moi.
Okay.
Yes.
I won't push you for that, but hey, probably Steve, you've followed both. It speaks to the kind of leader that Kibaki was and what he means for Kenyans.
I think what I'm seeing in Kibaki's farewell, it's more of minimalist. Is someone who wanted, I think if he had a choice, he would actually ask for like maybe one or 2 days of mourning, and then allow the country to go back to work. And you could see it even in his economic policies. He most of his investments were geared towards getting people to work. And it was the same confession by Jimmy Kibaki yesterday, where he said if his father was to wake up, he would actually be very angry, and you know, he would tell people to go back to work. So and you can see aspects of the same on this particular procession. The choice of the body being ferried by road also speaks to some extent. Well, the distance might have been a factor, but it also speaks to his connection with the people, right? He loved the people. And that's not to say it wasn't the same with the second president, but maybe those are my personal observation. But as I said, both did well in their tenors, in their own respect, depending on the prevailing circumstances of that time. So we can only say, yeah, both did a fair. Both did justice. They
did their part.
Yeah,
there's something to be remembered from either legacy or term in office.
Sure.
I mean, but history does speak about the term in office, and when Kibaki was taken over, it seemed like it was overdue for change to happen and for progress to be made, and for the country to move on in terms of development and where we should be, because it felt like we were stuck in time. And Kibaki...
He was actually running against time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so Kibaki coming in at a time when, and taking the credit for actually moving the momentum forward for the nation. But yeah, you do say something about his minimalistic type of tendencies, in the sense he would rather have people get on with life and business. But something about that, in fact, there's someone who posted earlier when we started the conversation about almost 3 hours ago, when we're talking about, we're following the procession, and seems to be a youthful person, no slack or flack thrown at you, but what was posted was, kwani hakuna kitu ingine ina happen nchini. I mean, for you as a young person, do you see this as an overkill? I'll start with you, Stephen, and then throw it to Amina, because and as I try to get the actual tweet here, because yes, this is Aviki Baba. You say like hakuna news zingine zinaendelea across the country since jana. Just it seems to be a youthful person tweeting this in response to our continued coverage of the Kibaki final farewell. But what it means to the nation, and even what it should mean to the youth, what would you say to that?
It speaks to some of the desires of young people. Maybe if we were to interrogate that person who tweeted further, they might be saying it out of frustration, right? Perhaps they don't have a job. Maybe they feel like the 5 days weekend is probably driving their business to a loss or something. I mean, what?
I'm sure they're not celebrating the long holiday.
It might be, but yeah, I'm just trying to put myself in the shoes of someone who might be voicing that. But it's also good to understand that heroes are rare. If we were to say or speak of MWAI Kibaki, it was actually the best gift that God ever gave to Kenyans. And it's only that he took leadership, I mean, at the presidency level, maybe way too late, when the country had gone through, had gone through the economic wilderness. Yeah. So ideally, I would definitely say whatever is happening deserves to happen. And it's what nations do to their heroes.
Yeah.
We saw in Britain when Prince Philip passed on, they went through the same process despite having busy schedules and all. And that in itself shows the kind of respect, the kind of honor that a nation gives to those who steer them towards prosperity at any given point.
Right.
And young people should actually recognize that heroes need to be celebrated, not just at their death, but even when they are alive. If someone is transforming the economy, if someone is transforming their communities, they need to be celebrated every now and then.
Right.
So we shouldn't run away from that culture of celebrating fallen heroes and also the existing ones. And
to you, as a young leader, Amina, do you think this is an overkill? It's been an entire week of this, and then getting into a 5-day holiday. I mean, granted, everyone has their opinion and their frustrations out there. We are living in difficult times. So in the terms of this whole entire focus, first of all, for you, do you see it as necessary? And what would you say to someone's frustration and lament of, come on, guys, there's other things happening in the country?
I think we have celebrated Kibaki. We will continue to celebrate him as long as we live. So that fellow youth of ours, my fellow country person, my question is, will we continue to be more interested on online scandals or interested in political matters? Or will we continue to be happy of memes and TikToks rather than having a seat on the table and discuss matters of national importance?
Yeah.
I think we as youths, as earlier when you said, we really need to change our perspective. That youth is not frustrated. He doesn't have his priorities right.
So you think this is not an overkill, definitely necessary?
No.
Right.
He deserves this. In fact, if it was according to me, I think even every week we have a soundbite of whatever he said while he was in governance, maybe his youth period. We just get to those millennium kids that really do not understand who Kibaki was, can get a picture of what a leader he was. Maybe getting his funny sound bites like tutawatwanga makofi, those things, just to get these kids wa CBC to understand what Mheshimiwa was.
Yeah, perhaps there's an opportunity there for conversation. We're about to cross over to Othaya, where Frida Mwake and Melito Letenges are standing by. I can see it's going through the paces of getting people to settle down to their designated spots. If my view here of the Othaya shot is right, the location there, Karogoto, as it goes from what they've indicated there in gallery. So not too far off from Othaya, still a few minutes, but they should be there shortly, and the program will be starting as soon as possible. Perhaps a good opportunity to get the youth involved in matters of the country and what's happening, what has happened, what's happening, and what will happen. Having an interest in where we're from to determine why we're here, where we are, and perhaps even forecast where we're going. And this is in light of the late President Kibaki. In the sense, this getting the youth more involved in being interested in what has happened in the past. Because you hear some of them say, well, let Mzee rest. Let's move on with life. High cost of living. But nothing just happens. Nothing is in isolation. We are where we are today because of where we're from. And we're going somewhere because of where we are today. So, I mean, how do we really channel the youth energy and interest to what's happening in the country?
I think one thing I observed when I was doing my master's in the UK was almost every city has a museum on a different aspect of the country. Like Manchester had an industrial museum, so you could actually see the industrial revolution from the 17th century all the way to recent innovations like the graphene in 2004. So maybe having a way of documenting our history. You know, having spaces where young people can actually go and learn about heroes of the past, learning about the milestones that the country has gone through to be where it is today. You know, it would be ridiculous if you asked maybe someone who was born like 5 years ago how a phone used to look like 20 years ago. You know, we're talking about like the year 2000, when the mobile phone became like a popular gadget in the country, right? So if we don't document some of these milestones or some of these processes, then we are going to lose a generation in terms of, I think we are already losing it because they don't understand the significance of this, and they might not even appreciate the efforts that went into getting us where we are today. So my key recommendation would be, now that we have the devolved system of governance, is to probably establish a museum in almost every other county that would document maybe people or heroes from that particular county, whether they served at the national level or in other capacities. Let there be a documentation of what they did in their home counties, right? And that wouldn't, I don't think that will be such a big, such a huge expense, considering that we have some existing infrastructures in terms of social halls that could be converted into museums. Right. That way, we are able to take our kids through what happened in the past, and progressively it will sort of orient them to what needs to happen in the future. Right. If I see a country that was at war maybe 10 or 15 years ago, and the things that contributed to that war, and I'm able to see that like 20 years later, then I'll appreciate the trigger factors. I'll appreciate, you know, and maybe I could give an example. Some of the young people who are propagating hate messages right now, or using some of the hate words, some of the coded language that are against, that are considered or that could trigger
inciting
that could trigger ethnic clashes, they don't have an idea of the impact of those words like 15 years ago, right, or 14 years ago. So you, having that part of history being put out there will make some
as well.
Yeah, it will have an impact, and cognitively, as these young people grow, they'll appreciate that, oh wow, so I shouldn't actually use this word. It led to, you know, death of people in an election, violence. So so we probably need to do a little bit better with ourselves by avoiding maybe such avoiding usage of such words. Yeah, and I could speak to many sectors.
And perhaps even it's the messaging of it all, in terms of why is Kibaki such a key figure in the nation? You mentioned the fiber cable laying in terms of under his regime. You're able to enjoy digital world today because of the foundations that were laid those years back. That's why he's quite a significant figure, and actually under his leadership facilitating the development, because perhaps it could have come maybe a bit earlier, but it was under the leadership that it wasn't, the environment was not conducive for such development. So perhaps even the messaging, especially for the youthful people, to show them why this is a critical figure in the history of Kenya, is a task on the media and others in terms of putting it out there for people. And as you can see, just a few minutes ago, I saw one of the current leaders, now Kenyan leader Martha Karua, just making her way into the dome there in Othaya, and The procession currently is at Korogoto, and still not too far, but a few minutes away from Othaya, at least the destination of the funeral mass. And Frida Mwaka and Milito Letenges, I don't know if you can hear me now. The procession is making good progress and covered good ground to make it to where you are, where the focus will be for the next several hours. And I believe, I see people are still settling in, but I'm sure the detail as to who is seated where is very clear. And I'm told that the head of state has already arrived as well, ahead of the arrival of the procession, so that he can receive the body of the former president. He landed at the Othaya boarding school, and he is set to make his way there to the dome to receive the body of the late President MWAI KIBAKI. And right now the procession is in, I believe that is Ishamara. And Milito Letenges, Frida Mwaka, I believe it's getting packed there, a bit of a contrast to what was when we started this live coverage. And but I'm sure you should be on your way to getting into the program very soon. In a moment, I had been told that Milito Letenges and Frida Mwaka are on standby. A bit of a shaky shot there. As you can imagine, there's a lot of movement with the security in charge there, making sure that the space designated for the dignitaries and the VIPs is not interfered with. Of course, the top leadership is going to be represented there. And I believe now Arnold, my director, tells me that we can cross over to Milito Letenges and Frida Mwaka. Right now, the procession is in Ishamara. Milita, you know the locality and the area there, not too far from where you are, and I believe that probably 60% of the people who've turned up at the venue for the mass have settled down.
Yes, indeed, Mark, as you've said, Mark, is that Ishamara is only about 15 minutes out from the approved grounds here in Othaya. So we expect the convoy carrying and the hearse carrying the body of the late President MWAI KIBAKI to make its way here any time now. And also, rightly, as you put it, 60% of mourners have already settled here. Remember, the funeral organizing committee of the national government had indicated that this event is preferably for the locals who did not get an opportunity to actually attend the funeral service at the Nyayo Stadium yesterday, and they said that the locals will be allowed to actually sit in the dome and follow on the proceedings. So far we've seen a number of dignitaries who've arrived here, and I'd like my colleague Frida Mwaka to take you through what is happening right now. Frida.
Naam, bila shaka Milito Letenges, ukiendelea tu kutujuza ni kina nani wamejiri, labda tu nimfahamishe mtazamaji kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ashafika tayari. Helikopta iliweza kufika katika shule ya wavulana ya Othaya. Vile vile naibu wa Rais William Ruto ameweza kutua na helikopta, na baada ya naibu wa Rais William Ruto kuweza kutua na helikopta, tumemwona kinara wa ODM pamoja na mama Aida Odinga washafika katika eneo hilo, kumaanisha kwamba hivi sasa pia wao watakuwa wanaanza sasa msafara wao kutoka katika shule ya wavulana ya Othaya kuelekea hapa katika makao ambapo misa maalum itakuwa inaendelea, na vile vile pia mazishi ya Rais MWAI KIBAKI. Labda Melita, kwa sababu wewe umekuwa mkazi wa huku, tujuze kutoka Othaya Boys hadi kufikia hapa katika huu uwanja, ni kama dakika ngapi hivi ambao Rais Uhuru Kenyatta tutakuwa tunamtarajia hapa?
Well, Othaya Boys is actually just neighboring where we are. This is the Othaya approved school, so we expect that maybe the convoy of the President Uhuru Kenyatta and the dignitaries who will be landing there as well will only take about 10 minutes to arrive here at the Othaya approved grounds, and of course they will enter through the VVIP gate where most dignitaries have entered through, and that is where we also expect that the hearse will park before the body of the late President MWAI Kibaki is carried to the podium where the burial service will officially start. Remember, this burial service is being conducted by the Catholic Church, and we've seen the Archbishop of Nyeri explained that the late President MWAI Kibaki was also a man of faith. Remember, he was his personal Archbishop as well, and he was able to take him through the journey of faith, and he talked to Frida Mwaka earlier. And Frida, just a reflection of what Anthony Muheria said. What did he say about MWAI Kibaki? Did they have fond moments as friends as well?
Naam, Anthony Muheria aliweza kujuza kwamba Rais MWAI Kibaki kwanza kabisa alikuwa anaipenda dini yake ya Kikristo na alikuwa hakosi kwenda kupata ile misa maalum, na labda angejipata katika hali ambapo hawezi fika kule, ingembidi labda Muheria aende nyumbani ili akawasilishe ile misa. Kwa hivyo Muheria amegusia kwamba Rais MWAI Kibaki alikuwa anapenda sana masuala ya dini, na vile vile alikuwa ni mtu mtulivu, hakuwa na mambo mengi. Hata angefika kanisani vile vile angetaka hajitokeze mbele kama viongozi wengine ambao Melita siku hizi tunawaona wakifika kanisani. Unapata hata ule utaratibu wa kanisani unabadilishwa, ama wale wazee wa kanisa ambao wamezoea tuka pale mbele wanatolewa, wanaambiwa sasa itabidi mkae nyuma kwa sababu viongozi amefika. La hasha, Rais MWAI Kibaki alikuwa ni mtofauti. Angefika kanisani, angeabudu na waumini wale wengine. Lakini labda tu nifahamishe mtazamaji wetu, nimeweza kugusia kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, rais wa 4 wa Jumuiya ya Kenya, ameweza kuwasili Othaya katika shule ya wavulana ya Othaya. Vile vile naibu rais William Ruto na hata pia kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga. Na Melita, katika runinga yako labda kuna viongozi ambao unawaona?
Yes, indeed, Frida. I can see the governor of Kirinyaga, Anne Waiguru. I can see the governor of Uasin Gishu, Jackson Mandago. They are having a chat with the former Kiambu governor, Kabogo. And sitting right beside Governor Anne Waiguru is the governor for Nyeri County, Mutahi Kahiga, who has also been very instrumental in the organization and preparations of the burial of the late President MWAI Kibaki here in Othaya. The county government working hand in hand with the national government to ensure that all is set and ready for this final journey. So, Frida, of course, more dignitaries are streaming into the Othaya approved grounds here. I've seen Peter Kenneth, the former Gatanga member of parliament as well. I've also seen earlier on we saw Christopher Murungaru, who was also a former minister in Kibaki's government and who also actually spoke to NTV exclusively, reflecting on the life and times of Kibaki. And Frida, you remember that MWAI Kibaki goes down in history as one of the presidents who actually sacked all his cabinet ministers at some point, 28 of them, 7 of whom who went against the referendum call which he championed in the year 2005. And shortly after, he sacked all his ministers and assistant ministers in a reorganization of the government, and that will go down in history as one of the most critical moments in Kenya's political history. So MWAI Kibaki will be remembered for being a no-nonsense leader, authoritative yet very calm, with an amiable demeanor, a man who would also make people laugh every time he appeared in public, Frida.
Na ulivyosema Melita Oletenges ni kinaya pale, kwa sababu kwa wengi alikuwa anaonekana kwamba ni rais mtulivu wasiye na mambo mengi, na hata wengine wakuona nikana kwamba hana ile nguvu ama ile power ya kuamrisha masharti makali, lakini ilikuwa ni kinaya na pia ni utofauti kwa sababu masharti aliyatoa. Na mtazamaji, ukiendelea kupata historia kutoka kwa mwenzangu Melita, ni kujuza kwamba hivi sasa msafara umefikia katika ile eneo la Mukurweini. Na naona tayari pale wananchi pale sokoni wameweza kupeperusha tu, sijui ni karatasi ama ni vitambaa, wakimpatia tu heshima ya mwisho. Wananchi wako pale, msafara unazidi kuelekea. Melita, Mukurweini kufika hapa Othaya itakuwa kama dakika ngapi?
Yes, Frida, Mukurweini is about 15 minutes from Othaya town. Actually, they diverted from the main highway just after Karatina town. I remember from Karatina town, you move directly to Nyeri, but they diverted from Karatina town, joined the road that leads to Mukurweini, which will pass through Kiandu Market, and they will arrive here in Othaya any minute from now. So all eyes are on the arrival that we expect here. They will be entering through the VVIP gate. We expect to see procedures that the military will actually conduct here. And of course, Frida, the highlight of this ceremony, apart from the burial service that will be conducted by the Catholic Church, we also expect that later on we'll have a fly past by the Kenya Air Force, a final salute to the late MWAI Kibaki, who was also the third president and the commander-in-chief at some point for this great republic. And of course, also we expect that there will be a 19-gun salute in honor of this fallen, of this hero MWAI Kibaki. Frida
Melita, kuna wengi ambao wanaweza jiuliza ni kwa nini mizinga 19, na labda tu ni kumfahamisha mtazamaji wetu kwamba mizinga hii ni ishara tu ya heshima, lakini ni 19 kwa sababu huyu ni aliyekuwa rais na vile vile pia hivi sasa ni mwenda zake, ndio maana ni 19. Lakini ingekuwa labda yupo mamlakani ingekuwa ni mizinga 21. Na mtazamaji, kupatia taswira kamili ya kinachoendelea hapa Othaya ni kwamba tayari wageni mashuhuri washaingia ndani, wameminika hapa ndani. Lakini licha ya wageni mashuhuri ni kwamba pia Wakenya na wakazi wa eneo hili, hata wengine pia wametoka katika matabaka mbalimbali katika kaunti tofauti, ili tukutoa risala za rambi, huku wengi tu tuliweza zungumza nao hapo awali walimzungumzia na kusimulia kwamba Rais MWAI Kibaki alikuwa ni mpenda watu, alikuwa ni mtulivu, hakujisahau kwamba yeye ni Mkenya wa kawaida na kujiweka katika nafasi ambayo viongozi wengi wamejiweka ni kama hawawezi patikana ama si rahisi tu uweze kuzungumza nao. La hasha, Rais MWAI Kibaki alikuwa ni mpenda watu. Hata Melita amegusia kwamba mkeo ambaye alikuwa ni Lucy Kibaki, siku baada ya siku angeamka asubuhi, angeingia shambani akutane na wakulima, hata wapatie changamoto, kwa nini mmechelewa? Mngefika mapema, angalau mtie bidii, ndio mwisho wa siku mkuwe na chakutia mdomoni. Vile vile mtazamaji, nikujuza kwamba bendi tofauti zipo hapa. Melita, hapo awali tuliona wanafunzi wa shule ya Starehe, hatujaona wanafunzi wa shule ya Mangu.
Ambado.
Tunajua kwamba alisomea shule ya Mangu, lakini tunatarajia kuwaona baadaye. Na hata pia ile kwaya ya Ikulu imefika hapa, imekuwa ikitumbuiza watu kwa nyimbo za sifa. Ule msafara Melita bado kumkuruini unaelekea hapa.
Yes, indeed, Frida Mwaka, as you've mentioned. And I can see that a number of dignitaries continue streaming in. I can see Caroline Karugu, Dr. Caroline Karugu, who was the governor, she is the deputy governor of Nyeri and recently appointed as an ambassador. And she's just walked inside the dome there, having a chat with also some of the dignitaries who've already arrived here. I've also seen the governor of Kiambu, James Nyoro, who's also here. Mwangi Wairia, the governor of Murang'a, is also seated in the dome. So quite a number of leaders actually streaming in to actually show their last respects to the late President MWAI Kibaki. And Frida, what is catching my eye here is that most leaders seemingly have so much respect for MWAI Kibaki. And perhaps this is because of the kind of leadership he showed. But the question is, are our leaders emulating the kind of leadership that the late President MWAI Kibaki left behind and his legacy?
Swali kuntu, kizungumkuti, kitendawili, hatuna jibu Melita, lakini labda tusalie tupige jicho letu kwa muda usomrefu. Tutakuwa tunaona kama hawa viongozi wataweza kweli kuiga ule mfano, kwa sababu hata hivi majuzi tuliona wabunge waliweza kuweka kikao maalum kule bungeni wakizungumzia tu mengi kuhusiana na sifa zake, utendakazi wake, uchumi ulivyoboreka, masuala ya elimu. Lakini ndio sawa, wanazungumza, itakuwa ni porojo tu ama pia watajipatia lile jukumu la kuvaa vile viatu vyake, ingawaje hakuna ambaye ataweza kuvaa kiatu chake kikamilifu kwa sababu kila mtu ni mtofauti. Lakini je, utendakazi wao utaweza kubadilika baada ya hili? Na ndio kazi yetu sisi kama wanahabari Melita, tuweke jito, tuwaulize maswali na tuwafuatilie hadi tamati.
Yes, indeed, Frida. And of course, as you've rightly put it, the late President MWAI Kibaki also left an indelible mark here in Othaya, where he was a member of parliament for over 3 decades here. And Frida, I don't know what you can say about the tarmac roads, piped water, as well as electricity connectivity here in Othaya, and the hospital that has now been named MWAI Kibaki Hospital from the Kenyatta National Hospital, Othaya Annex. What can you say about some of the development that you've witnessed here in Othaya, Frida?
Melita, mimi kusema ule ukweli nimekanyaga Nyeri hapo jana tu, lakini kutoka jana na hadi kufikia sasa naweza sema kwamba mambo ni shwari, lakini pia kutokana na kile ambapo wakazi wanasema ni kwamba huyu rais alikuwa ni rais ambaye anazingatia sana miundo misingi. Hata hapo jana katika hotuba yake Rais Uhuru Kenyatta pia yeye alijipigia makofi na kujivunia na kusema kwamba ndiye amekuwa kama ni mtoto wa MWAI Kibaki na ameweza tu kuiga mifano ile ya kuboresha miundo misingi hapa nchini, na ndipo sasa unaona kwamba ule mradi ambao ulikuwa umeanzishwa na Rais MWAI Kibaki wa kutengeneza ile barabara ya Thika, na hivi sasa pia Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ameendeleza hadi sasa tuko na ile expressway, na ndio maana wakasema serikali ya Jubilee itakuwa inafanya makosa makubwa kama ifikapo Agosti tarehe 9 haitakuwa imekamilisha ile miradi iliyoanzishwa na MWAI Kibaki. Vile vile pia Rais Uhuru Kenyatta aliweza kutoa changamoto na akasema viongozi ama yule kiongozi ama rais ambaye ataweza kuchukua usukani ifikapo Agosti 9 aendeleze ile miradi. Tulikuwa tunazungumzia the vision of 2030. Hapo jana Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akatoa changamoto, akasema sasa Wakenya wazingatie vision 2063. Melita, kutoka upande wako naona unatupia jicho tu wale viongozi ambao wanazidi kumiminika hapa ndani, lakini kabla hujatujuza ni kuambia tu mtazamaji wetu kwamba msafara hivi sasa umefikia katika barabara ya Othaya Karatina, na vile vile mwanahabari wetu Leila Mohamed ameambatana nao kutoka makafani ya Lee hadi kufikia hapa. Labda tu baadaye atakuwa anatujuza mengi, kwa sababu Melita, baadaye tuliona kwamba Wakenya waliweza kumiminika wengi pale Sagana. Naona picha zinakuja moja kwa moja, ile ni barabara ya Othaya Karatina. Sekunde ngapi? Unajua wewe ndio mpima njia wetu.
Yes, Frida, this route that they have used, as I've mentioned earlier, is that they've diverged from Karatina just after Karatina, and they are now using the route that leads from Karatina town to Othaya, passing through Mokorene. And I can see that right now they are in Gakindo Market, and that Gakindo Market is famously known for being one of the markets that still practices barter trade to date. And I can see the convoy there just passing through Gakindo Market. Frida, this should take the convoy and the hearse carrying the body of the late President MWAI Kibaki about 7 to 8 minutes to Othaya precisely, depending on the speed that they are moving with, but I can see they're moving quite quickly. So we expect in the range of between 5 to 10 minutes, then the convoy should have arrived here at the Othaya approved grounds. Also, Frida, we have seen that the president has landed here at the Othaya Boys School, so we also expect him to make his way here any time from now. But Frida, there's something you've mentioned quite interesting about the speeches yesterday, and we saw the Deputy President William Ruto also mentioning that the President Uhuru Kenyatta has been a good student of the late MWAI Kibaki. What do you make of this, Frida?
Ilikuwa ni hotuba ambayo bila shaka sisi kama wanahabari tulisikia na tukapanua masikio. Wajua yule ni naibu wa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, akisema kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta amekuwa ni mwanafunzi bora. Labda alikuwa tu anajaribu kumpigia makofi kutokana na ile miradi ambayo serikali ya Jubilee imeweza kuanzisha. Lakini kuna jambo fulani ambalo Melita umeligusia na singetaka limpite mtazamaji wetu. Umesema kwamba hili soko la Gakindo kufikia sasa bado lina practice barter trade. Hai, wanapeana nini na wanapewa nini?
Well, Frida, this market is known here in Nyeri, where traders actually, there is a market there that operates on a weekly basis. There is a day that has been set apart in the week that they go there with their livestock, different livestock they trade. For example, you can go there with about 5 sheep, and you would trade your sheep perhaps for goats in return, or even for cattle. So this market has rich history in barter trade, and it's being practiced to date. It is a story that we have highlighted on NTV, and so our viewers will be able to watch that. And of course, Frida, I can see that there is a steady movement of the hearse from Gakindo Market now towards Othaya town. I am sure that the roads have been cleared so as to ensure there is a swift movement. And of course, the government has remained on top of this matter, saying that they have created a circular motion to ensure that there is movement and no traffic congestion in Othaya town. Othaya town, as you know, is a small town, and if there is no proper planning there could be congestion. But this, the government has is well planned. So we expect that the roads have been closed. We've seen different security agencies patrolling the town, including officers on the top of horses back, patrolling the town to ensure that security is tight. Frida, I can see you are actually combing through what is happening inside the dome. What is happening?
Naam, kwa sasa Melita, ikumbuke kwamba hafla hii nzima ilikuwa inatarajiwa kuanza mwendo wa saa 4 na hivi sasa naona ni dakika 33 ambazo zimekatika baada ya saa 4, kumaanisha kwamba Melita, pale labda ambapo wakazi walikuwa wamezuia barabara kwa sababu tuna ile mihemko na ile raha ya kumpatia buriani na salamu za mwisho Rais Mwai Kibaki, tuseme tu labda tu ndio imechelewesha kidogo, lakini hatujachelewa kwa sababu ni dakika 34 ambazo zimekatika baada ya saa 4. Lakini mtazamaji wetu, nikikuleta sasa hapa ndani ya hema, nikuambia kwamba tayari kuna mahema kama 2 matatu na Wakenya wamemiminika wengi hii leo, ikitarajiwa kwamba Wakenya 15,000 wanatarajiwa kuhudhuria hafla hii. Waalikwa tu bali pia na wakazi wa Othaya, hata wengine ambao tuliweza kuwaongea nao hapo awali wakiwa wametoka maeneo tofauti. Melita, katika runinga naona pale kuna kile kijigari cha kubeba mizinga maalum kiko tayari ili kuweza kubeba ule mwili, na baada ya gari hiyo kusafirisha mwili huo kuingia katika uwanja huu, kuna kile kijitroli ambacho ile itwa ni sanduku itaweza kuwekwa pale juu ya kile kijitroli, alafu itaweza kuvurutwa pole pole hadi pale ndani ya hema. Na pale ndani ya hema hapo mbele kuna maua, lakini vile vile pia kuna ile bendera nyeupe ambayo Rais Mwai Kibaki alichagua kama bendera yake mwenyewe ili kuashiria nguvu na kuashiria uongozi. Na mtazamaji, vile vile najua kwamba umesikia mengi tu kuhusiana na historia ya mzee Mwai Kibaki, lakini labda tukukumbushe kwa sababu binadamu husahau, Melita. Nikumbusha mtazamaji wetu kwamba kifo cha Mwai Kibaki kiliweza kutangazwa tarehe 20 mwezi Aprili na rais wetu wa 4 ambaye ni Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Lakini kupeleka katika historia ni kwamba Mwai Kibaki aliweza kuzaliwa katika kijiji cha Gatuyani huku Nyeri. Melita, umefika Gatuyani? Naam, barabara kabisa Frida. Nimeweza kufika Gatuyani, and that is the school that Mwai Kibaki attended for his primary education, and shortly after joined Karema Boys High School. And Frida, as you may know, he was quite a sharp student, and from there he proceeded to Mangu High School, and of course joining the Makerere University and the London School of Economics before he joined active politics, Frida. Baada ya hayo yote ambayo umesema kwamba alijiunga na chuo kikuu cha Makerere, akatoka hapo akawa gwiji katika sayansi ya uchumi, historia na siasa. Akatoka pale mwaka 1956 hadi 1958 kama sijakosea, akaenda sasa katika kile chuo cha uchumi cha London. Lakini cha msingi zaidi, Melita, ambacho mimi nakipenda na napenda kuzungumzia ni masuala ya mahaba na mapenzi. Na ndipo sa mwaka 1961 waliokuwa hai, waliokuwa wamezaliwa walishuhudia kwamba aliweza kufunga pingu za maisha na Lucy Muthoni Kibaki, na wakaweza kubarikiwa na watoto Judy Kibaki, Jimmy Kibaki, David Kagai na Tony Githinji. Na bila shaka mtazamaji, ni kufahamisha kwamba familia ya Rais Mwai Kibaki tayari imeshafika. Well, indeed, Frida, you've mentioned a very important point there about his family and marriage. And of course, you will remember that going back in history, the late President Mwai Kibaki and his late wife, Lucy Kibaki, held a press conference together. And this press conference, Frida, you'll remember that the late President Mwai Kibaki actually came out and said, "I only have one wife, and my wife is Lucy Kibaki."
and perhaps, perhaps at that time there was controversy surrounding the late president's family. But away from that, Frida, I can see that inside the dome, the governors that have arrived there are having a chat. I can see the governor of Uasin Gishu, Jackson Mandago, having a chat with the governor of Kirinyaga, Anne Waiguru. And where you see politicians, Frida, there is a very high likelihood that there could be politics at play here today, Frida.
Lakini Melita, hapo jana wanasiasa walitii kwa sababu familia iliamrisha kwamba ndio Rais Mwai Kibaki alikuwa ni mwanasiasa, lakini alikuwa ni mwanasiasa ambaye hakupenda porojo, alipenda kufanya kazi yake kwa utulivu. Ndiposa hapo jana Askofu Anthony Muheria akaamrisha kwamba wanasiasa wasilete siasa katika misa maalum. Na hii leo pia Melita nimeweza kuzungumza naye na nikamuuliza Bwana Anthony, je, itakuwa ndio hivyo hii leo ama leo wanasiasa watapata sasa fursa ya kupiga siasa? Kumbuka kwamba mtazamaji, zimesalia tu siku chache kufikia mwezi Agosti tarehe 9, na wengi hupenda kutumia hafla kama hizi kwa sababu wanajua wana Kenya wameminika mahali hapa kuomba kura. Melita, wewe ukiangalia tu unaona itakuwa vipi?
Well, actually, we anticipate that there will be no politics because in respect to the late President Mwai Kibaki and also his family, we've seen Jimmy Kibaki yesterday also giving a speech saying that if the late President Mwai Kibaki were to wake up from the dead, he would actually ask, why are these Kenyans coming to view my body instead of going to work? So many people are actually expressing their heartfelt condolences to the family, and as much as we see politicians here, the church, the clergy has asked them to actually steer clear of politics from the late President Mwai Kibaki's burial here in Othaya. And I can see a number of leaders continue streaming into the dome here, a dome that is expected to host 15,000 mourners, and the government had made room for more mourners filtering into the Othaya approved ground. So Frida, it is just a wait and see how this burial service and the burial ceremony of the late President Mwai Kibaki will unfold. But most importantly, Frida, is that his body will be transported from the Othaya approved grounds right after the burial service, and he will be laid to rest at his Othaya home, just about 2 kilometers from Othaya town, where very few guests are expected to be hosted there. The government actually highlighted that only close family members and relatives will be allowed inside the gates of Othaya, Kibaki's Othaya home. And of course, very few family members or family members and relatives only will be allowed at the graveside where he will be buried. Frida.
Tu mtazamaji wetu kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alishawasili katika shule ya wavulana ya Othaya akiambatana na mama wa taifa Margaret Kenyatta, vile vile pia naibu wake ambaye ni naibu wa Rais William Ruto, pamoja na kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga. Au ni baadhi tu ya wale viongozi mashuhuri ambao tumeweza kuwaona hapa ndani. Na vile vile mtazamaji, pia Melita Oletenge amekuwa kujuza mengi tu kuhusiana na wale viongozi wengine wakiwa ni wabunge, magavana, maseneta ambao wameweza kufika katika hafla hii ya kumpatia tu safari yake ya mwisho Rais Mwai Kibaki. Ingawaje familia na Wakenya kwa jumla, Melita, ni kama bado hatujakubali kwamba Rais Mwai Kibaki ametuacha, tunajihisi ni kama yuko nasi.
Yes, indeed. And Frida, this can be attributed to the kind of leader Kibaki was, a leader who related to the people, a leader who related closely to the citizenry. I mean, look at some of the jokes that he would make just casually. I remember at one point when he was president, it was raining and one of his guards ran towards his car, and he said, this rain is just too little for you to run towards my car. And even look, my car is actually leaving you. And he was just making this statement out of his humorous character, and people remember Kibaki for this and much more in regards to how he would just make people laugh. Talk about the time when Kibaki actually asked Kenyans not to yield to the field of drinking, and he said, it's not because I don't drink myself, but you should actually practice discipline when you engage in such things. And Kibaki will be remembered here, and for so many reasons, and that is why you feel like, or people feel like we still have Kibaki around, and of course his legacy projects. And today he was actually his body was driven through one of the biggest legacy projects that Kibaki left behind. And this
Who can say where the road goes, where the day flows? Only time.
And now, of course, as you can see, the welcome by the people who were anticipating this for the better part of the morning, knowing very well their son would be brought for the final respects, where he will be laid to rest, beg your pardon. First taken to the approved grounds, where there will be a funeral mass for about 4 hours. This is from 10 to actually 3 hours, and led by the Archbishop of Nyeri, Anthony Muheria. As you can see, people have already congregated and patiently waiting. A bit behind the schedule that was anticipated by the committee that was planning this ceremony, Kibaki's final farewell. But as was explained by our Nyeri correspondent, Ole Tengis, perhaps this strategy of taking this different Mukurweini route is not to cause too much of traffic snarl up. Perhaps something that was also alluded to by one of my guests here, Stephen Machua, given the personality of the late MWAI KIBAKI, not wanting to disrupt biashara, much as you would expect the residents and business people, business community here would give a few hours of their day to somewhat pay their last respects to their son, MWAI KIBAKI. And yes, the president has already arrived in Othaya. He went there by air and is at the Othaya Boys, and will be at the approved grounds to receive the body of MWAI KIBAKI and get the program started proper in terms of the prayers that will be held, of course, led by the Catholic Church and Archdiocese, that being the faith of the late President MWAI KIBAKI, and obviously the wish of the family. And part of the program will include tributes that will be given, but this is after the service that will be, the funeral mass that will be carried out. There will be the eulogy and then tributes and exit procession. It's a bit chaotic. No wonder we kind of lost you there for a few seconds, Melita and Frida Mwaka. As you can imagine, you know it very well there. You're facing it, the different moving here and there to make way, given the security detail that is in charge at the approved grounds dome that you are at, and given the number that is going to be held there, 15,000 people, dignitaries and wananchi, this being an open ceremony for the wananchi, perhaps it will be a bit more controlled getting to the Othaya home of the late President MWAI KIBAKI, which, as Melita, you say, is about 2 kilometers from where you are, and that will be in a private affair. But this quite fitting for the residents who have really wanted to be able to give him a send-off, their son, to give him a send-off, a son who's led the constituency, brought development, and even led the country, and is being honored by many around the country, and bringing together political leaders from whatever side. Even yesterday during the interdenominational prayer and service that was held at Nyayo Stadium, it was clear that the family wanted it to be clear of politics and just a tribute given to the late MWAI KIBAKI. As you can see there, the shot in Othaya of the gun carriage that will also be carrying the body of the late president at some point within the program, had already arrived there earlier. And as soon as that happens, you'll get the live shot of this, as a body will be received by President Uhuru Kenyatta, who is there. And as we learnt yesterday and even over the week as we were following this particular farewell, the program that was followed throughout the week, that they shared quite a personal relationship. That is President Uhuru Kenyatta and MWAI KIBAKI, him being somewhat a godfather in the political aspect of things, leadership aspect of things, and even some saying that President MWAI KIBAKI was one who gave the idea of the naming for Uhuru. That is the name Uhuru Kenyatta. And there you can see the hearse getting to the gun carriage, and this perhaps marking the final few minutes of getting into Othaya. That is the approved grounds venue for the funeral service. The military making sure that everything is done to the detail and to the letter. Just getting, trying to get a perfect shot for you there. There you go, the casket draped in the Kenyan flag, and a salute there. Not the final, many salutes have been given, but this being the symbolic final salute for the former chief, and that is Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. And under his leadership, Kenya did go to protect the integrity of the land and the security of the land with boots setting ground in Somalia, with the Linda Inchi operation that the Commander-in-Chief then, that is MWAI KIBAKI, gave the nod for. And him being the only president actually during his tenure that Kenya went to war, so to speak. And yes, Kenya is still facing a lot in terms of the implications for this move that was made by the government. And it wasn't in isolation, definitely being a strategic country in the region. A lot of partnerships with the international community in the fight against terrorism, the Al-Shabaab terrorist group to be precise. So this is quite an honor for the military. Of course, it is a tradition for a former president, but quite the honor for the military, for a man who had the courage to protect the security and the integrity of the nation. And as you can see, we're just about to have the body moved to the gun carrier and carriage, and this has been the process so far since you know, the public viewing ceremony. And people who aren't able to get to Othaya for this particular ceremony had the opportunity to for the public viewing of the body of President MWAI KIBAKI. And as we can follow through this, yes, the thoughts that, let me engage the people that I have here in studio that have been gracious enough to be with me for close to 5 hours so far today. This, of course, is a moment that not just set out for the people who knew KIBAKI personally, the people who were of his age group. It is for everyone, for the young and even children. We've seen the children along the way as they've turned up with their family members. And as we were saying earlier, this is history in the making, and quite a significant day for whether you're looking at it as a child, as a youthful person, quite a significant day for this to be marked in the history books of Kenya. I'll start with you, Amina. As you take a breather, Stephen, you could perhaps give your sentiments as you follow this. This is something that your child will probably ask: who was President MWAI Kibaki? What did he mean to you? And not getting you out of the market, but your child, when that will happen, or your grandchild, you will have quite a lot to say, being someone who's now dabbling in the manufacturing world.
Absolutely, and one thing that we can credit the former president for is being very intentional about the growth of the private sector. And part of it was having policies that lowered the taxation, lowered the taxes, which sort of enabled a lot of people, especially at SME level, to start things like agro-processing. We saw a lot of people trying to set up shops, and it's the same time that we actually saw a lot of tech startups emerging. And as I said, some of the benefits that we are enjoying today, the likes of M-Pesa and the seamless flow of money from one place to another, is courtesy of Kibaki. If he never believed in such noble ideas, we would probably be queuing in our banks and probably keeping our money under the mattresses, right? So those are important parts of history that I believe the former president did a lot of justice to that aspect. And more in a bigger way, he was keen on the East African community, opening up Kenya to the regional market. And for the first time, we saw like the Namanga border becoming easier, removal of trade barriers.
They're still there, but at least things eased.
At least they eased the aspect of trade. You can easily move goods within the East African region, and that meant a wider market for our goods and services. And I think if you look at it in the bigger picture, President Kenyatta is actually implementing most of the projects that President Kibaki desired.
Right.
In a way, he was sort of. I usually look at President Kenyatta as a Joshua, who got us to the promised land that President Kibaki had anticipated, and you can tell by the amount of foreign investment that is flowing into the country. That already tells you a lot around, investments usually come where a conducive environment has been created, right? In terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the ease of doing business, in terms of we actually have the best internet around the continent. We can't compare ourselves with countries like our neighbors Ethiopia and all, where you have to wait for like 5 minutes before you upload before you upload a photo on WhatsApp or whatever kind of a gadget. And those are things that we should actually appreciate.
And you've spoken for the youth, something that is at their heart of their daily lives. And I see what you'll be telling your grandson or granddaughter.
Absolutely,
them,
I have a lot to tell.
I'm rich because of this man. That's who Kibaki is. And so I'm just interrupting because, as you can see what's happening there, the body has been moved from the hearse and into the gun carrier. And Melito Letenges and Frida Mwaka, the focus is now going to be where you are at the approved grounds as they are marching into the grounds right now as we speak from my vantage point here and what I see on our live feed, Melita.
Basi
Basi bila shaka mpenzi mtazamaji, ule wakati ambao wengi tulikuwa tumeusubiria kutoka mwendo wa asubuhi kufikia sasa tayari umewasili, na hivi sasa kama unavyoona kwenye runinga yako ni kwamba mwili wa Rais Mwai Kibaki umefika hapa katika uwanja wa Approved Othaya, na tumeweza kushuhudia jambo fulani tu Melita ambalo naweza sema ni jambo la kipekee. Kumbuka kwamba ule mwili ulikuwa umebebwa katika gari lake la kifahari la kubeba ile sanduku, lakini ulipofika hapa umeweza kutolewa kutoka kwa kile kigari kwa sasa katika ile gari ya kubeba mizinga, na moja kwa moja anaona gwaride lishajiandaa, wanajeshi wa anga, wanajeshi wa nchi kavu, wanajeshi wa majini, wote wamejiandaa.
wale ambao wanahusika na mwili wanapouleta hapa mbele ya altari kwa maandalizi ya kuanza ibada ya misa. Tuendelee kuwa watulivu, wenye kimya, tukitafakari kadri mambo aliyofanya Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki.
The gun carriage is standing by to allow the pallbearers to remove the body of the late President MWAI Kibaki and place it on a trolley where they will remove it slowly from here to inside the vicinity where the funeral mass is expected to begin anytime soon. We arrived here just a few minutes to 11 a.m. at the main part of the road, the entryway into this area, the military honoring him with one last salute, a military parade which he passed side by side, standing they were standing side by side as it passed in the middle. Brigadier Nyaga taking point. I've also seen Brigadier Joachim Mwamburi also just coming to stand by and ensure that everything is going as seamlessly as possible. The body just being placed at the moment. His presidential standard and the national flag both on the ASMAS vehicle, that is the gun carriage, but also the larger flags accompanying the body, two servicemen of the Kenya Army carrying them side by side, as has been the tradition ongoing during the week when the body was being moved from the Lee Funeral Home into Parliament buildings. The drivers here just changing again to allow the gun carriage to move forward. So the body came in the hearse. The gun carriage probably was driven here earlier in the day or last night, just meeting the house at the very entryway out there, standing by to carry the body of the former commander-in-chief. The pallbearers now walking slowly as the pallbearers were carrying the house in the casket into this vicinity. Military chaplains were and at the front of Brigadier Nyaga just to give it one last salute. There they go. They salute their commander-in-chief, and now they carry the body to its resting place for the next few hours as the prayer ceremony begins. They're marching slowly side by side. Brigadier Nyaga again at the front, behind the chaplains, the Muslims, the Protestant, and the Catholic chaplains, the standard and the national flag at the end, just as the pallbearers and the entire team that handles carrying the body, more than 20 officers. I can see all of the ranks of colonel, the flags being carried by service members, possibly sergeants. Yes, they are. The procession now moves in, senior generals also accompanying the body at the end. The Kibaki children being led there at the front by Jimmy, his brother.
basi mpenzi mtazamaji, misa rasmi ya kumsindikisha Rais Mwai Kibaki imeshaanza. Kama unavyoona katika runinga yako, ni kwamba viongozi wa dini pamoja na familia na hata viongozi mbalimbali wa humu nchini washaingia pale ndani, wametulia tuli. Mtazamaji, tunaona kwamba mwili wa Rais Mwai Kibaki unaletwa polepole kutumia kile kijitroli ambacho nilikuwa nimekujuza awali kwamba mwili ukishatolewa katika lile gari la kubeba mizinga, mwili huo utaweza kuwekwa katika kile kijitroli ambapo wanajeshi wataweza kuvuruta tu kwa polepole kuhakikisha kwamba mwili usalama salmin, na hivi sasa polepole tu unapelekwa hadi pale mbele, maeneo ambayo yalikuwa yametengwa rasmi tu kwa kuwekeza ule mwili wa Rais Mwai Kibaki, tukitarajia kwamba mwendo wa saa 9, mwendo wa saa 10 mwili ule utakuwa unaelekezwa katika nyumba yake ya Othaya hapa katika kaunti ya Nyeri ili kuzikwa rasmi. Mtazamaji, unavyoona wamepiga saluti pale wanajeshi, ishara ya heshima kwamba aliyekuwa amir jeshi wa taifa hili, rais wa 3 wa taifa la Kenya, Rais Mwai Kibaki, kama kiongozi tu, pazia lake limeweza kukatika na safari yake imefikia ukingoni, lakini kama wasema vya Swahili ni kwamba shujaa siku zote hafi. Melita Oletenges ni mwanahabari mwenza ambaye tunaendelea tu kufuatia yanao matukio ambayo yanatokea hapa katika uwanja wa Othaya approved. Mtazamaji, vile vile kama unavyoona katika runinga yako ni kwamba wajukuu wa Rais Mwai Kibaki, familia ya Rais Mwai Kibaki imekita kambi pale mbele tu ili ishara tu ya kumuonyesha kwamba tuko naye, aliyekuwa ni baba yao, aliyekuwa ni kiongozi na hata ni rafiki. Melita.
Well, Frida, it is also important to note that the coffin bearing the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki has been draped by our national flag. The colors there and the symbol of the shield are just the ultimate, symbol to ensure that this is the ultimate respect given for the late President Mwai Kibaki, the 3rd Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of Kenya. And during his tenure is when we saw the Kenya Defense Forces also carry on with the mission Linda Nchi here in the country, and of course in moving to Somalia to protect our borders. So the event is about to start inside the dome. I can see the MC there just speaking and starting the event.
Na mtazamaji, mfawidhi wa siku ya leo akiendelea tu kujiandaa na kupatia wananchi waliofika eneo hili la Othaya ratiba ambayo inafaa ifuatiliwe kutoka sasa hadi mwendo wa saa 10, saa 11. Ni kwamba tayari kama unavyoona katika runinga yako, viongozi wa dini wameweza kujiandaa pale. Melita, ikumbuke kwamba hapa tunazingatia dini ya Kikristo na dini ya Kiislamu. Wanajeshi wakisema kwamba wanatambua kanisa la Katoliki, Kianglikana na pia dini ya Kiislamu. Viongozi pia mbalimbali wanajaribu tu kupata nafasi zao wakae chini. Mtazamaji, kumbuka kwamba Wakenya 15,000 wamefika katika eneo hili ili kumwenzi Rais Mwai Kibaki. Hata hapo awali tuliweza kukutana na wazee wa Agikuyu wakisema kwamba Rais Mwai Kibaki alikuwa ni kielelezo na kioo katika jamii ya Agikuyu, na bila shaka imebidi wajizatiti, wajitoe mhanga ili waweze kufika eneo hili. Mtazamaji, tu tukiangalia ratiba ni kwamba kutakuwa na maombi maalum ambayo yataweza kuashiriwa kutoka kwa familia, maombi ambayo yataongozwa na Askofu Muheria. Lakini kabla sijafika hapo katika ratiba yetu ya maombi, Melita, tumezungumzia mengi. Tumesema kwamba Wakenya wametoa rambirambi zao. Lakini je, familia? Nikiangalia ratiba ya leo tunaona wajukuu wameandika mengi. Labda tu Melita ukisoma kwa lugha ya Kimombo, na mwana huyu mjukuu Leah Rose aliweza kusema nini kuhusiana na Guka?
Leah Rose says, "Dear Guka, I really miss you already, and the hugs and smile we used to share. Although I know you have left us, I am happy because I know you are in heaven with Shosho and Jesus. I love you, Guka."
Kuna mwingine hapa anajulikana kama Ronan, amesema jamani Guka, you are extremely gifted and visionary leader. I will always remember your advice to let me work hard in school and to plan my life early and well. Pamoja na mwanawe Jimmy Kibaki katika rambirambi zake hapa katika ratba ya leo ameweza kusema jamani, growing up under your care and guidance was like living under a giant umbrella.
And I think, Frida, many Kenyans will concur with that. I can see the Deputy President, William Ruto, making his way into the dome together with Rachel Ruto, his wife. They are receiving some cheers from the mourners gathered inside the dome, now making his way. Yes, the Deputy President, William Ruto, they are receiving some cheers from the mourners gathered at the Othaya approved grounds. He's taken his position inside the dome. And the President Uhuru Kenyatta has, this is an indication that the President Uhuru Kenyatta will be arriving shortly, Frida.
Naam, na vile vile pia Melita tuliweza kushuhudia kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga pamoja na mama Aida Odinga wakifika pale katika ile shule ya Othaya ya wavulana, kumaanisha pia kwa muda usomrefu tutakuwa tunamwona Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga wako ndani. Na mnafahamishwa kwamba Raila Odinga pamoja na mama Aida Odinga wapo ndani tayari. Mtazamaji, umemwona naibu wa rais, kumaanisha kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta muda wote kufikia sasa atakuwa anaingia katika lile hema. Mtazamaji, hii ni hafla ambayo inaendeshwa na kanisa Katoliki, pia vile vile imeachwa mikononi mwa wanajeshi, kumaanisha ni utaratibu ambao upo kabambe. Hatutarajii kushuhudia vurugu lolote, lakini Melita, hapo jana kuna huyu jamaa ambaye alikuwa amejitokeza awali akisema kwamba yeye ni mjukuu wa Rais MWAI Kibaki, na pia vile vile jana sijui alipenya vipi lakini akajitokeza tena, sijui huyo bwana leo tutamuona.
Well, Frida, we'll come back to that, but right now I can see the ODM leader Raila Odinga there paying his respects to the late President MWAI Kibaki, using his whisk in a fashion that he is well known for. There, just waving the whisk and flying the whisk there, a symbol of goodbye perhaps to the late President MWAI Kibaki, bowing there together with Mama Aida Odinga and slowly walking away to take back their positions. The former Prime Minister Raila Odinga greeting Jimmy Kibaki there, just a hug, a message of condolence rather to the family. I can see that should be Judy Kibaki, and also greeting the entire Kibaki family there, grandsons, grandchildren, granddaughters, and this is Prime Minister Raila Odinga now going to take his position inside the dome. They are flanked by his bodyguards, and you'll remember that we also saw an incident yesterday where one of his bodyguards was held behind, and of course this is due to the strict security protocols, Frida, and even as if
Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ameshawasili katika eneo hili, na kwa muda usio mrefu wa Kenya watakuwa wanasimama, kama hata washasimama tayari, kama ishara tu ya heshima kumweza kumkaribisha ndani Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye ndio rais wa 4 wa taifa hili. Melita, naona wanajeshi wamepiga saluti. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta yupo pale nje.
Kwa heshima na unyenyekevu naomba sote tuweze kuketi. Nikirejesha kwa kwaya yetu ya Ikulu, the State House Choir, watatupa wimbo Kama Maua ambao niliukata ukiwa katikati. State House Choir, Kama Maua.
loved ones cross that sea, that we will on is the net that will forever be there. We'll never say goodbye in heaven. We'll never say goodbye. For in that land of joy and sorrow, we'll never say goodbye. We'll never say goodbye in heaven.
Anajiunga nasi Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta na Mama Taifa katika ibada yetu ya misa.
For in that land of joy and sorrow, we'll never say goodbye. We'll never say
Asanteni, naomba tuketi.
we'll never say goodbye. For in that land of joy and sorrow, we'll never
Nitaomba sote sasa kwa heshima tuweze kusimama ili tuweze kuanza ibada yetu ya misa, na nitampisha Father Michael Morigo ambaye atatuongoza kama commentator. Karibu Father Morigo.
Nawakaribisha nyote katika ibada takatifu ya misa. Tunaelekea kuanza. And I humbly request that we prepare our minds and hearts to enter into the mood of prayer, avoiding all kinds of distractions, so that we may offer this holy sacrifice worthily as we offer our prayer for our own good, and as well as we pray for the soul of our Baba, Rais MWAI KIBAKI. Kwaya, wimbo wa kuanza.
Oh,
jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu.
Amina.
Neema ya Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo na upendo wa Mungu Baba na ushirika wa Roho Mtakatifu biwe nanyi nyote. Ndugu na dada wapendwa, Mheshimiwa Rais wetu, First Lady, Deputy President, Right Honorable Raila, wageni wote waliofika hapa, viongozi wote, ndugu na dada Mkenya, tunaomboleza baba yetu Rais MWAI Kibaki. Tunawaalika leo katika sherehe ya kumpa burudani, ya kumuombea, kumpa heshima tosha kwa njia ya maombi yetu. Tumo hapa wengi viongozi wa madhehebu na dini mbalimbali waliomo kulia kwangu kwa altari. Wamo wengi kati ya umati uliomo katika chumba hiki. Tuomba basi tuunganike nyoyoni, tuinue roho zetu kwa kumwombea huyu baba na kumpa heshima yake kama inavyostahili. Tutafanya hivyo kwa kutoa ibada ya misa kwa njia ya maombi ya marehemu, Requiem Mass. We therefore welcome you all to today's liturgy and prayer it is not only what we will do here according to the wish of our beloved founder, father of this region of Othaya in many ways, but also a great statesman and father to the nation. We will do so each one according to our own faith, but we'll do so all of us with faith. Today, this is an encounter of faith. Allow me to express once more the desire of the family of our President MWAI KIBAKI that he be sent off in the same way he lived, with the simplicity and at the same time without any political spirit, that we will not have kindly the speeches, but rather we will make our tributes as a nation and a people of God. My brother, my sister, all of us here, let us hold our hearts, hold our dear beloved president with our prayers, show our great respect for him, and give respect to our dear nation. We will now go to bless the body in memory of his baptism, and also knowing it as sacred temple of God according to the rite of the Catholic Church. Lord, have mercy. Christ, have mercy. Lord, have mercy.
Lord,
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses. And we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. From the gates of hell, deliver his soul, O Lord. May he rest in peace. May he rest in peace. Lord, hear my prayer, and let my cry come to you. The Lord be with you. In the waters of baptism, our dear President MWAI KIBAKI died with Christ and rose with him to new life. May he now share with him eternal glory. of loving kindness, listen favorably to our prayers. Strengthen our belief that your Son has risen from the dead, and our hope that your servant, President MWAI Kibaki, will also rise again. We ask this through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Tuombe. Bwana, tunakuomba usikilize kwa wema sala zetu, ili kama vile imani yetu katika mwanao mfufuka kutoka wafu inavyoimarishwa, vivyo hivyo tumaini letu la kutazamia ufufuko wa mtumishi wako Rais MWAI Kibaki lidhibitishwe kwa njia ya Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo mwanao, anaishi na kutawala nawe katika umoja wa Roho Mtakatifu, Mungu daima na milele.
Tafadhali tuketi. Tukiwa bado tungali tumeketi na kutulia, ni wakati wa kulisikiliza neno lake Mwenyezi Mungu.
Somo katika kitabu cha hekima ya Sulemani. Roho za wenye haki zi mkononi mwa Mungu, wala mateso yoyote hayatawagusa. Machoni pa wapumbavu walionekana kama wamekufa, na kutoka kwao kulihesabiwa kuwa msiba, na kuondoka kwao toka kwetu kuwa uharibifu. Lakini wao wako katika amani. Na hata kama kwa mtazamo wa watu wanaonekana kuadhibiwa, tumaini lao limejaa kutokufa. Kwa kuadhibiwa kidogo, watafanyiwa mema makubwa. Kwani Mungu aliwajaribu akawakuta kwamba wanamstahili yeye. Aliwatathmini kama dhahabu katika tanuri, na kama sadaka ya kuteketezwa aliwapokea. Na wakati wa kujiliwa kwao watang'aa, na wataruka huku na huko kama cheche kwenye nyasi. Watawahukumu mataifa na kuwatawala watu. Naye Bwana atakuwa mfalme wao hata milele. Wenye kumtumaini Mungu watafahamu ukweli, nao waaminio katika upendo watakaa naye. Kwani neema na rehema ni kwa watakatifu wake. Neno la Bwana.
Zaburi ya kuitikizana. Kiitikio: Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. 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 Katika marisho ya majani mabichi unilaza, kando ya maji ya utulivu uniongoza. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, unihuisha nafsi yangu na kuniongoza katika njia za haki kwa ajili ya jina lake. Naam, nijapopita kati ya bonde la uvuli wa mauti, sitaogopa mabaya, kwa maana wewe uko pamoja nami. Gongo lako na fimbo yangu yanifariji. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa
machoni mwapa watezi wangu. Umenipaka mafuta kichwani pangu, na kikombe changu kinafurika. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Hakika wema na fadhili zitanifuata siku zote za maisha yangu, nami nitakaa nyumbani mwa Bwana milele. Nami nitakaa nyumbani mwa Bwana milele. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu.
Somo katika barua ya pili ya Mtume Paulo kwa Timotheo. Mkumbuke Yesu Kristo aliyefufuliwa kutoka wafu, aliyekuwa wa ukoo wa Daudi, kama isemavyo habari njema ninayoihubiri. Kwa sababu ya kuihubiri habari njema, mimi nateseka na nimefungwa minyororo kama mhalifu. Lakini neno la Mungu haliwezi kufungwa minyororo. Na hivyo navumilia kila kitu kwa ajili ya wateule wa Mungu, ili wao pia wapate ukombozi upatikanao kwa njia ya Yesu Kristo, na ambao huleta utukufu wa milele. Usemi huu ni kweli: ikiwa tulikufa pamoja naye, tutaishi pamoja naye. Tukiendelea kuvumilia, tutatawala pia pamoja naye. Tukimkana, naye pia atatukana. Tukikosa kuwa waaminifu, yeye hubaki mwaminifu daima, maana yeye hawezi kujikana mwenyewe. Neno la Bwana.
Naomba tuweze kusimama kwa somo la Injili.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
ufalme mliotayarishiwa tangu kuumbwa kwa ulimwengu.
Ilivyoandikwa na Mathayo. Wakati mwana wa mtu anapokuja katika utukufu wake na malaika wote wakiwa pamoja naye, hapo ataketi juu ya kiti chake cha enzi kitukufu, na mataifa yote yatakusanyika mbele yake. Naye atawateganisha watu kama mchungaji anavyoteganisha kondoo na mbuzi. Atawaweka kondoo upande wake wa kulia na mbuzi upande wake wa kushoto. Kisha mfalme atawaambia wale walio upande wake wa kulia, "Njooni enyi mliobarikiwa na Baba yangu. Pokeeni ufalme mliotayarishiwa tangu kuumbwa kwa ulimwengu. Maana nilikuwa na njaa nanyi mkanipa chakula. Nilikuwa na kiu nanyi mkanipa maji. Nilikuwa mgeni nanyi mkanikaribisha. Nilikuwa uchi mkanivika. Nilikuwa mgonjwa nanyi mkaja kunitazama. Nilikuwa gerezani nanyi mkaja kunitembelea." Hapo hao watu wema watamjibu mfalme, "Bwana, ni lini tulikuona mwenye njaa nasi tukakupa chakula, au ukiwa na kiu nasi tukakunywesha maji? Ni lini tulikuona ukiwa mgeni nasi tukakukaribisha, au bila nguo nasi tukakuvika? Ni lini tulikuona ukiwa mgonjwa na mfungwa nasi tukaja kukutazama?" Mfalme atawajibu, "Kweli nawaambieni, kila kitu mlichotendea mmoja wa hawa ndugu zangu wadogo, mlinitendea mimi." Kisha atawaambia wale walio upande wake wa kushoto, "Ondokeni mbele yangu enyi mlilaaniwa. Nendeni katika moto wa milele uliotayarishiwa Ibilisi na malaika wake. Maana nilikuwa na njaa nanyi hamkunipa chakula. Nilikuwa na kiu nanyi hamkunipa maji. Nilikuwa mgeni nanyi hamkunikaribisha. Nilikuwa mgonjwa na mfungwa nanyi hamkuja kunitazama." Hapo nao watajibu, "Bwana, ni lini tulikuona ukiwa na njaa au kiu, ukiwa mgeni au bila nguo, ukiwa mgonjwa au mfungwa, nasi hatukuja kukuhudumia?" Naye atawajibu, "Nawaambieni kweli, kila mlipokataa kutendea mambo haya mwapo wa hawa wandogo, mlikataa kunitendea mimi. Basi hawa watakwenda kwenye adhabu ya milele, lakini wale waadilifu watakwenda kwenye uzima wa milele." Injili
tuketi. Sasa basi, baada ya kulisikiliza neno lake Mwenyezi Mungu, sasa tutasikiliza mawaidha kutoka kwa homilia yake Baba Askofu.
Waombolezi wote wakiwemo viongozi wetu, kiongozwa na rais wetu mpendwa, familia ya baba huyu wa nchi yetu MWAI Kibaki, Wakenya wenzangu wote, watu ambao tunamwamini na tunakili imani kwa Mungu Mwenyezi. Tumesikiza maneno kutoka kwa masomo yetu ya leo. Neno la Bwana linaelekezwa kwetu ili kama vile tunasoma katika kitabu cha Waebrania, ni kama upanga wa upande miwili, na neno hilo linaingia hadi nyoyoni zetu, hadi pale mifupa inashikana. Neno la Bwana linaelekezwa kwetu hata nyakati hizi tunaomboleza kiongozi shujaa, ili sisi tuliowachwa hai tuweze kugeuzwa mwenendo na tuweze kuwa wastahilifu kuitwa wana wa Mungu, na kama nchi tuweze kuitwa wana wa nchi wazalendo. Katika Injili ya Mtakatifu Mathayo, Bwana anakuja akituhukumu sisi sote, na akiangalia maisha yetu na thermometa yake, kipimo chake cha kazi yote tuliyofanya na maisha yote, kila jambo ambalo anaweka katika latiri ni hili: nalikuwa na njaa ukanipa chakula, nalikuwa na kiu ukanipa maji cha kunywa, nalikuwa kolokoloni ukanitembelea, nalikuwa uchi ukanivika nguo, nalikuwa mgeni ukanipa mahala pa kulala. Ni lini Bwana tulivyofanya haya yote? Ulipofanya haya kwa mmojawapo wa wale wadogo kabisa, ulinifanya mimi. Latili ni hilo, sio masomo yangu haitawekwa kwa latili, sio sifa yangu hiyo haitawekwa kwa latili, sio maneno makubwa ambao nimezoea kuzungumza, hayo hayatapata njia kwa latili, sio yale ambayo ninajisifia mimi mwenyewe, afya, mwili, nguvu, kadhalika, hata uongozi. Ni kwamba katika jukumu uliopewa na Mungu, mfanyikazi, kiongozi, padre, askofu, mtumishi katika umma, askari na yoyote yule, kama uliweka hili jambo, nilikuwa na njaa mmojawapo wa wale wadogo. Tunapomwomboleza rais wetu na baba na babu ambaye leo twamsindikiza, tunapata fursa ya kujiuliza kwamba mimi katika jukumu nilio naye, kazi nilio naye, nimeweka haya maanani? Latiri yangu sasa yanguka pande gani? Nafikiri ni vyema nyakati zingine kukaribia kifo. Kifo ni fumbo. Death is a mystery. We never quite understand it. And we always see it very distant from us, as if it can't happen. That's why I think it's good. I say it because I have a little bit of experience. To be a little close to death. Because it brings order to your priorities. And makes you find out what falls in that scale. Whether you are even minimally worthy of being told, welcome into the home of our Father. And that is what today we listen to the readings, and we are called as a nation, each of us individually, by God, because He gave you a mission and gave me a mission, gave me something to fulfill in life, and that is what I'll be measured on. And that will be my soul. How heavy is my soul? For good. How white, how beautiful, how sparkling, how precious is my soul. My body may look good. I may even look strong. But warn me if my soul be empty shell. Warn us if we are soulless because we are living dead. Warn me if I can't find space to be called worthy of some love weight, mercy weight. This man, he has fought a good fight. Like St. Paul, I have fought a good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Nimezipiga vita vilivyo vizuri. Mwendo nimeumaliza. Imani nimelinda. Nimevipiga vita, sio moja, sio mbili. Na kwa Kiingereza, the fight, not a fight. St. Paul here is speaking about his death. A holy death. A meaningful death. A fulfilling death. For many, death can be a terrible thing. Terrible, unfair event. Can seem to be a total loss for many. Kuna wale wanazoea tamaa za ulimwengu, raha za ulimwengu, na kwa hivyo wanaogopa kifo, kwani kifo kwao ni mwisho. Hakuna chochote unaweza tumania baada ya huo mlango. Na ndio maana ni vyema kukaribia huu mlango angalau mara moja kwa maisha. Usikaribie sana, tafadhali. Sijiweke kwa hatari. Sijiweke kwa hatari. Lakini ni somo kwa sababu inarudisha akili na fikira zetu za kujua niliumbwa kwa sababu gani. Lengo, nia ya Mungu kuniweka ulimwenguni ni gani? Sio raha kwangu, sio kujipenda na kujijenga, la hasha. Why did God bring me on earth? And that's why when death curtails our pleasures, many people see death, fearful end. On the other hand, for a person of faith, a person who believes in God, a Christian, life is not ended, but changed. Life on earth, for us, who believe in God, is a rehearsal for heaven. We are just here in a rehearsal. And I pray that the rehearsal be good. We have seen the meticulous way our military rehearses any ceremony. And this one is no less. They do not allow anything to come unforeseen or to come between them and the goal they want to accomplish. My life has a goal, and the goal is to see God, and the goal is to be embraced by God, and the goal is to be godly. I must blossom in godliness on earth so that I can be offered as a pleasing bouquet of flowers to God, as a pleasing gem for his crown. But woe on me if instead I wilt, because I have chosen ill, worldliness, nothingness. What determines the fulfillment at this crossroad of death is what did you live for? What is your spiritual weight? What is your love weight? What is your mercy weight? And here we examine whether our focus and aim has been just on the ground, on the worldly. Kama macho yetu yalikuwa yanaelekea kwa Mungu, kwa mambo ya juu, kutumainia ya juu, ama tumeshikwa na ya ulimwengu. Are we with our eyes on the ground, or are we looking up? Because we are called to fly high as eagles, to look at God, to look at the world with a panorama from up there. But we could decide to become village chicken that peck around the house looking for worms. When we are called to fly high and soar and enjoy the pleasure of the panorama of the creation of God. The choice is ours. Unfortunately, the village chicken, when it lays an egg, makes the whole village know. It crackers all over. The village knows it has laid an egg. The eagle doesn't squeak, doesn't do it. The egg of an eagle that soars up happens in silence. But the chicken only knows itself, doesn't know any other. It prides itself in walking around. Our spiritual calling calls us to think about heavenly things, to soar up there. Tunaitwa tuangazie, tuone vile Mungu alivyotupa vipaji vya aina mbali mbali, na kati ya hizo vipaji ni hii kipaji cha wenzako, kipaji cha ndugu na dada. We have the greatest gift. We must look. That's the gift of my brother, the gift of my sister. Was there a higher goal that you committed your life to your mission? We must live for noble goals. I have fought a good fight. I have fought the good fight. This is not a praise to the violent, but to struggle for what is right, for justice, for mercy, for truth. The struggle for the one person worth dying for. And that person worth fighting for is God. Jesus Christ, his son. So we are called, that the struggle we are called, the fight we must fight, is a fight to make goodness reign, to make God reign in hearts, in society, in our families, in schools, and especially in my heart, in my heart, in your heart, in your heart. And today, allow me, as we gather around the body of our Father, like a family, that wishes to ask for a blessing. Like a family that wants to ask, what do you bequeath us? Like a family that he has called to give a last word. What will he tell me? What will you tell me? Because you are with us. You are with God. What do you tell me, my dear Father, for this nation? What do you tell each and every one of the leaders here present in his heart? What does God ask you to ask me? Ask you, my brother, my sister. My beloved, I would dare to say, he will ask us to embrace truth. He will ask us to embrace truth in leadership. You ask us, you ask me, be authentic. Serve. Don't seek yourself. Be simple. From the early ages of our church, of Christianity, we've seen people dying for truth, for God, because that's what is worth dying for, living for. The truth of my neighbor and the goodness. Unfortunately, how scarce this heroism to commit to something bigger than me. That's what he will tell me. Commit to a bigger project, to a bigger calling than you, your fulfillment, your fame. Commit to something that outlasts your grandchildren, that outlasts your generation and centuries. Commit to a truth that never changes. Many times in our dear nation, we have slipped away into the slope of selfishness, of greedy goals, of fake truths, because if God is not with me, I am fake. If my heart is empty of God, of godliness, of these which we are calling higher calling, of respect, then I have sacrificed God with the truth. Baba huyu ametuachia mfano mkubwa. Alisimamia ukweli. Urithi wake kwetu ni urithi wa kutuambia sisi sote tushike, tulinde ukweli na tuwe vile tulivyo, bila kujitafuta, bila kiburi. What would you tell us to? Excellence, we were told yesterday. Excellence. Tuliambiwa tufanye kazi kwa bidii na tusitosheke ni kufanya tu kazi kienyeji, nusu mpango, lakini tulenge kumtolea Mungu kazi iliyo bora. Tumtolee ibada safi. With his weaknesses, because he was human, our dear president also knew how to rise up and not compromise for what he knew was the truth. Whenever he had, for whatever reason, found that he had fallen in one thing or another, or failed in one thing or another, Yesterday we had too. He would rise up with hope, with optimism, but will never leave the truth. He will never use falsehood as a vehicle for personal gain. Father, our Father in our nation, whom we bury, tell us loudly that we must embrace truth. That we must love this nation so much that I cannot compromise because of my personal gain. That I be ready to sacrifice as you did. Because truth and service is more valuable than what I gain personally. God gave him hardships, adversity, his accident, his illness, his public humiliation, deprived of power of the word, even towards the end of his life, a man who was so eloquent. That is difficult. But he did not complain. He didn't lament. He accepted it. That's what we asked. To sacrifice for greater good, for greater goals. A good fight, the good fight that knows no human enemies. Only the devil. Can we not learn even for a moment? How can we continue in fights that don't bring goodness? Kenyans, why is it that we find it so difficult to forgive? This statesman had no enemies. He forgave. His smile was always on. It was a sly smile, if I may be allowed to use that word. It's a smile that was, I'm studying you, you know. Let me see what this fellow is saying. He loved the fellow. Oh, by the way, I'm sure he also loved golf. So up there in heaven, he must be getting hole-in-ones. He always wished to do that. He must be just getting hole-in-ones. For the last 1 week, he's just enjoying, yes, the great things, even those that are human. But yes, he knew how to forgive. He never took offense. He never took offense. Even when you told him something he didn't like. How can we Kenyans? Why is it that we are so easily cheated, lied to, hijacked to hatred of our own brother and sister? Today, what will he tell us? Love the other Kenyan. Love your brother. Love your sister. The only legacy, the true honor and respect will give our dear father is that, yes, I can say I will struggle. It might not be easy, but I will struggle to reach out to my brother and not allow hatred to reign. I must work towards becoming a dispenser of God's mercy from the least to the highest. When you did it to the least of my own, you did it to me. Kenyan leaders, why is it that none of you, few of you, have the courage to say, I'm sorry? Why is it that I can assure you, I can confess in public, it's not easy for me to say I'm sorry. But yes, I have had to say I'm sorry often. For us, thank God, the Catholic Church, we have the sacrament of confession. And you know, when I go to say I'm sorry, I kneel. Doesn't matter whether I'm a bishop. I kneel down. I say, please, najua nimemkosea Mungu, nimetenda dhambi. You are called to humility, to ask pardon. Dear leaders, the good fight is a fight of reconciliation, of asking forgiveness, of acceptance. The good fight is a fight to care for the lowly. It is not the rowdy and meaningless chanting against one another. This is what our Father would ask us. And we'll only be worthy children, worthy grandchildren, if at least we listen to his voice. It's the voice of God speaking in this great man who lies with his life. As we bury this great leader, we must bury the hatchet with my neighbor, with my friend, with my priest who I may have had issues, with the neighbor whose chicken came into my farm, with the other neighbor who has moved the fence to encroach on my land. To whoever, I must say, I must find a meaningful solution. Like a good family, we gather around this father that has resolved to live up to his legacy of no enemies, deep respect for one another, and simplicity and humility. I have kept the faith. Faith is not just saying you believe in God and appearing in church once in a while, or making the sign of the cross for us. It's our entire personality. Faith must be a faith of day and a faith at night, a faith in public and a faith in private. And one characteristic we can highlight of our dear father, President MWAI KIBAKI, is humility in spite of his great intellectual stature. He was simple. He never sought to display his power. He was close to the ordinary person. And today he's giving us a lesson, a great lesson, in his desire to be buried in simplicity. No show, no opulence, just plain simple. Dear family of our dear father, thank you, because this is an example this nation badly needs. Thank you for keeping such a great father of us all well, even in his old age. You've shown us our elders are worth 1,000 times, no matter what effort. Thank you. And today, as a family, give us yet another lesson. Never to forget. I remember him coming to the Cathedral of Nyeri, I think it must be 2017 or 2018, with a family. And there he was, as he normally did, on that first row. And he was already elderly, and we sent a message through his secretary, you know, he's Mzee, tell Mzee he doesn't have to kneel. No, sasa, it's okay. But he insisted on kneeling. He insisted. There was no way. And he struggled. And we, even up there, we were always looking with the eye, the corner of the eye. Mzee, kama yuko sawa. But he was okay. Humility. Yes, for God, nothing was humiliating for him. Now that was faith in action. Not two faces, but one. Any leaders, forgive me for this one. Forgive me for this one. I already say, many leaders come to our churches to converse with their phones. They come, their phones, out, in. They even have very, very lively conversations in our churches. We see it. And I say, it's not me to tell you, but Mzee, when he came there, that's it. Nothing, no messages. He told the messages as he lives. This is respect to God. Great respect of the sacred spaces. He never asked to speak. He just walked out and greeted the people as he moved out. Today, many of us, and I don't only speak about leaders, we Kenyans want to turn our places of worship into rowdy gatherings and sometimes political gatherings. Return to God what is God's. Give him his space. Give him his space and learn from this, our Father. his words would be, Kenya needs us. Kenya needs me. Kenya needs you. Society needs us. God has granted you great talents. God wants you to build something good, but in a different way. Needs us. God needs us authentically Christian, authentically godly, authentically patriotic. Not us, not me, not my political career, not my popularity, not my stomach, but others, the poor, the hungry, the homeless, the orphan, the elderly, the mentally ill. We recall how much Mama Lucy also had that touch for those who are sick, who are suffering. What I do for this, how I serve them. And I recall, especially away from cameras. Away from cameras. The cameras have increased, and therefore we seek them. Eyes of God. Let's build a godly Kenya. My dear people of God, Kenyans, we pray for our father that God may have mercy on him. But we also see how much he did. How much he did especially to the ordinary. Tumuombe kwa roho yetu yote. Lakini tumsifu kwa yale ametuonyesha kwa uongozi bora na tena. Kwa kujitolea. Kwa kuwa akitafuta kawaida kutumikia watu. Sio yeye, lakini utumishi. Asante sana baba yetu. Asante, tutakukumbuka. Lakini tusaidie ili urithi wako wa uongozi ambao ni shupavu usiojitafuta uweze kuonekana kati ya viongozi na hata vizazi vijazo. One final thing that I'm sure he would ask us. That God wants to reign in our mouths. God wants to reign in our mouths. He never said a remark against his competitor. He always joked, but he was respectful. We need a special sanitizer to disinfect our toxic mouths. Not our hands, but our mouths. COVID is on its way out, but there is a new mouth COVID. Sanitize our mouths, our hands also. COVID is not yet gone, but more our mouths. Let's get the toothpaste sanitizer. That's how we'll keep the faith. This, I'm sure, Mzee would ask us. If I misplace his words, Mzee, forgive me. But I am sure he would say just what he loves for our nation. Let God be on our lips. Thank God. Let's say, if God wishes, I will. St. James tells us. Let's also say, sorry God, I stumbled. And also say, here I am, Lord, to serve you and to serve our nation. Our nation needs you. God needs you. Society needs you. Because we must bring goodness. That's the legacy we want to promise our good Father who rests here. Please, let us not destroy that image that he leaves us. God will grant us the graces because we are weak. But please, open your heart. Fly high towards God. Be godly. Citizen, leader, worker, intellectual, it does not matter. God has a plan for you. Let us, as we mourn this man, speak his praises and take them home with us. And that this nation, in this difficult moment, will have as our point of reference as we go into election God, godliness, and this good Father whom we bury at this moment. May God give him eternal rest and bless our nation.
Tuweze kupata kimya kifupi, tutafakari maneno tuliyoyasikia. Naomba sasa kwa heshima tuweze kusimama kwa sala za waumini.
Tumuombe. Kwa dhati Mungu Baba Mwenyezi ambaye alimfufua Kristo mwana wake toka wafu kwa ajili ya wokovu wa wazima na wafu.
Sala kwa ajili ya kanisa. Tuliombee kanisa takatifu ili liendelee kuwa kielelezo cha matumaini, ukweli na haki. Tuliombee ili liweze kutekeleza majukumu yake ya kinabii, kifalme na kikuhani kwa ujasiri. Bwana utusikie.
Sara kwa ajili ya taifa. Tumuombe Mungu kwa unyenyekevu ili auelekeze uso wake wa rehema juu ya nchi yetu ya Kenya. Ambariki viongozi wetu na wazalendo wa Kenya ili wajishughulishe na manufaa ya wote. Tumuulize Mungu pia atakaze kwa njia ya pekee hasa wakati huu wa kujiandaa kwa uchaguzi wa kitaifa, ili upendo, amani na haki vidumishwe na vitawale. Bwana utusikie.
Bwana twakuomba utusikie.
Sala kwa ajili ya familia. Tuiombee familia ya marehemu Rais mstaafu MWAI Kibaki, ili Bwana wetu ambaye ni chanzo cha utulivu na faraja awajalie amani rohoni wakati huu wa majonzi. Bwana utusikie.
Sala kwa ajili ya marehemu wote. Pelekeze roho za marehemu wote mbele ya Mungu aliyejaa neema, ili wapate pumziko la milele kwake, aliye chanzo cha uhai na baraka zote. Bwana utusikie.
Sasa Bwana, tunakuomba dua na maombi yetu yawasaidie watumishi wako marehemu, na sana sana baba yetu Rais MWAI Kibaki, ili wafutie dhambi zao zote na washirikishe ukombozi wako kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu.
Naomba tuketi. Ni wakati wa matoleo, na katika ibada ya leo tutakuwa tuna matoleo ya mkate na divai. Na kwa hivyo ni vyema tujue ya kwamba sisi wote tuliopo hapa hatutakuwa na matoleo ya fedha za mifuko. Kwaya, wimbo wa sadaka. Tunataka kurudia tangazo hilo na kufanya clarification ya kwamba hatuna matoleo ya fedha za mifuko. Tafadhali tusipate watu wanaokota sadaka huko mwisho. Kwaya, tuendelee.
Thank you.
Sasa tunaelekea kufikia kilele cha ibada takatifu ya misa. We are now just about to get to the apex of the holy sacrifice of mass, and so we request that we humbly keep upstanding as we get led through the Eucharistic prayer of consecration. Tafadhali tusimame.
Salini ndugu na dada. Kaka yangu na yenyu kubaliwe na Mungu Baba Mwenyezi. Bwana apokea sadaka mikononi mwako kwa sifa na utukufu wa jina lake, na pia kwa mafaa yetu sisi na mafaa ya kanisa lake lote. Bwana, uwe radhi kuvipokea vipaji vyetu, ili huyu mtumishi wako MWAI Kibaki, raisi na baba mpendwa, apokelewe katika utukufu pamoja na mwanao, ambaye kwa njia ya sakramenti yake kuu ya upendo wote wanaunganishwa naye, anayeishi na kutawala daima na milele. Bwana awe nanyi. Inueni mioyo. Tumshukuru Bwana Mungu wetu. Kweli ni vema na haki, tendo la kufaa na kuleta wokovu. Tukushukuru wewe daima na popote, Bwana Baba uliye mtakatifu, Mungu mwenyezi wa milele, kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu. Yeye ndiye yule mmoja aliyepokea mauti, ili sisi sote tusije tukafa. Ila mmoja tu alikubali kufa, kusudi sote tupate kuishi kwa ajili yako milele. Kwa hiyo, pamoja na malaika wa mbinguni, tunakusifu tukiungama kwa furaha. Third Eucharistic prayer. Bwana kweli mtakatifu, na kila kiume kilichumbwa nawe kinakusifu kwa haki. Maana kwa njia mwanao Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo, na kwa uwezo tendaji wa Roho Mtakatifu, unavitia uzima vitu vyote na kuvitakatifuza. Wala uachi kuwakusanya watu kwako, ili toka mawio ya jua hata macheo yake dhabihu safi itolewe kwa jina lako. Basi Bwana, tunakusihi kwa unyenyekevu vipaji hivi ambavyo tumekutolea, ili uvitakase, upende kuvitakatifuza kwa Roho huyo huyo, ili viwe mwili na damu ya mwanao Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo, aliyetuamuru tuadhimishe mafumbo haya. Maana yeye mwenyewe usiku ule alipotolewa, alitwaa mkate na akikushukuru, aliubariki, akaumega na kawapa wafuasi wake akisema, twaeni mle nyote, huu ndio mwili wangu utakaotolewa kwa ajili yenu. Hivyo baada ya kula, akitwaa kikombe na kukushukuru, alikibariki na kawape wafuasi wake akisema, twaeni mnywe nyote, hiki ndicho kikombe cha damu yangu, damu ya agano jipya na la milele, itakayomwagika kwa ajili yenu na kwa ajili ya wengi kwa maondoleo ya dhambi. Fanyeni hivi kwa ukumbusho wangu. Fumbo la imani. Kwa hiyo, Bwana, tunapoadhimisha ukumbusho wa mateso ya mwanao yaletao wokovu, pamoja na ufufuko wake wa ajabu na kupaa kwake mbinguni, na tunapoutazamia ujio wake wa pili, tunakutolea kwa shukrani sadaka hii iliyo hai na takatifu. Na kuomba uyaangalie matoleo ya kanisa yako, na kwa kutambua yeye aliye kafara, ambaye ulitaka kutulizwa na sadaka ya kifo chake, tujalie sisi tunaotiwa nguvu kwa mwili na damu ya mwanao, na kujazwa Roho wake Mtakatifu, tupate kuwa mwili moja na roho moja katika Kristo.
Yeye atufanye sisi tuwe kwako sadaka ya timilifu ya milele, ili tuweze kupata urithi pamoja na wateule wako, kwanza kabisa pamoja na Bikira Maria mwenye heri, mama wa Mungu, na mtakatifu Yosefu mume wake, na mitume wake wenye heri, na watakatifu wako matukufu, pamoja na mataifa na watakatifu wako wote, ambao tunategemea kupata daima msaada wa maombezi yao mbele yako. Tunakuomba Bwana, huyu aliye kafara na upatanisho wetu, alete amani na wokovu duniani kote. Upende kulimalisha kanisa lako, kuliongeza imani na mapendo kanisa hili lako linalosafiri hapa duniani, pamoja na mtumishi wako Baba Mtakatifu wetu Francisco, askofu wetu mkuu Antonio, pamoja na maaskofu wote, wakilelo wote, na watu wote unaofanya kuwa taifa lako.
Umkumbuke mtumishi wako baba yetu Rais MWAI Kibaki, uliyemwita kwako kutoka dunia hii. Mjalie kwamba yeye ambaye alishirikishwa kifo cha mwanao kwa ubatizo, hali kadhalika ashiriki ufufuko wake, siku ambayo atawafufua wafu katika miili yao kutoka ardhini. Hapo ataufananisha mwili wa unyonge wetu na mwili wa utukufu wake. Pia wapokee kwa wema katika ufalme wako ndugu zetu marehemu, na wote walioaga dunia wakiwa wamekupendeza. Nasi tunatumaini kufika katika ufalme huo, ili pamoja tushibishwe milele kwa utukufu wako. Ndipo utakapofuta kila chozi katika macho yetu, maana kwa kuona wewe Mungu wetu kama ulivyo, tutafanana nawe milele yote na kukusifu bila mwisho, kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu, ambaye kwa njia yake unaujalia ulimwengu mema yote. kwa njia yake na pamoja naye na ndani yake, wewe Mungu Baba Mwenyezi, katika umoja wa Roho Mtakatifu, unapata heshima na utukufu wote milele na milele. Kwa kulitii agizo la mkombozi wetu na tukifuata mafundisho yake ya kimungu, tunadhubutu kusema: Baba yetu uliye mbinguni, jina lako litukuzwe, ufalme wako ufike, utakalo lifanyike duniani kama mbinguni. Tupe leo mkate wetu wa kila siku, tusamehe makosa yetu kama tunavyo wasamehe na sisi waliotukosea, usitutie katika kishawishi, ili utuopoe. Bwana, tunakuomba utuopoe katika maovu yote, tujalie kwa wema amani maishani mwetu, kusudi kwa msaada wa huruma yako tuopolewe daima na dhambi, wala tusifadhaishwe na jambo lolote, tunapotazamia tumaini lenye heri na ujio wa mkombozi mwokozi wetu Yesu Kristo. Kwa kuwa ufalme wako na nguvu na utukufu hata milele. Bwana Yesu Kristo, uliyewaambia mitume wako, amani na waachieni, amani yangu na wapa, usiwatazame dhambi zetu ila tu imani ya kanisa lako. Pende kulijalia amani na umoja kama yalivyo mapenzi yako, na ishi na kutawala milele na milele. Amani ya Bwana iwe daima nanyi.
Iwe pia nawe.
Peane amani.
Tazama Bwana kondoo wa Mungu. Tazama aondoaye dhambi za dunia. Heli wao walioalikwa kwenye karamu ya mwana kondoo.
Bwana
Mimi ni ufufuo na uzima, asema Bwana. Anisadikie mimi, hata kama atakufa ataishi, na kile anayeishi na kunisadiki hata kufa milele. Haleluya.
Tafadhali tuketi. Ni wakati wa kupokea Ekaristi Takatifu, na watakaopokea ni Wakristo wa Katoliki pekee ambao wameruhusiwa na ambao wamejiandaa. Kwaya, wimbo wa komunyo.
Thank you.
kwa unyenyekevu tusimame.
Tuombe. Bwana, tumeadhimisha sakramenti ya Pasaka kwa ajili ya mtumishi wako baba wetu Rais Mwai Kibaki. Tunakuomba umjalie aingie katika makao ya mwanga na amani kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu.
Tuinamisha vichwa tupokee baraka.
Bwana awe nanyi. Mungu aliyependa kuwajalia mema ya ukombozi na kuwafanya wana wa ufufuko wa mwana pekee, awajalie mfurahie kwa pamoja baraka yake. Amina. Naye aliyewajalia zawadi ya uhuru wa kudumu, awafanye mashiriki wa urithi wa uzima wa milele kwa kazi yake ya ukombozi. Nanyi mliofufuka katika ubatizo kwa njia ya imani, mstahili kuunganishwa naye katika makao ya mbinguni kwa kuishi kiadilifu hapa duniani. Na baraka za Mungu Mwenyezi, Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu ziwashukie na kukaa nanyi daima.
Nendeni na amani. Haleluya, haleluya.
Tumshukuru Mungu.
Wimbo kwaya.
Tafadhali tuketi. Tukiwa na shukrani kwa kila mmoja wetu aliyopo hapa kwa kushiriki vyema Katika ibada hiyo takatifu ya misa ambayo tumekamilisha, sasa ningetaka kwa heshima kuu kumwalika Baba Askofu Mkuu Anthony Muheria, askofu mkuu wa jimbo kuu la Nyeri, aweze kutuelekeza katika program ifuatayo. Karibu Baba Askofu.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Your Excellency, our Deputy President, Your Excellency, our former Prime Minister, all distinguished leaders, especially the governors here present, and all government officials and leaders of all levels. Our dear people of God gathered here to mourn and give a good send-off for our dear father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and mentor president of our country, Kenya. We want to acknowledge all the people here present, and allow me yet again to convey this kind request that from the family and from the wish of His Excellency President MWAI KIBAKI, and in his honor, that we will not have political speeches. It is something that we admire this great man and statesman, and therefore all of us who mourn, and yet we have our own desires to express our relation, great admiration for our president. Let us be really satisfied with a good prayer wherever you are, and giving this great man the respect and honor he deserves. Having said that, allow me to, within this spirit of prayer, we will say the last prayer, which will be led by our Bishop Philip Solometi of commendation. But before then, it is only fair that we give a few moments to the tributes for the family and also from a few of us. Before that moment, let us invite the persons reading the eulogy to come and read the eulogy of our dear President, MWAI KIBAKI, so that we can all feel with his life and unite ourselves to pray for him.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, First Lady, Margaret Kenyatta, Your Excellencies, the Deputy President and the Second Prime Minister of the Republic, my Lord Bishops, colleague governors, family and friends, ladies and gentlemen. Reading the eulogy for you is myself, Nderito Muriithi, and
Ryan Moi. I am a grandson of His Excellency, the former President.
Or as he is more popularly known in the family, Big Mwai. Your Excellency, perhaps heeding the bishop's request and in honor of the departed president, and the bishop did request that we should learn to say sorry more often. May I just request, please, turn to the person sitting next to you and say sorry. Your Excellency, and the congregation, we thank you. So here it goes. Leo Tolstoy once said that there is no greatness where there is no simplicity, goodness, and truth. And here, therefore, is the life and times of His Excellency MWAI KIBAKI, CGH, third President of Kenya. That MWAI KIBAKI was a humble man who loved simplicity is well known. That he was a good and great man is an acknowledged fact. That he cherished truth and fairness is not in doubt. MWAI KIBAKI recognized that serving others is life's greatest joy and its ultimate reward. To millions of Kenyans, he was the brightest of 1,000 points of light. In him, Kenyans found reason to hope, the courage to dream, and a man to emulate. MWAI KIBAKI's life is intertwined with, with our nation's history. But besides being a story of a commander-in-chief of great accomplishments, it is a story of a deeply devoted family man, a beloved son, a dear husband, a cherished father, and a grandfather, a treasured brother, and a dutiful uncle and relative to many. MWAI KIBAKI taught us that public service is noble and necessary. He showed us that one can serve with passion and utmost integrity. In fidelity to our shared humanity, he heeded the call to serve his country and never looked back. Earning the profound privilege to serve as a teacher, lawmaker, cabinet minister, vice president, leader of the official opposition, and as president of the Republic of Kenya. He undertook his duties with a distinct sense of civility and dignity, and will undoubtedly inspire many in Kenya, East Africa, Africa, and beyond for years to come. Sunrise. MWAI KIBAKI was born to Kibaki Gethenji and Teresia Wanjiku on the 15th of November 1931 in Thongori village in the present-day Othaya sub-county in Nyeri County. He was the last born in a family of 6. His siblings are the late Wagui, the late Gethenji, the late Kenywa Waitherero, who is here with us today, the late Derito, and the late Waruguru. During his childhood, a time when Kibaki and his age mates routinely engaged in tending goats and calves near home, a peculiar structure erected in the area caught his fancy. He was to learn later that the unusual edifice constructed by Catholic missionaries was a sanctuary cum school. As fate would have it, young Kibaki ended up being part of the new world that this new phenomenon portended. He attended his preparatory school, dubbed Sub-A and Sub-B there. At first, his father was a little skeptical about young Kibaki's peculiar venture. However, Kibaki's enthusiasm to become part of the novel adventure was unstoppable, and so his long and illustrious academic enterprise started in earnest. After successfully completing his foundational schooling, MWAI KIBAKI joined Gatuyaini Primary School, where he spent 2 years. Back then, there was no telling where this journey would land him. However, being the diligent and bright boy he was, his prospective fortunes were already ascertainable. As it came to pass, MWAI Kibaki was destined for greatness. Those who knew MWAI Kibaki from his childhood days through his time at Makerere University speak of a man who, right from the start, knew what he wanted to become and the path he wanted to follow to achieve it. Nothing, it would seem, was coincidental or fortuitous about his life. Everything seemed aligned to purposefulness. Kibaki later joined the Holy Ghost Catholic Missionaries Karima Mission School, which is today Karima Primary School, for another 3 years. From there, he went to Madari School, later named Nyeri High School, before joining the Mangu High School, discovering Yonda. It was at Mangu High School that greatly transformed Kibaki's life. Started by Catholic priests, Mangu High School became the melting pot in which some of the best brains in the country were chaperoned into greatness. The founders of Mangu High School were keen on establishing an institution firmly anchored in the Catholic faith and fully committed to the pursuit of academic excellence. After excelling at Mangu High School, Kibaki joined Makerere University College in Uganda to pursue a Bachelor of Arts degree in economics, history, and political science. He emerged as one of the best students in the Faculty of Arts in 1955, attaining a first-class honors degree. After graduation, Kibaki was employed at Shell Uganda as an assistant sales manager. He resigned when he secured a scholarship to study for a Bachelor of Science in Political Science, in Public Finance, sorry. I repeat. He resigned when he secured a scholarship to study for a Bachelor of Science in Public Finance at the prestigious London School of Economics and Political Science, LSE. At LSE, Kibaki became the first African to graduate with a first-class honors degree. MWAI Kibaki returned to Makerere as an assistant lecturer in the Department of Economics. The university would, years later, in 2012, bestow upon him an honorary Doctor of Laws degree as a testament to his distinguished and outstanding contribution to public service at the national, regional, and international levels. The tree and its branches. Just as a farmer plants a small seed which grows to become a large tree with branches that yield a bounty of fruits, as well as providing a safe and secure shade, MWAI Kibaki settled back home when he met and wedded Lucy Muthoni in the year 1961. Their union bore them one daughter and 3 sons, Judy Wanjiko, Jimmy Kibaki, David Kagai, and Tony Githenji. Today, the home is also filled with 7 grandchildren, being Joy Marie, Ryan MWAI, Christina Muthoni, George MWAI, Jeremy MWAI, Anna Lisa Muthoni, and Leah Rose Muthoni. Political inclination. Makerere was where MWAI Kibaki launched his political career. He was elected chairman of the Kenya Students Association as well as vice chairman of Makerere Students Guild during a watershed moment marked by heightened political consciousness right across East Africa. This was a time when the agitation to end colonial domination in Africa was at its peak. Kibaki seized that moment and distinguished himself as a champion of emancipation of the African. MWAI Kibaki's career as a lecturer lasted between 1958 and 1961, after which he resigned to become the first executive officer of Kenya's independence party, the Kenya African National Union, KANU. MWAI Kibaki put his best foot forward to strengthen KANU for victory in the 1961 elections. KANU garnered 19 out of 33 elected seats in the House of Representatives. MWAI Kibaki himself was elected Member of Parliament for Donholm in 1963 and appointed Parliamentary Secretary to the National Treasury. He continued to hold his position as KANU's executive officer and gained immense respect across the board, much to the chagrin of his adversaries. Also notable is that MWAI Kibaki was a key architect, together with the late Tom Mboya, of the acclaimed sessional paper number 10 of 1965, titled African Socialism and its Application to Planning in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, I want now to ask Big MWAI to proceed.
Joining the cabinet, MWAI Kibaki became a full cabinet minister on May 3rd, 1966, when he was appointed Minister for Commerce and Industry. He would 3 years later be appointed to serve his nation as a Minister for Finance. During his tenure at the National Treasury, MWAI Kibaki guided the country through a global economic turndown and managed to steady the fortunes of a relatively young economy to safe shores. Given Kibaki's notable exploits in the arena of leadership, former World Bank President Robert McNamara described him as one of the greatest economic brains to have emerged from Africa. Kibaki's former lecturer at Makerere, Professor Kenneth Ingham, believed that Kibaki had stayed long enough in academia. He would have ended up as a president of the World Bank. A rising star. Upon the demise of the founding father of the nation, President Jomo Kenyatta, in 1978, Kibaki became President Daniel Arap Moi's vice president. Kibaki's star was clearly on a climbing trajectory. While at the Ministry of Finance and later as vice president, Kibaki's adeptness, guided by his economic and fiscal outlook, transformed Kenya's economy. During that period, Kenya benefited from a commodities boom, propelled by monetary policies that led to consistent economic growth. MWAI Kibaki represented his people for 50 years, effectively becoming one of the longest-serving MPs in the Commonwealth. That, though, does not mean he did not have antagonists and detractors. His unyielding resolve to succeed and conspicuous political charm handed him serial victory at the ballot. In 1988, MWAI Kibaki was moved from the twin docket of Vice President and Minister for Home Affairs to the Ministry of Health. He took this unseemly turn of events in his stride. Neither did he cause a stir nor turn into a rebel. In fact, Kibaki went on to tattoo an indelible mark in the ministry when he momentarily waived cost-sharing measures imposed on healthcare service delivery by donors. The 1980s were uncertain times for politicians. The ruling party, KANU, had tightened its grip on dissenting political voices than ever before. Through this difficult stretch, Kibaki maintained an aura of calmness and decency. Opposition leader. In December 1991, MWAI Kibaki announced his resignation from government and formed the Democratic Party, DP. He thus started a new political journey. When Kibaki lost the presidential election in 1992, coming third after the late President Daniel Arap Moi and Kenneth Matiba, he found himself in unfamiliar territory, the opposition. For a man who had been in government all his political life and vice president for a decade, this presented a new opportunity to serve Kenyans. He even brought a fresh wit and humor to the House, and later in his presidency by treating the public to many memorable light moments, usually in Swahili. Kibaki's political triumph finally came in 2002, when the National Rainbow Coalition, NOC, picked him as its preferred presidential candidate. He got more than 65% of the vote. On the 30th of December 2002, Kibaki was sworn in as the third president of the Republic of Kenya on a wheelchair, having survived a near-fatal accident while on the campaign trail hardly a month earlier. He served as the head of state and government until 9th April 2013, when his successor, President Uhuru Kenyatta, ascended to the presidency. Inking history, the indelible mark. No doubt a leading figure in Kenya's post-independence history, Mwai Kibaki won countless hearts of Kenyans. He has many admirers right across the globe, fondly referred to in several quarters as the gentleman of Kenyan politics. Kibaki will be remembered as an insightful and eloquent debater with a unique sense of humor. After Kenya dumped the single-party system in the early 1990s, Kibaki became a leading light in nurturing a political culture of vibrant multi-party democracy. The ruling party was kept on its toes, with Kibaki on the wheel as leader of the official opposition. His role in shaping multi-party democracy is etched in Kenya's history. Once Kibaki became president, his government introduced critical reforms in the education sector, foremost of which was the globally acclaimed free primary education program. His administration also instituted comprehensive infrastructure developments in the transport and energy sectors. Access to better healthcare took a new turn during Kibaki's tenure. Kibaki will be remembered for championing the promotion of policies that promoted economic and social empowerment, democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. At the regional level, Kibaki was at the forefront in supporting the objectives of the East African Community Common Market of Trade liberalization for the citizens of the partner states of the East African Community. His commitment and conviction in matters of economic empowerment went beyond Kenya. Perhaps one of the most memorable achievements of the Kibaki era is the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution that ushered in a new dispensation whose far-reaching effects have redefined how Kenya is governed today. For 2 decades, Kenya had expressed their wish to change the constitution the country had inherited at the dawn of independence in 1963. It had been an elusive goal. At Kibaki's first attempt, it did not fly. It was his second attempt in his second term that it was finally realized. During its promulgation in August 2010, Kibaki termed the achievement the boldest step the Kenyan people have taken towards changing their lives. Kenya's 2010 Constitution is definitely a huge part of the Mwai Kibaki legacy. In retrospect, Mwai Kibaki's servant leader credentials offer seminal lessons on how best to negotiate a more rewarding future through prosperity. Kenya is today more desirable in numerous ways courtesy of the solid foundation built by an exemplary icon who no doubt loved his motherland. Fare thee well. In victory, he was gracious and magnanimous, and a magnanimous winner who brought unity. When he lost, he accepted the outcome with dignity and strove to come back better. He showed us how setbacks can strengthen the value, us, the value of patience and the power of never losing sight of one's goals. None of his disappointments could compare with one of life's greatest tragedies, the loss of his dear wife, Mama Lucy Kibaki, 6 years and 4 days ago. If there can be any consolation as we bid farewell to Mwai Kibaki, it is that he has been reunited with the love of his life, as well as with his departed parents and siblings. Mwai Kibaki knew how to be a true and loyal friend. He honored and nurtured his many friendships. He taught us what it means to protect one's family as a husband, father, and grandfather, as well as what it means to be leader of formidable accomplishment. We honor and rejoice in the lifelong companionship he enjoyed with his now departed wife, Her Excellency Mrs. Lucy Kibaki, and his love for his immediate and extended family. Our earnest prayer is that the Almighty God will be kind to Judy Wanjiku, Jimmy Kibaki, David Kagai, and Tony Gidenji and their families. In the outpouring of sympathy and adoration that followed Kibaki's demise on April 22, 2022, it became clear that MWAI Kibaki had an impact on his country and the world at large in a unique manner. His ingenuity in matters of economic management, his deep love for his country and dedication to its transformation, and his defining character as the gentleman who stood tall above all the muck of politics became the common chorus of the millions of people who mourned this outstanding son of Kenya and the world. Fare thee well, Your Excellency, and may your soul rest in eternal peace.
Allow me to make an unusual request. Kindly, would we be upstanding after the eulogy of this great statesman? And kindly, can we applaud him so that we can usher him in this way into heaven? And all of us have a participation in the eulogy. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Tashukuru sana kwenyu nyote kwa kumpa pongezi na kumsindikiza kwa hayo tumesikia maisha yake. We will only do a few tributes, mainly from the family who have kindly requested that they make a few tributes. It is a large family, so they will only, representatives will come up to make some brief tributes. Kindly, may I now ask, still in this spirit of prayer, that we invite Madam Judy Kibaki to make her tribute. She will be followed also by the family members thereafter of the family and of the extended family. Kindly now, I invite Judy Kibaki to just make a tribute to her dear father on behalf of the whole family. Let us welcome her also with at least an applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Judy Wanjiku. I am the daughter of the late President MWAI Kibaki, and I wish to make this tribute to a very special man, my father. Mr. MWAI Kibaki was known by many names. His Othaya constituents called him Mheshimiwa. For the first 30 years he was in government, he was also called Waziri. At some point during that period, he was also called Vice President MWAI Kibaki. Then in 1993, the media started referring to him as Opposition Leader MWAI Kibaki. This title lasted 10 years. Then he was sworn in as President in December 2002. And everybody started referring to him as Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Through his journeys of transformation from Mheshimiwa to His Excellency the President, MWAI Kibaki remained just dad to me and my 3 brothers. He did everything a dad is supposed to do. He drove me to school when he did not have important early morning appointments. He attended the parents-teachers meetings when they were convened and listened keenly to what the teachers had to say about my progress, or rather lack of it, much to his consternation. He seemed to be more appraised about my diligence in making numerous friends, but not in scoring A's. He took all this in his stride, just as he did so many other things in his life. Many people have referred to my dad as their mentor. MWAI Kibaki was my mentor too. He mentored me on so many aspects of my life. Patience was one value I learned from him. He taught me that nothing good comes instantly. You must work hard at it. He said, stay focused. He often said, and those who chose to listen to his wise counsel, me included, managed to navigate the challenges that life presents. We shared Dad not just with his constituents here in Othaya, but with the rest of Kenya and in fact the whole world. People often wondered how such a high-ranking leader could have time for his family. Dad had plenty of time for me and my siblings. He blocked off his diary when we were on school vacations and took time to be with us. When our birthdays rolled around, he hosted our friends in the garden of his home for our birthday parties. Ever the jovial personality that he was, he would invite my friends' parents to stay on and be part of the celebration. They all knew Dad and his kind hospitality. By being present on our special days, and as much as possible when time allowed, he remained part and parcel of my life. He found time to fly to the United States to attend my university graduation, which was on a Sunday. He flew out of the US the same night, was back in Nairobi on Monday night, and was able to participate in his then political party's election on Wednesday morning. It was a KANU election at that time. It was a balancing act all his life, and he managed it well. You gave me sufficient time, Dad. Dad gave me time, so I also dedicated a lot of time to him too. Just as he supported me through my formative years when I was through with education, I spent a considerable amount of time supporting him in the development of his assets, something which I enjoy doing even today. This has been a lesson on give and take. One of those investments was his political career. I can honestly say that Dad's political victories were hard-won battles. I was in the thick of his 4 presidential campaigns. They were not easy, but my siblings and I came to know many people and we made many friends. These were true lessons on resilience. Dad's public life was his. He did not drag me into his public rallies and harambes. It was voluntary. Dad was a Democrat even in his own home. He knew I had other interests I wished to pursue, and he encouraged me to do so. He did not want to make me into a replica of himself. No. Dad wanted me to grow into a well-educated, focused individual with a strong character and a unique, defined personality. This is what he dreamt and hoped for every Kenyan. So he worked at it all his life because he sincerely believed that a nation of well-developed individuals would surely prosper to great heights. This was Dad's vision. My father was a great man, yes. He also had fine human qualities. He was kind and very generous. He dedicated his life to the service of Kenya. He served Kenyans with humbleness and humility. He participated in 10 general elections over a span of 50 years. Each time going back to request his constituents to re-elect him as Member of Parliament to enable him to continue serving them. Each time they did re-elect Dad because they believed him and he lived up to his promises. I can say there are many lessons that can be learned from my dad's life. One of the more important ones is that victory can be gained peacefully. Dad was peaceful at home and in his work. Your work has been diligently done, Dad. You carried yourself with so much dignity. I am at peace. Rest in peace, Dad. I will always love you.
Thank you very much. We continue with the tribute to the family.
Your Excellency the President, Your Excellency First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, Your Excellency the Deputy President, Your Excellency Mrs. Rachel Ruto, the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and Mrs. Ida Odinga, ladies and gentlemen, before I give my tribute, I just want to call Mr. Jimmy Cairo. I know I'm breaking protocol, but Your Excellency, please indulge me. There's a reason why I am calling here. Jimmy, are you around? Jimmy Cairo, for those who don't know him, he's the son of the late Honorable David Munene Cairo. And I'm sure many of you know, the relationship between his father, his late father, and now my late father. It was one of those great friendships. His father was a very close friend of my father, and my mother actually. I don't know which was the greater friendship, between your father and my father, or my father and your mother, but they were very close friends. Indeed, the first time I ever saw my father shed a tear was at your father's funeral. David, in honor of that friendship, David had requested me if he could read a tribute. And here he is. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Your Excellency the President, First Lady, Deputy President, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and your family, and to the family of our friend, Honorable MWAI KIBAKI, His Excellency. Mine is just a short tribute, and Jimmy, thank you very much for yielding your time. A tribute for His Excellency President Emilio MWAI KIBAKI, by James Wanderi Cairo, son of late Munene Cairo. Go well, my friend and mentor. You are more than honorable. You taught me the meaning of servitude and forthrightness. You were a true gentleman. You were loyal to a fault. You lived by a code. Thank you for everything you did for me and mine. You treated my family as your own. We, my family and I, will never ever forget you. Yours is etched in our hearts, minds, and souls forever. With me, I have my mother, Mrs. Lucy Wangeshi Cairo, my brother, Patrick Maina Monene, and my wife, Julia Wairimo Wanderi. They're here with us. Say hi to our dad as you reunite. You both served Kenya diligently to the very end. You are each other's pillars, and for this we thank you. Thank you for instilling in us a strong sense of responsibility and leadership. We will continue to walk in your footsteps. Kenyans will never forget what you did to transform their lives. You both came from very humble beginnings. Destiny brought you together. Both visionaries, you in Othaya and our dad in Kieni. You both set out to change Kenya from the yoke of political oppression and economic lack. You formed the Democratic Party of Kenya, DP, together and proceeded to birth a new nation and dispensation. 10 years later, as the leader of official opposition, together with the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, you removed an oppressive dictatorial regime. And after a second attempt, you successfully gave us our new constitution, Katiba 2010, that also delivered a devolved level of government, which has transformed Kenyan lives at the grassroots. That's who you were, an agent of change and economic revolution. I honestly cannot count how many things you did together and for each other with our dad. I can only guess. From the 70s through the 80s to the 90s, there was a whisper in the circles. If you want to see Honorable MWAI KIBAKI, look for Honorable Munene Cairo. They are most likely together or will be shortly. The countless harambes, political rallies, and private functions, you were inseparable. In 1988, when our dad was released from Kengongo prison, he told us he was only attending a government seminar. We knew he was targeted for supporting you. You both loved Kenya so much and used your knowledge and economic influence to change lives. And lives you did change. Today, Kenya stands because you stood up for it. For us who remain, we will finish what remained uncompleted. Thank you for applauding and officially endorsing my work in 2014, even after you had left office, specifically for promoting public-private partnerships and programs for sovereign-level development by working closely and collaborating with international development partners and the National Treasury and Planning, where you were head for a very long time. You advised us and left us with an elaborate Marshall Plan that will surely change the lives of Kenyans for good, based on your Vision 2030. We thank you for this. On matters corruption, you set up institutions that continue the fight against graft and economic crimes, which rob the nation and its people of their hard-earned and honest sweat. For this, we applaud you because you were extremely intolerant to those who believed in taking shortcuts to amass wealth by dipping into public coffers. You detested such characters and even chased them from your government. On matters political succession. On matters political succession, you already showed us the way with your political handshake with the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, which led to the formation of the Grand Coalition Government of 2008 to 2012. His Excellency, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, repeated the same some 10 years later in 2018 and proceeded to establish the Building Bridges Initiative with the Right Honorable Prime Minister, my good friend. You both showed Kenyans that they can work together and prosper together, especially when they put their political differences aside. You brought the country together once in your life, as you have once again brought it together with your passing. Thank you for your continued calls for national unity, peace, reconciliation, and tolerance. We are indeed our brother's keepers, and we know what your last wishes were for the future leadership of this country. Last but not least, you were a great man of faith and a devout Catholic. You walked with God all through your life, and your life was a testament in itself of God's hand. May Almighty God and His Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, our Savior and Redeemer, receive your spirit and reward your soul with eternal life. Rest in peace, Your Excellency, President Emilio MWAI KIBAKI. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Allow me to request that the tributes be brief so that we can go to the next stage. Sorry, Jimmy.
Yes, Your Grace, I'll be very brief because I know we are also keeping to military time. Your Excellency, I think I said what I wanted to say yesterday when we were at Nyayo Stadium. A lot of people have said a lot about my father, His Excellency President MWAI KIBAKI. And the tributes have been accurate, they have been heartfelt, and we have received them as a family in the manner that they deserve. But I think I might just want to give a bit of insight into, should I say, the more relaxed side of President MWAI KIBAKI. Because the tributes have been there, but they basically focused on his, public life, his tenure as a president. But he was so much more than that. Or at least those Kenyans, I would say, who are above 55 years of age and had the privilege of growing up under the parentage of this generation. In my estimation, this was Kenya's finest generation. This was a generation that built this country. The men and women who, should we say, came into government in 1963 when we got independence, dedicated their lives to the service of this country. And that is why you see, in Kenya in the 1960s and 1970s, Kenya was actually really like a paradise. We had tremendous economic growth, we had good security, we had a lot of optimism, and all the other things that go with being a young, dynamic nation. My experiences with Mzee, obviously, first and foremost, were as son to father. And my earliest, I'll just give, Your Grace, I'll just give one or two examples of how I related with my dad. My dad, I think, my whole life has been almost like a game of cat and mouse. My dad wanted me to pursue a life of excellence like he did. And in many instances, he felt that I fell short of that. An example is when I was in Form 2. Now, my grades, or academic grades in St. Mary's in Form 2, were not, should we say, representative of a son of MWAI KIBAKI. The Form 1 grades were quite terrible, and the Form 2 grades were actually abysmal. So I went to take my father. We had this thing where we got our school reports, and Each one of us would go into his sitting room because he had his sitting room. And we would sit with him and give the reports. Judy gave her report. Judy, by the way, that time she was in Form 3. I think she was almost a straight A student. Maybe she got 1 or 2 Bs, but the rest were A's. Then we had David. David in school, from primary school to high school, he was an academic genius. I think in academics he took after his father. Tony, that time you were a small boy, so you were not involved in this. But my mother made it a point that I be the last one to give my report. Mzee looked at my report, and I remember him going back up to the top of the report where your name is, because I think he was wondering, this must be a mistake. This cannot be my son. Then he asked my mother, these grades, which I will not repeat here, please, I need to keep some dignity. He said, this is out of what? Is it out of 50 or is it out of what? My mother said, this is percent. So Mzee gave me one of those looks, which I'm sure, Your Excellency, you've come across those looks when he's very angry, because he doesn't shout, but he gives you one of those piercing looks. And he said, you know, Jimmy, let me tell you, let's do this. Forget about this school business. Let me take you to Naromoro, our farm there. Look after my cows, and I'll pay you a small wage. It won't be for free. And I think when he saw me actually contemplating that, he told my mother, you know, Lucy, Mathare Mental Hospital is not far away from Othaya. Shall we take this boy then to get his head examined so that we can establish that it is not his brain that has a problem, he's just lazy. And I can tell you, he was quite annoyed, and he told me, you know, what we are going to do now, we are going to talk to the priests at St. Mary's, and you are going to repeat Form 2. And I was like, repeating Form 2, and I've been bullying those Form 1 kids. That's not an option. But to cut a long story short, I studied like crazy, and my third term grades were actually very, very good, quite respectable. But he told me, you know, if you don't maintain those grades, you are going to be forced to repeat, and you'll be forced to repeat without warning. So throughout the rest of my high school, I decided to apply myself, because you never knew when the report actually met his standards, or whether you'd be forced to repeat. You know, my father was a lecturer, my mother was a teacher trainer, so they took academics very seriously. And I can say that they taught us that we were privileged to go to some of the best schools in Kenya, and we should not actually squander those opportunities. Like I said, my life with my father was a game of cat and mouse. Like any teenager, I think the relationship between a father and a son can sometimes be misconstrued to be one of disrespect or not respecting enough. But I really respected my father. At one point, I remember he told me, you know, Jimmy, you keep going out and coming home 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Why can't you come home at a respectable time? Respectable people are home by midnight. He told me it's only crooks and vagabonds who go out parading at all hours of the night. So he told me, from now on, when you go out, be home by 1 a.m. the latest. And I told him, yes, Dad. The following weekend, I went out. I knew he was going to Othaya. So normally when he came to Othaya on Saturdays, he came back on Sundays. But that day he came from Othaya very early in the morning. And I was walking into the house. I saw through, there was a split in the curtains, and I saw, and this was at 3 a.m. I saw Mzee sitting there. I was like, oh my goodness, what is going to happen now? And before I knew it, he had gone and he had opened the front door and he told me, Jimmy, remember what I told you? Get in the house. Now when I looked at him there, I was like, you're standing in the doorway. How am I going to get in the house when he's standing in the doorway? So what am I going to do? I decided to call my mother because there was no way I was going anywhere near him before my mother was there. And when my mother came downstairs, there told me, if you ever repeat that again, we are going to have some serious issues. And I can tell you from that time forward, I really followed his instructions. There was many things to me. Obviously, first, he was my father. He was a disciplinarian. But above all, he was a role model. He was one of the finest people I have ever known. I want to take this opportunity in behalf of you all, and like His Grace said, to say a big thank you to His Excellency, President MWAI KIBAKI. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, Jimmy. We would like to have just a few and maybe brief steer from the family, from the extended family. Allow us to call John Kibaki, the nephew, I think he's Forester, to make, please, just a brief tribute on behalf of the extended family. Karibu.
Excellency, our President Uhuru Kenyatta, Your Excellency Mama Ngina Kenyatta, Your Excellency Deputy President William Ruto, Your Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, members of Kibaki family, distinguished guests, members of the clergy, and all fellow mourners who are here. My name is John Kibaki Kinywa. I'm a nephew of the departed president. And as I stand here, I will just say a few words on behalf of the larger Kibaki family, for which I'm the chairman. So, members of the Kibaki family, including the departed president, were members of the family where I was chairman. On behalf of the larger Kibaki family, of which I'm chairman, I welcome you all to this celebration. His Excellency MWAI KIBAKI has been a great inspiration to all of us in the family. His singular wish to see all members of the family grow their lives successfully was the reason he touched all of us, individually and collectively. Even as he undertook his work to serve Kenya and the world, he always found time for us whenever we required his advice. His warm demeanor, his generosity, and his sound advice at all times, coupled with many other things that make life comfortable for those that are close to you, is what we remember him for. Myself, I remember him not so much as my uncle, but as my father, because when my late father died in the Mau Mau War, he took the responsibility to grow me up with my siblings, and up to this time, we feel that he was the force behind our success in life up to where we stand today. Fare thee well, Uncle. Till we meet again. In God's heart, you are in a better place. May the Lord be praised. Mwathani umunengere kihuruko gitathiraga.
No theri wa hingo ciothe no mutheragie.
Arohuruka uhoro.
Ni gutuike guo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also for your brevity, thank you. Allow us still to welcome the family, especially the extended family from the Kagai family, the family of the former First Lady, Lucy. Would like to welcome George Joroge to speak on behalf of that family. Karibu.
Good afternoon, everybody. Your Excellency, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the President of Kenya, and the First Lady, Margaret Kenyatta, and the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, all the dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid because of the constraint of time, I've been requested to waive this opportunity and allow Ambassador Solomon Karanja to talk, to give his tribute, because he's been working with His Excellency President MWAI KIBAKI for many years, and they have done very many things together. And because we don't want to lose time, as His Grace has requested, I'm extending this opportunity to Solomon Karanja, Ambassador.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, if I sound a little bit disconnected, it's because I wasn't expecting this honor, but I'm very pleased indeed to be able to say and to affirm what kind of man we have lost in the loss of the President. The President, the late President. Incidentally, I may have already offended. I wasn't aware that the President was around, the President, our current President. Otherwise, I would have said the necessary apologies. And please excuse me, it's this talking out of turn on the sudden is not something that some of us have been brought up to do. So I do apologize. Anyway, I'll be brief. I first met Mr. Kibaki when he was going from Makerere for a postgraduate degree at the University of London, and I was just a freshman at Makerere. And much later, when he came back, we did get together, and we learned a lot of all the things that have been said here. I can underline and say that those are the truth. When he came back from London, he eventually came. I graduated just shortly after he came back, and then worked for a company called Shell Company. And when he retired to go into, when he retired to come to, he came to Kenya, and we stayed together with him and another fellow who had come from Cambridge for a while. And then, of course, as a young man will do, you get attracted to a lady, and you proposed to do the right thing with her. And those who used to visit us with Mai and Karemi, I think the other one was Karemi, the ladies who used to come and say jambo to us, we eventually married them. I married my wife, and she's still around, and she's still the only one after about 50 years of marriage. Mwai married, of course, the one you know from here who comes from Mama. We call her Mama, Mama Jimmy or Mama any of the other boys, and well, as I say, speaking off the cuff, all I can say is that this is a great man. He's also kind, because I remember when we were students and he had a little Volkswagen when he was teaching at Makerere. And occasionally when we wanted to go to Kamulu's was a nightclub, a nightclub that was quite frequently attended by university students. And of course, university students had to be back into their room by midnight. Now, if you are lucky enough to be close to Mwai, when he had that little Volkswagen, and he was the resident tutor for Livingston Hall, you could get a ride, go to Kamulu's, come back, and go through his garage, and therefore escape the idea that you'll be booked and therefore not allowed to go out anymore. Now, one of the things that really astonished me, I'm doing this at random, so ladies and gentlemen, don't be worried, was the fact that if we went out in his Volkswagen and came back slightly out of time, like 1 o'clock, he was able to go and deliver a beautiful and very well-attended lecture at 8 o'clock in the morning. Of course, at 8 o'clock in the morning, after that escape, or after that visitation to Kamulu's, I would still be fasting. So I asked him his secret, and he told me that the secret was not to go to bed when you have come back late from from wherever it was, but to do so after you have done your job. So he used to go to the university lecture rooms, deliver a beautiful lecture, and then when he comes back, apparently that's when he went to sleep. Now, this random remembrances can go on and on. So thank you very much for giving me a chance to say goodbye to them.
That was a very humane recollection of an elder. Thank you very much, Solomon. Our last, bado tuko katika hali ya kumkumbuka baba na rais wetu Mwai Kibaki. Naomba kwa heshima, kwa mwisho ni aliyefanya kazi naye na alikuwa rafiki wa karibu zaidi, Ambassador Othaya, for a brief tribute. Kindly, Ambassador, on behalf of all those who work closely with him in government, Ambassador Othaya. Thank you. Karibu mzee.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Your Excellency, Margaret Kenyatta, the First Lady, Your Excellency, the Vice President of Kenya, Honorable Bruto, Your Excellency, the former Prime Minister, Honorable Raila Odinga, and his spouse, Her Excellency, Ainda Raila Odinga. Your Excellency, not Your Excellency, Your Lordship, the Bishop of Nyeri,
May we
and the clergy.
kindly ask, tunauliza wananchi wote tuweze kutulia, bado tuko katika hali ya maombi, na tusikize kumbukumbu ya baba yetu. Tafadhali wananchi.
Your Lordship, the Bishop, and the clergy, on behalf of the public service that served under the leadership of our departed father, the father of modern Kenya, His Excellency MWAI KIBAKI, we really wish to convey our condolences, most deep condolences, to his family, Judy Kibaki, Jimmy Kibaki, and his family, and also Judy and her daughter, David, his wife and children, Tony, his wife and children, extended family, including the governor of Laikipia, His Excellency Derito. We really cannot express enough the loss and the pain we feel about our departed father. All of us in the public service really learned a lot from His Excellency the President. He was our teacher. He empowered all of us in the public service. He empowered the private sector. He empowered our military. He empowered our judicial service. Actually, there is nobody in the public service who cannot say he learned and got a lot of inspiration from our departed president. You remember when he came to power, our GDP was about 14 billion US dollars. When he retired from the leadership, it was around 60 billion US dollars. You know, 14 is from independence, or from the time the country was really started collecting statistics, 14. But only within 10 years, the jump was from 14 to 60. His successor, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, has pushed it, operating on the foundation established by the father of modern Kenya to more than 100 billion US dollars. Today, nobody in the world can take our country lightly. Nobody. We are supposed to be the 5th largest economy in Africa. And we are marching on. we are marching on. How did President MWAI Kibaki go about it? He came up with what was called the Economic Recovery Program, Economic Recovery and Employment Creation Program or strategy during the first 5 years. What surprised everybody, including the World Bank and the IMF, under the leadership of the President, who emphasized empowerment. He empowered the ministers. He empowered the civil servants. He empowered the parastatals and everybody who under responsibility. What happened with that strategy? We surpassed all the targets that were set. The World Bank came, sent a delegation all the way from Washington. World Bank and IMF to find out what had happened in the country. Because everything was going up, and before that, the economy appeared to be pinned down by the structural adjustment regulations. It was like pinned down, and when he came, it's like he just cut the chains, and the economy started bubbling. That is really MWAI Kibaki. What did he do? He focused on the essential foundation of the economy, the infrastructure, the roads. After building the Thika road with a lot of doubting Thomases, just confidence came into the country. There is no project we could not implement under him. He renovated Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Suddenly, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport became the most modern airport in Africa. I remember when he was opening the phase 1 of the current modern Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. The World Bank representative said, if you Kenyans can do a project like this so successfully on your own resources, because World Bank was a junior partner, they were contributing only $10 million. Kenyan government, the treasury was contributing $120 million. He said there is no project which we cannot implement. Later, what happened? Of course, it's completion of the Thika Superhighway. It was the completion of the, and I've heard a lot of people talking, nobody has mentioned it, the Isiolo-Moyale Highway. Isiolo-Moyale Highway is about 520 kilometers. It was built, I think, within, I can remember, Your Excellency the President, because you are funding it, I think 3 years. We realized that road. The purpose was to open up northern Kenya to join Kenya with Ethiopia. Because our president, MWAI Kibaki, was an economist. He was to open up space for economic activities for this country. He even pushed a lot about accession of Rwanda into the East African community. He pushed very hard the accession of Burundi into the East African community. And now our current president has pushed very hard the accession of Congo into the community. I saw an article which was being circulated that now the East African Federation is going to be one of the most powerful nations in the world after. No, we have to be ambitious, Your Excellency. We have to be ambitious. But that ambition wasn't developed by the president. He pushed us to design the LAPSET project to open up northern Kenya with the port linking us with South Sudan and linking us with Ethiopia. He used to say, the population is getting squeezed here in the southern part of the country, which is developed. We need to open up the north so that the population can go. And what is really very good is that our current president has never rested to make sure those dreams are achieved. So, what can we say? I said he focused on fundamentals, the roads infrastructure. He focused on power infrastructure. What he did, said, let's connect. You know, we had talked about rural electrification for a long time. He said, let us connect all public institutions with the power, all marketplaces, even churches. Let's connect them with the power. Then wananchi will be able to tap power from those points. Before, there used to be 40,000 connections a year. By the time we left, we are doing more than 200,000 connections a year. That's the power. And then, of course, in generation, where do we get power? Invested a lot on geothermal, which the current government has continued to expand. Geothermal power generation. The other point, which was really a game changer.
Kindly.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, Bishop. Your Lordship, I'm concluding. Let me finish just this.
Kindly.
I'm become a bit political. I'm not a politician. What you did, the next point was actually the communication sector. The revolution he brought about with the optic cable that came from Fujairah to Mombasa revolutionized communication sector in this country. And Kenya now is one of the top countries in the world in terms of telecommunications. So these were the foundations. The other one, and I cannot really go without mentioning that, is human capital development. People talk about primary education, but that was step one. Step two was to expand secondary education, which he did by opening up day schools, day secondary schools, and that multiplied, I think, by multiples of 3 or 4 times. The next thing was university education.
Kindly.
From six public universities to 22 public universities. And finally, finally introduced TVET education in the country to empower the youth so that they are productive. TVET all the way from high school to university. Surely, those what I can say, and also thank His Excellency the President because he's carrying that flag. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Allow us to listen to one stanza from the choir, please, before we go to the other tributes. Thank you very much. I think it's good that we applaud that message of St. Paul. I invite you to tupige makofi, tumshukuru Mungu kwa maisha ya baba yetu. At this juncture, tungetaka kusema ya kwamba familia ya baba yetu Rais Mwai Kibaki iliomba wawe na fursa baadaye ya kubarikiwa karibu na mwili wa baba yao, na ndipo tutaenda kumalizia hii ibada, na baadaye tutaweza kuwa na maombi rasmi kabla ya kwenda kumlaza pahali ametayarishiwa kwa njia ambayo ni ya kushangaza ya unyenyekevu. Naomba sote tuweze kusoma somo kubwa kutoka kwa huyu baba yetu, na ndio maana kwa heshima yake naomba tutamuonyesha heshima hata mpaka tutakapomlaza. Wale wataweza kuwepo na wale wasio kuwepo, tukifuatilia tuweze kwa nchi yetu kumpa heshima tosha. At this junction now, allow me to invite for special tributes, brief tributes from two other speakers whom we kindly ask to give their kind tribute with great love for this great man. Allow me to invite now at this moment first our former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, to kindly come and deliver to us his memory and his wishes for this fallen hero. Karibu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, First Lady Mama Margaret Kenyatta, Deputy President Archbishop Anthony Muheria, and all the clergy, the family of our departed Mzee Emilio Mwai Kibaki, waombolezaji wote ambao wamefika hapa. God is good and all the times. Asanteni sana. We have come, as I said yesterday, to take final farewell to a great Kenyan patriot. Now, I want to say a few things today about Mwai Kibaki. I want to say that the life and history of Mwai Kibaki is very much contemporaneous with the history of independent Kenya. Because as you said, Kibaki resigned from teaching to come and join the liberation movement. He was the chief executive officer of the most vibrant national movement for liberation, KANU. And in the elections of 1963, KANU won the elections, beating the then opposition KADU. Then, after that, Kenya became first independent, eventually a republic. So he was assistant minister, vice president, and a president, leader of opposition. But development in Kenya after independence are very much akin to what took place in the rest of the African continent. The constitution that brought independence was a fairly liberal constitution with a devolved system of government called Majimbo. Through a series of amendments, Majimbo was disbanded. Then also several amendments were introduced to the constitution, which basically removed power from the periphery to the center. We ended up with a very authoritarian, or what we call imperial presidency. To cap it all, in 1982, they brought Section 2A, which introduced a single-party system. They was introduced by the then Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, our friend Charles Njonjo. Mwai Kibaki is the one who seconded it. I'm saying this because it's good for us to say it. We have had a long discussion with him. He did not know the implications. He later on himself became a victim of it all. Because in 1988, they brought Mlolongo system of election. They called them that open democracy. Then, after that, they did the reshuffle and was removed from being vice president, made minister of health. He did not feel humiliated. He stayed there as a gentleman. Some of us were fighting for repeal of Section 2A and reintroduction of multi-party politics. But because he was inside that system, he said that it is not possible to introduce a multi-party system. But those of us who were calling for it were like somebody cutting a mugumo tree, the razor blades. Fortunately, with the fall of Berlin Wall, the wind of change that was blowing in Eastern Europe began to also blow in Africa. And through it, Section 2A went. And now we are allowed to form a political party. And Kibaki said that in his deep mind, he has always cherished multi-party system. And immediately resigned from KANU to form DP. So he joined us. We were already then in Ford. And he joined DP. Then eventually, Ford also eventually split into Ford Kenya and Ford Asili. So we now have Ford Kenya, Ford Asili, DP. We try to bring these people together. Ken Matiba, Jaramogi, and Kibaki. Eventually tried to, with Kibaki's people, were negotiating. Uncle George Mohoho is here. And the late John Keane, Gengi Mugai, we tried to negotiate. It was not possible. Then we said that if you guys don't agree to hang together, we shall be hanged separately. So we went to the elections, and truly they were hanged separately. One whole post there for Matiba, one for Kibaki, one for Jaramogi. So, but we came together now in the opposition. First Matiba was the leader, then Jaramogi. Then both of them eventually went. In 1997, we now tried to come together again. There was Kibaki, Amalwa Kijana, Charity Ngilu, and yours truly. To try to come together. The late Mr. Leakey and Paul Mwite tried to mediate to bring us together. It did not work. Then again, we were hung separately. One for Kibaki, Raila, Amalwa, and Charity. So we stayed together like that. Come 2002, we were coming together again. We were separate. And then we came together to try to talk. And I was emphasizing that this time around, please, let us agree to have one candidate. And the negotiation took too long. The crowd was already in Uhuru Park. It was packed. They are saying, oh, let us go and tell the crowd that, oh, we will come back in 2 weeks' time. Now we have united. Come back in 2 weeks' time and tell them who is our candidate. I realized that we saw it in 92, we saw it again in 97, it's not going to work again. So this time around, I decided to take the debate to the Wananchi. Then I asked them, because I was the last person to speak, I asked them, Simze Kibaki tosha? And the crowd roared back, Kibaki tosha, na wakaanza kuimba, yote yawezekana bila Moi. That is the NAC revolution. The rest is no details. But I was saying this because I saw where we were, and we had a long discussion with MWAI Kibaki. In my view, MWAI Kibaki had the knowledge, the experience that we needed in that period of transition. I got actually hit so hard. By the time I arrived home, my wife has received so many phone calls saying how I had messed up. But I said there's no going back. We'll move forward together with MWAI Kibaki. So I'm here with my wife Aida there, and my elder brother Dr. Uburu. They've come here as the family of Jaramogi. how we sat down and signed an MOU. That is what we are going to do after we form government. This famous or infamous MOU. And when we were negotiating, everybody was very fresh. Kibaki is the one who suggested we need only 3 months. We will have passed that new constitution. Unfortunately, when we left, we started the campaign. And we went for campaign in Kitui. We ran around and we slept in the residence of Mr. Musila, former PC. When we left, we went for rallies in Kitui down, came back to Kitui town. We were rushing back now to Nairobi. My car was leading. But then they told me Kibaki was in a rush for another point in Nairobi. So I let them pass. So we were following. Then we come toward the junction there, Machakos Junction, and the accident. So from there, we put them in a car, Musila's car, and we were following, coming to Nairobi. We were found in Nairobi Hospital. We arrived at Nairobi Hospital, and the crowd is there. He's taken inside and for treatment, emergency. The crowd was so anxious, what's happening? So I came out and I told them, look, our captain is injured, but the march will continue and we shall win this march. And after that, we evacuated Kibaki to London for treatment. And he came back. He was a very strong man. MWAI Kibaki, apart from being brilliant, brainy, he's also got a very strong physical constitution. Because he has gone through several challenges that I know. Then, after that, when he came back, followed another one, which was now again admitted in Nairobi Hospital. So then now, we are victorious, we won the elections, and what happened is that a group that was around Kibaki, the reason why I've always said this is not Kibaki, there was a clique that was around him, which took charge. And they're the ones who were responsible for what happened, for relegation on the MOU that we had signed. But he said, some of our people making noise, oh, this is betrayal and so on. I said, no, this is not Kibaki. Let us stay in the government. Then came the issue of the Katiba. There are those who did not want the Katiba that had been drafted. Then you know how it happened, bananas and oranges. And when that happened, then we were thrown out of government. We met again now in the elections. But when we met, then they were in crisis. We negotiated with MWAI Kibaki and eventually agreed that Kenya is bigger than all of us. So we must unite together in the interest of Kenya. We formed a grand coalition government. Kibaki president, yours truly the prime minister. Othaya should have told you how we ran the government together. Because Francis, if there's somebody who was really responsible for the success of our government, is this gentleman, this old man called Francis Othaya. He did not tell you the role that yours truly played in infrastructure development. In terms of roads, I was the one who took the pain of demolishing structures so that we could construct those roads. And I was censored in the cabinet but Kibaki defended me in the cabinet. I said, where we are demolishing structures are structures which are built on road reserves. And those people have already been compensated. So Kibaki has said, kama watu najenga kwa barabara, ibomolewe. Ibomolewe. Yes, what do you want us to do? And that is what happened. We sat together and we created what is called the National Economic and Social Council, NESC, as a think tank of the government. And that NESC is what came up with most of these projects. There's LAPSET, SGR, the Konza, ICT City, special economic zones. All these came about as a result of the discussions in the think tank. What I want to say is that MWAI Kibaki is somebody with a clear foresight and is ready to negotiate and also to take in new ideas. And through that, he managed to open the government and get new progressive ideas about development. So here, we've come today to say goodbye to MWAI Kibaki. He was transformative. He came up with progressive ideas and he was able to bring all of us together and create a team that was ready to work for Kenya and say that Kenya first, everybody else is second. And therefore, we are paying a tribute to a great Kenyan leader. Fare thee well, MWAI Kibaki. In your journey, convey our greetings to Hayati Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, to Thomas Joseph Mboya. Say farewell also to Nyayo when you meet him. Rest in peace.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. We thank you very much. At this juncture, allow me also now to invite the Deputy President, Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Samoei Ruto, to also convey his remarks. Wananchi tunawaomba tuweze kutulia kwa heshima ya baba yetu. Your Excellency, the Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, mama wetu wa taifa, familia ya rais wetu wa tatu, Judy na familia yako, Jimmy na familia yako, David na familia yako, Anthony na familia yako, pamoja na extended family ya mzee wetu, baba wa taifa wa tatu, mzee MWAI Kibaki. Your graces and your lordships, bishops, ndugu viongozi wote wenzangu walio hapa, arata MWAI wa Kibaki Moriega. Moriega renge. Mwathani agocwo. Ngai no mwega. Na ende ciothe. Mheshimiwa Rais, tumekuja hapa wewe ukituongoza kama kiongozi wetu wa taifa, tuje tufariji familia ya rais wetu wa tatu. Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki alikuwa baba wa taifa na alikuwa baba ya watu wengi mbali na familia yake. And in a very special way, I want to thank the Mwai Kibaki family for agreeing to share your father with the rest of us who came to know him. We are truly grateful. Mwai Kibaki was a father to you, but he also became a father to many other Kenyans. We have come here to mourn his demise, but to also celebrate him as a father of the nation of Kenya. To the people of Thongori and Othaya, thank you very much for bringing up a great Kenyan who today we are celebrating. Tunawashukuru sana. Mzee baba wetu Mwai Kibaki kutoka hapa Thongori hapa Othaya, katika kijiji ambacho ni kama ile ya Bethlehemu ya Yesu ambaye haikuwa inajulikana sana. Lakini he accomplished many things. From here, he became a great scholar. He became a great economist. He became a great leader. And of course, a great president and a father of the nation. If there is a demonstration of bottom up, we can learn from Mwai Kibaki. We must, inspired by President Mwai Kibaki, we must keep the doors of opportunity for many more children in this village and in other villages of Kenya, inspired by Mwai Kibaki, that they too can be great in their nation if they work hard and if they pray. Mudhaura has said, and I agree with him, that Mwai Kibaki is the father of modern day Kenya. It is true. Mwai Kibaki planted the seeds of what has become the greatest transformation of our infrastructure under him and under our fourth president, President Uhuru Kenyatta. He laid the foundation, the man who lays here today. And even as he thought about big infrastructure projects, Mwai Kibaki did not forget the ordinary people. He did not forget And that is why, under MWAI Kibaki, he made sure that motorbikes were zero rated. And that is when Border came into being. And today, it is a sector that hires close to 1.4 million Kenyans. He was great, but he was also simple. And so, as we celebrate his life, as we celebrate MWAI Kibaki, we must remember that in him we had an embodiment of the unity of our nation. At a very personal level, allow me, Bishop, to say, when my boss, President Kenyatta, and I were in trouble with the ICC cases, MWAI Kibaki stood as a father to us. At a very personal level again, when I became his Minister for Agriculture, and me and my PS, Romano Kiome, went to see him about the challenges we were having in fertilizer, which had gone up to about 5,000 shillings a 50-kilogram bag. His wisdom and understanding gave us the opportunity, under his guidance, to reduce the prices of fertilizer to 2,500. And the first subsidized fertilizer in Kenya was brought about by the third president, President MWAI Kibaki. At a very personal level again, when I was promoted to the Ministry of Higher Education, and we had a backlog of university students, under his guidance again, we managed to have another double intake that henceforth removed the backlog that students had to wait for at least 2 years to be able to go to university after they complete their Form 4. And finally, as Mudawara has said, under President Kibaki's guidance, my peers at the Ministry of Higher Education, Professor Kiamba and I, under his guidance, we started to roll out the Tibet program that President Uhuru Kenyatta has built upon, and that is why we have close to 200 Tibet institutes across the country. So, at a very personal level, I can attest, and I am a witness, and I can bear testimony that MWAI Kibaki is the father of modern-day Kenya. And therefore, it is befitting that we celebrate his life and we learn lessons from him. And I think a befitting send-off to all of us as we celebrate the third president of Kenya is for us to go into this election and make sure that election will be peaceful and that it won't be necessary for us to have a handshake, that the election will be peaceful. I think we owe it to President MWAI Kibaki as we send him off. From my wife Rachel and children to Mzee MWAI Kibaki and his family, fare thee well. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Allow me one minute, Bishop. In our midst, we have many leaders. Let me ask all the MCAs to stand up. Asante sana. Thank you very much. A clap for the MCAs. Let me request all members of parliament to stand up. Wale wote waliokuja. Asante sana waheshimiwa kwa kuja ili tuweze kusindikiza mzee wetu. Let me request all the senators to stand up so that we can recognize you. Thank you very much. Those are our senators who came to bid farewell. Let me request all the governors and deputy governors to stand up so that we can recognize you. Tuwapigie makofi. Asante sana. In our midst also we have our former Vice President Musalia Mudavadi, and we have our former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka in our midst. Thank you very much, my brother. And I don't know whether we have Mzee Mudi Awori, who was also a Vice President to MWAI KIBAKI. He was there yesterday. Thank you very much. I thought of recognizing those leaders. Asante sana.
Thank you. Maybe at the same breath, may we recognize the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate. Thank you. May we also recognize the judiciary represented here by Lady Justice Ome. Thank you. At this juncture, we wish to honor the request of the family that they would like to have a special blessing here, together with our dear President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and our dear First Lady. So I'll kindly request that the family, the immediate family, come nearby and request Bishop Peter Kihara to lead that prayer over the family. I request the choir to sing just one stanza to give a chance for the family, and then we invite His Excellency the President before we invite him for the final remarks and condoling message to the family. One stanza, please, choir. Your Excellency the President, you can wait until they set themselves up. One stanza. At this juncture, we will ask all to be seated. We will invite, we are here with all the religious leaders who are here present. We request the religious leaders, we request all the religious leaders to stand up, both those who are here from the various religions and faiths. We also have some religious leaders in our midst. I will kindly request you, if you are there, just stand where you are and extend your hand over this family as the prayer is being led by Bishop Kihara. We pray for this beloved family who have taken care of our former president. At the same time, a prayer of our nation. Dear brothers and sisters, religious leaders, for those who can extend their hand, please extend your hands. For brother Muslims, we can hold the gesture of prayer as you normally do. Bishop Peter Kihara.
Mungu Baba, Mungu Mwana, Mungu Roho Mtakatifu, Utatu Mtakatifu, tunakushukuru sana, kwani mema, uzima na baraka zote zinatoka kwako. Maisha yetu ni zawadi yako ile muhimu sana. Tuko hapa kusherekea maisha na huduma huyu mwanao Emilio Mwai Kibaki ambaye ulimuita alitenda maishani mwake, na zaidi kama mtumishi katika nyanja zote. Umemuita wakati tunasherehekea ufufuko wa mwanao, na sasa ukamvuita apumzike. Tuko hapa leo kuomba pamoja. Kama kuna mabaki ya machache ulitaka alipe, sadaka hii tumetoa na nyingine nyingi, usikie maombi yetu na umrehemu. Tuko hapa kusherehekea maisha yake pamoja na familia hii iliyoko hapa, pamoja na marafiki walioko karibu na mbali, kwa sababu kwa njia yake uliguza maisha yetu na ya taifa letu na dunia nzima. Na kwa hivyo tunaomba baraka yako ya kipekee ishuke juu ya familia yake, hii ndogo na ile kubwa, na kwa marafiki wote walioguzwa na tendo lako la kumuita apumzike kwako. Uwafariji wewe Baba. Hawana mwingine karibu nao. Wanajisikia kimwili wamedhoofika kwa sababu mzee anayelala hapa alikuwa kikingi kilichosimama imara na kusimamisha maisha yao, kama tuliyosikia kutoka wote wale wandogo na wakubwa. Basi twaomba Roho wako aendelee kuwafariji kila mmoja, ili waweze kutembea na safari ya maisha, waweze kufanya majukumu yao na nguvu inayotoka kwako, ili waweze kuiga mfano bora ya huyu babao, ndugu yao, pia mwanao ambao ni ndugu yetu kwa kiimani, aliguza zote katika Kenya yetu. Tupe faraja, tuongeze imani, tuongeze pia matumaini, ili tuendelee kujua kama anapumzika kwako, vile alifariji Kenya katika kazi zake zote, utaendelea kufanya hivyo kwa sala zake kutoka mbinguni. Twaomba umbariki na wape nguvu familia yake, ili pengo aliloacha katika familia hiyo kubwa na ndogo, wajisikie sala zake zinawapa nguvu kila siku, waweze kutimiza mfano bora aliowaashia. Pia tuombee rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, ambaye pia anaendelea katika huduma hiyo ya kuonyesha mfano wa baba wa taifa. Hata yeye ametingizwa na kumuondolea huyu rafiki yake wa ndani. Mpe nguvu hata yeye, mpe busara, mpe matumaini, ili aendelee kuongoza taifa hili letu liweze kufikia mengi, akimuiga na akifuata mifano ya huyu baba Emilio ambaye analala hapa, tunayetoa kwako kwa sababu umemuita. Tupunguze zote taifa la Kenya majonzi, kwa sababu ulimpa talanta mbalimbali, akatumia zote zikamazaa matunda, na yote imefahamu na imeguzwa na kujitolea kwake kwa unyenyekevu. Wapatie wote wanaoshiriki na rais wetu katika serikali na nyadhifa mbalimbali viongozi busara ya kuunganisha Mwai Kibaki, ili hata yeye aendelee kuongeza hatua ya maendeleo ya kimwili na ya kiroho kwa wote bila ubaguzi, kwa wote kwa ushirikiano, kwa wote kwa amani. Haya hata Baba tunaomba tukijua utasikia maombi hata yale ambayo hatuwezi kueleza kwa maneno. Roho wako ambaye ametuunganisha hapa atayafikisha kwako, na yote tunaomba kwa njia ya Yesu Kristo Bwana wetu.
Amina.
Mwenyezi Mungu ambariki familia na taifa kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu.
Asante sana Askofu Peter Kihara. Na kwa sasa tunaomba tuweze familia kurejea. We can go back at this moment. We want to bring as well the condolence message of the Emeritus Archbishop Peter Cairo, who was not able to join us today as we had to share functions, but he brings his condolence to the family, to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. At this moment, it is now my duty, my humble duty, to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, to also convey his message of condolences and tribute to the nation and to the family. His Excellency, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Let us welcome him. Your Excellency, President, sir.
Thank you very much. Tafadhali tuketi. Familia ya marehemu rais wetu wa tatu Mheshimiwa Emilio Mwai wa Kibaki, Your Grace, Baba Askofu, maaskofu na mapadre wote ambao wako hapa, na wananchi wote, mimi sina mengi leo. Ya kumuomboleza mzee ambaye amekuwa baba wa taifa na baba wa wengi katika taifa hili letu la Kenya. Leo hii yale ambaye tumesikia kutoka baba askofu kwangu mimi amenitoshea. Tuko hapa kumsindikiza kwa heshima mzee wetu katika safari yake ya mwisho, na pia kuungana na familia yake katika hiyo ibada ya misa ambaye tumekamilisha, na kuhakikishia familia ya kwamba safari ambaye tumetembea na mzee haijaisha, kwa sababu mzee amepumzika, na tutaendelea kuwa pamoja, na tuko tayari kuendelea kusaidiana pamoja nanyi na Wakenya wote wanawaombea imani na amani katika roho zenu, mkijua ya kwamba marafiki ni wengi kutoka kila kona ya Kenya na dunia mzima. So you are not standing alone. We are together with you, and we shall continue to be together with you. La mwisho, sisi kama Wakenya tusiseme tu kwa mdomo, lakini kwa vitendo, kwa fikira. Tumuige huyu mzee katika yale ambaye tunatenda katika maisha yetu, na sina shaka tukifanya haya Mungu ataibariki na ataendelea kuibariki taifa letu la Kenya. Kwa hayo machache na ya mwisho, ni kwa wananchi wa Othaya na Nyeri County kwa jumla, asanteni sana kwa kutupatia huyu mzee ambaye ametendea nchi ametendea Afrika Mashariki na Afrika na ulimwengu mzima kwa dhati, na hatutamsahau na tutaendelea kuwa pamoja nanyi. Mungu na amlaze mzee wetu pahali pema. Mungu na ibariki taifa letu la Kenya. Mungu na ibariki familia ambaye imewachwa nyuma na mzee na wazazi wao, kwa sababu sio kipindi kirefu ambapo tulikuwa hapa tena tukimsindikiza mama wa boma hili. Kwa hivyo, accept our condolences, our respect and our prayers, and may the Almighty God rest this great soul in eternal peace. Asanteni sana.
Let us applaud our dear President, please. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, the President, for your brief and kind remarks. Kindly let's be seated. We have now come to the end of our service, and we will conclude with a final prayer. Naomba tuweze tuketi tafadhalini. Na sasa ombi la mwisho, burudani ambayo tutaongoza hapa chini karibu na jeneza la mpendwa wetu. Basi baada ya hayo tutaweza kukabidhi watu wa jeshi KDF waweze kuendeza sherehe na kumsindikiza huyu baba. Karibu maaskofu kwa burudani ya mwisho.
Tafadhali naomba kwa heshima tuweze kusimama.
Let us pray. Trusting in God, we have prayed together for his servant, MWAI Kibaki, and now we come in the last farewell. There is sadness in parting, but we take the comfort in the hope that one day we shall see him again and enjoy his friendship. Although his congregation will disperse in sorrow, the mercy of God will gather us together again in the joy of his kingdom. Therefore, let us console one another in the faith of Christ. Saints of God, come to his aid, hasten to meet him. Angels of God, angels of the Lord, receive his soul and present him to God the Most High. May Christ, who called you, take you to himself. May angels lead you to the bosom of Abraham. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and let perpetual rise shine upon him. May he rest in peace.
Our Father who art in heaven, Hail Mary, full of grace. Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now at our end. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, and forgive as you forgive those transgressions against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed the fruit of your Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now at our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive the trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed the fruit of Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now at our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Into your hands, Father of mercies, we commend our brother MWAI KIBAKI in faith, in the sure and certain hope that, together with all who have died in Christ, he will rise with him on the last day. We give you thanks for the blessings which you bestowed upon him in this life. They are signs to us of your goodness and of your fellowship with the saints in Christ. Merciful Lord, turn towards us and listen to our prayers. Open the gates of paradise to your servant, and help us to remain and comfort one another with the assurance of faith, until we all meet in Christ and are with you and with our brother forever. We ask this through Christ our Lord.
Tafadhali tuketi. Wakati huu ningetaka kumpisha mwenzangu Mr. Mike Kitone kutoka ofisi ya Rais ili atuelekeze. Karibu Mr. Mike.
Mheshimiwa Rais, Mama Taifa, Naibu wa Rais, nikisha tambua itifaki zote na kuziheshimu, nimeomba nichukue fursa hii fupi na kwa muda mchache niweze kuongoza itifaki ya kuondoka. Jambo la kwanza, ningependa kuwashukuru wote ambao wameshiriki kikamilifu katika ibada ya misa, na nitangaze kwamba our service ends here. Kumaanisha kwamba kuanzia sasa hapa tutawapa familia nafasi, maana pale nyumbani hatutaweza kuaccommodate kila mmoja wetu kufika kule. Kwa hivyo mnikubalie wale ambao tumekuja katika ibada hii ya leo, yale ambayo mmefanya, kwa niaba ya familia tunasema asanteni sana. Baada ya hapa mna uhuru wa kwenda nyumbani kwa amani, ili tuwape the most immediate family nafasi ya kwenda nyumbani kumsindikisha rais wetu wa tatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki. Pili, wanafamilia wale ambao ni wa karibu na waliokuja na mwili wa baba yetu Mheshimiwa Rais wa tatu wataingia magari yale ambayo wataelekezwa hapo nje. The immediate family, tafadhali. The immediate family tutaelekezwa hapo nje magari ambayo tutakayo yaingia. Wale wengine tutaelekezwa kwa maana tunajua vile tulivyojipanga. You know what identification you have, and if you don't have, you know you're not supposed to go at the resting place. Wana familia tukubaliane hivyo kwamba ni wale tu ambao tulipewa nafasi ya kuelekea nyumbani wataonyeshwa magari ambayo watakayo yaingia. Jambo la tatu, shukran kwa vyombo vyetu vya habari. Members of the Fourth Estate, thank you so much. We don't take it for granted for you giving this coverage. Vile vile nanyi tunasema asanti. Kufikia hapa tumesema asanti kwa kazi ambayo mmefanya. Kuelekea kule nyumbani, it is a private burial. Kwa hivyo ni wale tu ambao walikuwa wamepewa idhini na familia na wanajijua ambao wataelekea nyumbani. The other media houses, thank you so much. We don't take it for granted once again. Tusije tukashinikiza kwenda nyumbani. Mahala ambapo mmefikisha, asanteni sana. Jambo la mwisho ni jinsi ambavyo tutakavyoondoka. Our pall bearers watatuongoza, na watakapokuwa wakitoka bendi zetu za majeshi ya ulinzi watakuwa wanatuchezea wimbo wa Injili hadi mwili utoke nje. Kwa hivyo wale wengine wote tutatulia ndani tafadhali. Tupeane heshima kama vile askofu mkuu alivyoomba. Tutulie ndani, mwili wa rais wetu wa tatu uweze kuondoka ukiongozwa na wale wanaohusika, nayo bendi yetu ya majeshi ya ulinzi wakitupigia nyimbo za Injili. Baada ya mwili wa rais wetu wa tatu kuondoka, the immediate family, wale ambao walikuja na mwili watafuata hapo nyuma. Tatu, watafuata wachungaji wetu wakiongozwa na askofu mkuu ambao wataweza kuelekeza ibada. Atafuata Mheshimiwa Rais na ujumbe wake. Service commanders watafuata, na wale wengine tutafuata kwa taratibu na nitakuwa nikiwaelekeza. Kwa hivyo niombe utulivu wenu. Baada ya Mheshimiwa Rais kufika pale nje, tutakuwa na wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Asanteni. Niombe familia tuwe tu tumesimama ili wakati mwili wa baba yetu utakapopita tufuate hapo nyuma. Asanteni. Niombe viongozi wale wote ambao tumetukiwa nyadhifa za uongozi, magavana wetu, wale ambao wote tumesimama mkono wangu wa kushoto, tutatulia hadi niwape nafasi ya kuondoka. We have the list. Wale waliokuja na mwili wa baba yetu tafadhali mtafuata nyuma ya bendera. Tafadhali tufuate wale waliokuja na mwili. Baada ya familia, wachungaji wetu wakiongozwa na askofu mkuu. Baada ya viongozi wetu kiongozwa na askofu mkuu, tafuata Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, mama taifa, na ujumbe wake, kisindikishwa na mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Jenerali Robert Kibochi, naibu wa rais mama Rachel. Wengine wote tafadhali, kama tulivyoomba, tuwe tu watulivu hadi tuweze kuwapa nafasi ya itifaki ya kuondoka. Tuwe watulivu tu ili tuweze kumpa Mheshimiwa rais wetu wa tatu heshima zake za mwisho. Niombe vile vile tuendelee kusimama, maana atakapofika nje Mheshimiwa rais tutamaliza na wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Baada ya ujumbe wa rais, the service commanders watafuata tafadhali. Wale wengine tuendelee tu kuwa watulivu. Tuwe watulivu tafadhali, kwa taratibu tu, tukiondoka pole pole. Bendi zetu za majeshi ya ulinzi wanatupa wimbo wa Injili wakati mwili unapozidi kuendelea.
Na bila shaka mpenzi mtazamaji, ni shughuli ambayo iliweza kukita kambi hapo mwendo wa saa 5 hivi, kwani kiratiba tu tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba itaanza mwendo wa saa 4 kamili, lakini kumbuka kwamba kulikuwa na ule msafara ambao uliweza kutoka katika makafani ya Lee pamoja na mwanahabari wetu Leila Mohamed ambaye alikuwa ameufuatilia tu kwa undani. Na mtazamaji, kufikia sasa ni kusema kwamba ile misa maalum ambayo ilikuwa inafanywa hapa katika uwanja wa Othaya approved imeweza kukamilika, na hivi sasa familia itakuwa inaelekea moja kwa moja hadi nyumbani kwake Rais Mwai Kibaki Othaya, na imesemekana kiwazi kabisa kwamba watu ambao watakuwa wanaelekea kule ni waalikwa. Hata wanafamilia si wote ambao watapata fursa ya kuelekea kule, kwani ni baadhi tu ya wale wachache ambao wameweza kualikwa kirasmi ili kwenda kumsindikisha Rais Mwai Kibaki katika hafla nzima ya mazishi. Mtazamaji, hivi sasa ikiwa ni kama mwendo wa saa 10:30, tunatarajia kwamba shughuli hiyo itakuwa inachukua kama lisali moja au masaa mawili, kutegemea tu na ile programu ama ratiba iliyotolewa, kwani kule katika yale mazishi kutakuwa pia na maombi maalum. Lakini mtazamaji, kumbuka nimekujuza kwamba mwanahabari wetu Leila Mohamed amekuwa akifuatilia taarifa hii toka kifo cha Rais Mwai Kibaki kilipotangazwa rasmi. Leila hii leo alirauka asubuhi akafuatana na mwili kutoka makafani ya Lee hadi kufikia hapa. Leila, unajua ndani ya NTV tunakuita mwanaripota wetu ambao we ni sogora katika ulingo wa masuala ya kimataifa. Labda tujuze tu mengi kuhusiana na ile utaratibu ambao itakuwa inatokea sasa hapa kuelekea nyumbani. Tutarajie nini Leila? Wewe kama niendelee.
Frida, what will happen now is that the gun carriage will be loaded with the body of the late president. Like you can hear, the national anthem is being played. This is part and parcel of the finalities of this final salute. There will be the procession will walk behind the gun carriage once it moves now into the home, because it's quite a distance, I hear, and the trolley may not be in a position to make it out from here to the home. So after the national anthem is played, the pallbearers will now walk side by side, again being led by Brigadier Jeff Nyaga. Earlier I saw Brigadier Joachim Mwamburi, who did this in 2020, just kind of being there to be like a father figure, to oversee and ensure that every step is not missed in point. So once it arrives in the home, and then there will be now another parade where it will escort the body to the burial site. And this is where now we expect the finalities of a spectacular show by the Kenya military. From the day he was declared dead until now, they will be performing the final rites. The church has just finished their part and insisting on honoring his legacy and asking the political class to stay away from politics. But from now, the military takes over, taking him home for the very last time as their former commander-in-chief. At the burial site, we expect a few things to happen. The gun salute will be something to look out for.
Ile mizinga 19. Mweleze mtazamaji wetu kwa undani, kwa nini mizinga 19?
This happens because he's a former commander-in-chief of the Kenya Defense Forces. When he was alive, he was accorded a 21-gun salute when he was declared the President of the Republic of Kenya in 2002. This was just to usher him into being the commander-in-chief after receiving the sword and the shield by President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. You remember at a glowing crowd in Uhuru Park. So the 21-gun salute is for a sitting head of state, someone who's probably alive. 19 is usually for people who are alive, but they are government officials. Remember when Theresa May came here, she was accorded 19-gun salute because she's a prime minister and not necessarily a head of state. So in a similar fashion, the military chooses the 19 over the 21 when a person of his character has passed on as the former commander-in-chief. This is just to one last goodbye for them, and the way they know best is by shooting it into the air and just letting the entire world know that this is their final send-off to a leader and a man who guided them into war several times and also tried the beginning of changing how they think and their tactics in dealing with the enemy in the theater of war. After that, there will be the last post. Wanasema kwa Kiswahili tarumbeta itapigwa na itakuwa itachezwa kwa muda kidogo. This will be done by a junior officer, the rank probably of a sergeant and below, and this is done when everyone is quiet and they are on high alert while they are undraping the casket, which is now draped in the national flag. So after the last post, they fold the flag and they give it to the family as a sign of thank you and a remembrance in honor of his life and service to country and that particular flag that drapes the casket. After that, the military chaplains will pray for his soul under the guidance of the Archbishop of Nyeri, Muheria, and after that, the pallbearers now begin the duty of dropping the body down into the ground when the family says their final goodbyes, and they will be giving several dignitaries, including President Uhuru Kenyatta, the opportunity to just drop the soil as a sign of saying goodbye and the finality that death sometimes brings the community.
Na umezungumzia kwa ufasaha hapo Leila, ukitujuza tu mengi ambayo tunatarajia kushuhudia, lakini labda watazamaji wengi wangependa kujua haya yote ambayo umezungumzia yatachukua kama masaa mangapi, kwa sababu tayari muda umezidi kutupatia kisogo.
Now the military is moving quite fast. The weather also, it's past 4 p.m. It might take anything between 30 to an hour. And from now, because it's them fully taking that protocol and there being just a few people in the vicinity where they are, it will be now easier and quicker, and everyone has been briefed. The family should have been prepped and aware of the steps and what to do and how to say and how to speak and how to behave when they are saluted. This is in honor of their father, who was also a commander-in-chief and a father figure to many soldiers across the country. So they have done these rehearsals before and redone them and given the family all the protocols that they need to be aware of so that they're not caught off guard when they're doing this.
Hata familia yake Rais Mwai Kibaki ikiongozwa na mwanawe Jimmy Kibaki hapo jana katika hotuba yake alisema kwamba amependeza sana na jinsi wanajeshi wanavyoendesha hafla hii. Leila, unasemaje kuhusiana na hilo? Unajua wewe pia ni mwanajeshi kivyako.
It was interesting to hear him say that at Nyayo National Stadium, because he said when their family was planning for the burial, the military took charge and center stage in enabling the family grieve, as well as just giving their fallen general per se, even if it was a ceremonial status that he was given by virtue of him being the President of the Republic of Kenya. So once the military comes in, all the way from when he's declared dead, when the body is being moved, they are there under the guidance of the Chief of Defense Forces. They take over the Lee Funeral Home, which is where many government officials are kept, and they guide through the entire program. Like I said, the military does not do anything without prior planning. So possibly this plan had been done and redone several times. Remember, his ADC who stood behind him is still a military officer, and he keeps tabs with the family on the progress of his health and wellness. So some of these things, he should be at the center of understanding where is Mzee at, what is his status of health. He needs to speak to the family and give the military daily progress reports. By the time he's being declared dead, they already have a history and have already begun planning for everything that will happen all the way from the time. Remember, he died really early in the morning. The military generals had to sit with President Uhuru Kenyatta to brief him clearly before he was written for the speech, which he gave to the public at 10 a.m. So nothing of this matter really happens without planning. There has to be a lot of thinking going behind such events.
Na bila shaka Leila, ulivyosema ni kwamba mpangilio ni muhimu katika kila jambo ambacho kinafanywa, na hata pia kusikia kutokana na wakazi jinsi walivyokuwa wanasema kwamba Rais Mwai Kibaki alikuwa ni rais ambaye yeye mwenyewe pia kibinafsi, licha kuwa amiri jeshi mkuu, alikuwa anapenda sana mpangilio. Mtazamaji tu, niko hapa bado na Leila Mohamed, atakuwa anatujuza mengi kuhusiana na yale ambayo tunatarajia kuyaona ama kuyashuhudia kwa mwendo uso mrefu, kwa sababu hivi sasa mwili wa Rais Mwai Kibaki umeelekezwa katika nyumbani kwake Othaya, ambapo tunatarajia tu kushuhudia hafla nzima ya mazishi yake. Pazia lake limekatika, na hivi sasa ni wakati wetu kama Wakenya, wananchi wa taifa hili, kumwambia kwaheri Rais Mwai Kibaki. Na kama ulivyosikia kutoka kwa mwanahabari wetu Leila Mohamed, ametupatia mpangilio kabambe ambao hivi sasa ni wanajeshi ambao wanachukua uskani. Kanisa na viongozi wa dini wamemaliza lao, sasa wamewachia wanajeshi kuchukua uskani. Na kwa sasa mtazamaji, kwa wale ambao hawataweza kufika kule Othaya, hapa bado kwaya na bendi maalum zinazidi kuwatumbuiza wananchi. Kumbuka hapo awali nilikuwa nimekuambia kwamba hafla hii ilikuwa imepangwa, Leila. Sijui kama ulipata boflo na soda. Bado umefunga mama. Kunradhi, lakini usijali. Wakati wa kufungua kufuturu naona unakaribia. Mtazamaji, hapa Wakenya waliweza kulishwa na mikate, soda na maji. Unanifahamisha kwamba mwanahabari Melita?
Yes.
Naam. Mtazamaji, basi kwa sasa wacha nikupeleke moja kwa moja kwa mwenzangu Melita Oletenges, ambaye natumai hivi sasa anazungumza na baadhi ya viongozi ambao walikuwa wamefika hapa, lakini baadaye tutakujuza mengi tu yanayojiri. Asante Leila, kwako Melita.
Well, the late President Mwai Kibaki has been remembered as the architect of the modern-day Kenya, and this goes to show you just the respect that the people have accorded him in the burial service that has just ended moments ago. I am here with the women representative for Murang'a County, Sabina Chege, and I'd like just to pick her mind on the sentiments and the speeches that were actually delivered. Mheshimiwa Sabina Chege, the President delivered a very brief statement today. And maybe what do you make of that?
Well, we know we came for the send-off of the third president of Kenya, so it was not a political meeting. And you know, it's always good to honor the family wishes, that no politics was meant to be done here. And so today we join the family, mourning and sending off our third president. And I think what the president has just done to say that a lot has been spoken
about the president, and he respected the wishes of the family, because he's also an affected member of the family, and he's been very close to the president. And so today it was a day for mourning, the day for send-off, and not the day for politics.
Lots of kind words are coming from the speakers today, taking the podium. Perhaps, what are your personal sentiments regarding the late President MWAI KIBAKI?
He's been a great gentleman, and he has served this nation very well. He helped in the recovery of this economy. He started the issue about infrastructure development in this country. And so we've lost a giant. And I would say especially from Mount Kenya, we've not seen very firm leaders coming up. We've really taken politics, as it were, and we've taken politics the issue of just trying to outdo each other instead of doing the development, instead of focusing on what really the people want on the ground. And so I hope that one day, that after the elections, that all these politics will end and we can focus on the development, because MWAI KIBAKI has not been known by the speeches maybe he did or he made, or the political force. And you can see at this point everybody came today, but on the development track record that he had, the way he has been able to improve the lives of people, from coming up with the Youth Enterprise Fund, coming up with the free primary education, and again going to the transition of building many day secondary schools so that we can have the free day secondary school. So the issues about TVET, these are development issues. Nobody will be remembered by how you try to outreach the other person, but you'll be remembered by how you touch the lives of people through development. And you can see the very clear indication from even his eulogy, his development track record, even the closest friends we've seen who have worked with him. And they have seen a firm gentleman who really meant well for people, who was selfless, served this country without thinking about himself first, but about the country.
Indeed, and I can't let you go before I actually ask you this question. MWAI KIBAKI played a very critical role in the multi-party era, trying to create multi-partyism and the democracy that comes with it. Perhaps what can you say about this, and how is it relevant in our current day politics?
It's quite relevant because now we have the new constitution. From multi-party went to the new constitution, and we are enjoying devolution because of the new constitution, which was really at the forefront of it. And so he has really worked so hard for this country, and we are forever grateful about the work he has done, especially the milestone of having the multi-party, and again second liberation, and now to the birth of the new constitution.
Thank you so much, Sabina Chege, a women representative for Murang'a, speaking to us here at the Othaya school-approved grounds, and of course, so Kenyans trying to get out, and that
Well, the motorcade is just entering the Kibaki home, streaming from the approved school grounds. The military police now taking charge ahead of the motorcade, where the gun carriage is now carrying the body of the late President MWAI KIBAKI. It is yet to reach the home. As I can see here, they're moving in a slow pace, but the formation doesn't need to break in any way, shape or form. The vehicles, both state and family vehicles, moving right behind it. Where you're seeing on the screen is the outriders, 3 of them, like has been the tradition in the last 1 week since this process began. 3 military police outriders have escorted the body of the late MWAI KIBAKI, and once it reaches the home, then the military gun carrier will now have to stop, and the body will be taken down and put on a trolley and be moved slowly by the pallbearers. This will be one of their final duties of this entire assignment granted to them by the Chief of Defense Forces under the command of the Commander-in-Chief. Currently, the holder of that position is President Uhuru Kenyatta. The movement quite slow and precise. There, the shots you're seeing is just the leading the pack, the outriders, which form a really significant part of the presidency in terms of moving from one place to the other. I have been able to experience the outriders that escort President Uhuru Kenyatta, and there are 11, if not 13, with one right at the front. But yesterday there were 9, one at the front and 8 flanking the sides. So the number has to be an odd one, because there has to be one at the front, moving slowly as the community now stands by, looking and also offering their final goodbyes. Earlier, when we were moving into Othaya, there were some people who were flashing the 2-finger salute that was synonymous with the Democratic Party, which President MWAI Kibaki formed in 1991 after that very public fallout with President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi and him leaving office as the vice president. Then the 2-finger salute was very significant, and I remember the Honorable Martha Karua one day when President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi had gone to Gishugu for fundraising, and she did not agree with something that happened there at that time. She flashed the 2-finger salute and walked away, and it was an act of defiance, and she was just showing her loyalty to the Democratic Party and indeed her party leader then, MWAI Kibaki, who now is being honored. You can now see that a military parade by the Kenya Army has stood by to watch as the cortege moves past. There you see another one, and now the Kenya Air Force one also standing by softly. The Kenya Navy is also on standby. So it's a full guard of honor by the Kenya Defense Forces. There you see the band also there. So once the body arrives at the area where this parade has been set, and the band will sing the national anthem again, and now we see the body being moved into the home of Kibaki per se. So this is history here being written, just like we saw in 2020 when the body of the late Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi was being moved from the grounds of Kabarak University into his home. Just like then, today, much of the media has been asked to step aside just to give the family enough time and space to grieve, and also to allow the military to do their duty as well as possible. We are now seeing the motorcade has stopped for a moment. Probably the band is playing the national anthem as the guard of honor maybe prepares to accompany the body of the late president to his final resting place. So this is something, like I was telling Frida earlier, is not something they take by chance. They must have practiced this for quite a while, and knowing that no man will be not in sync with the other while they are marching or while the movement is going on. The movement is expected to begin anytime from now into the Kibaki home, as we expect him to be buried anytime from now. Frida, tumeweza kutizama msafara ukiendelea huko karibu kufika katika boma la mwenda zake. Tunavyotizama ni kwamba bendi ya majeshi pia na gwaride ambayo imeandaliwa na vitengo vyote vitatu vya jeshi la Kenya wamesimama kando kando ya barabara. Labda wewe katika siku hii umeweza kushuhudia kipi cha muhimu ambacho ukitizama katika siku za baadaye itakuwa ni kumbukumbu mzito sana kwa maisha yako?
Naam, asante sana mwanahabari wetu Leila Mohamed. Bila shaka umeuliza swali zuri kabisa, na kiukweli kile ambacho nitasema mimi kama Frida Mwaka ambacho nimeweza kutizama kama pia Mkenya ni jinsi wanasiasa wa leo vile vile wameambiwa wapunguze kuzungumzia masuala ya kisiasa. Ingawaje hapo jana kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga alisema kwamba ni vigumu kuzungumzia mwanasiasa bila kugusia siasa. Lakini leo ukiangalia zile hotuba ambazo zimeweza kujitokeza hii leo, siasa haikujitokeza kwa ukubwa vile ambavyo tumezoea katika hafla tofauti. Na vile vile pia tumeona kwamba si wanasiasa wengi ambao wameweza kuzungumza. Ni kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga, naibu wa rais William Ruto pamoja na rais Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye pia yeye ametoa hotuba, sijui nitasema ni ya dakika moja ama ni dakika mbili, hakuzungumza sana. Leila, labda tu nikiangalia yale ambayo aliweza kuzungumza rais Uhuru Kenyatta katika hotuba yake fupi, amesema kwamba viongozi wasiongee tu, isikuwe ni mambo ya porojo na kupiga kelele, bali waweze kuiga mfano wa Rais Mwai Kibaki ambaye tunafahamu fika kwamba hakuwa mzungumzaji mkubwa, lakini alikuwa ni mtendakazi. Leila, na sisi kama Wakenya hilo ndo tunataka kuliona, si uzungumze tu, uahidi wa Kenya kwamba nitafanya hiki, nitafanya lile, alafu mwisho wa siku hujafanya lolote, ni kelele tu za hapa na pale. Kwa hivyo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ametoa changamoto kwa viongozi wote, na pia tuseme ni kama pia mwenye alikuwa anajizungumzia kwa sababu ni kiongozi wa taifa hili la Kenya, kwamba isikuwe tu ni kelele bali viongozi wafanye kazi. Lakini tukija kwake naibu wa rais William Ruto pia vile vile ameweza kumpatia kongole Rais Mwai Kibaki, akisema kwamba yeye ni baba wa taifa la leo ama taifa la kisasa, the modern father, hivyo ndo ameweza kumuita katika hotuba yake. Na vile vile pia akaweza kumpatia kongole tu na kusema kwamba alikuwa kama mzazi kwake yeye na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, hasa walipokuwa wanakumbwa na ile kesi ya ICC. Kibaki aliweza kusimama nao kama baba. Raila Odinga kwa upande wake ameweza kutupatia historia ndefu ya jinsi walivyotangamana na Rais Mwai Kibaki enzi hizo za mwaka 1997 pale ambapo alijiuzulu kutoka katika chama cha KANU na hata kutengeneza chama chake cha DP hadi pale ambapo alijitosa sasa katika siasa za kuwania rais mwaka 2005, jinsi Raila alivyomuunga mkono na kusema Kibaki tosha. Anasema kwamba ilikuwa ni jambo la furaha. Kwa hivyo pale ambapo wanaharakati wa siasa walipojitokeza na kusema kwamba Mwai Kibaki anamsaliti Raila, Raila amesema si kusalitiwa bali ndio mirathi ya siasa. Leila, natumai nimejibu swali lako.
Frida, for me the take home will be not only how the military has stepped out in stellar fashion to honor a man who really put them at his heart and enabled them to undertake various duties within and without the precincts of all the sovereignty of Kenya, but also just how the last salute was conducted, how the National Police Service and the military in similar fashion were according each other the respect that both services deserve. And one is a service, the other is a force, in how the movement from Nairobi all the way snaking its way into the central business district and taking Thika Road. Thika Road is a spectacular piece of infrastructure brought to us by Mwai Kibaki. He was honored this day via Wangari Maathai route. Remember, Wangari Maathai was a significant part of the Kibaki government in 2003. Him giving her the environmental docket, then they worked side by side. So as the motorcade was moving in that direction, I was thinking more of not just the road, but the significance of this particular day and these two people, as now they are both deceased, and how the military has begun, has moved with seamlessness per se to enable the final salute of their former Commander-in-Chief be as easy as possible. Of course, there were some times when the motorcade had to stop for a bit, and we assumed that probably something wrong had happened, because when we were moving in Sagana and Karatina areas, the people were really, really close to the motorcade, and at some point I thought maybe someone had been hit or not, only to realize that we are all human beings and the drivers just needed a health break, Frida, and they just needed to stop by and relieve themselves before coming back, and also changing over because it was such a long journey and you need to maintain a specific speed, especially when you're driving the hearse. The hearse belongs to the Lee Funeral Home. However, for the moment, the head of state died, the former head of state died. Up until he will be buried, it bears military plates and is driven by a military officer, and the co-driver in one way or the other sometimes has been Brigadier Jeff Nyaga, who has been at the center of it all and the lead in the pole bearing of this casket. So once it was moving on along, the road at some point after Makuyu was not as smooth as in Thika Road itself, but it became quite a challenge for the hearse to maneuver some of those bumps. But once it got to Karatina, something that was unique was that the women and the men and the children who had lined up were all carrying white handkerchiefs, and they were singing dirges in Kikuyu, and they were honoring a son of the soil. Mwai Kibaki was born here, he went to school here, he was raised here, he went around as an administrator in this area, so he ideally is the son of the soil. And I cannot forget to say that the mountain this morning bowed to a son, a leader, a father figure to many, a man who people look at as not only just a politician but also an economist, and a man who had the heart of this country at the center of everything that he did. And like his son said, he was not a man about success, but how to be excellent in how you undertake your duties. And this is just how I saw the people of Nyeri, Murang'a and Kiambu County and parts of Nairobi honor their leader, but particularly the spectacle for me was in Karatina, and the women singing was just a joy to listen to, even though parts of that language sometimes can be difficult, but we are Bantus, and some of those words you can actually understand what they were saying, and being a song of praise, probably they were singing to the good Lord to grant him a good space in heaven.
Naam, leo umetupatia hadithi tamu zaidi, na najua hata mtazamaji wangu atataka tu kusikia mengi, kwa sababu nilikuwa na swali kwako kuhusiana na huo msafara wote, lakini kwa sasa nakupatia sekunde 2 tu uweze kumeza mate. Wacha niwaruhusu tu baadhi ya Wakenya, usiende mbali Leila, baadhi ya Wakenya waweze kuzungumza nasi. Wamenijuza kwamba Frida, tumesafiri, tumetoka mbali kwa sababu ya shughuli nzima ya kuja kumshabikia aliyekuwa rais wa 3, Rais Mwai Kibaki, na pia kumpatia kwa heri ya heshima. Na hivi sasa naungana naye. Umenijuza kwamba wewe ni mwandishi. Songa nyuma kidogo tu. Naam, zungumza nasi, jitambulishe katika runinga ya NTV na utuambie haswa kilichokuleta hapa kikakufanya usafiri ni kipi?
Asante sana Madam Frida Mwaka. Kwa majina yangu mimi naitwa Paul Dirango. Mimi ni mzaliwa wa hapa Othaya, na pia mimi ni mwenye kampuni inaitwa Joseph Publisher uandishi. Tumekuja hapa siku ya leo kujumuika watu wote ili kuweza celebrate huyu rais. Pia amekuwa mbunge wetu miaka mingi. Nakumbuka amekuwa mbunge kutoka mwaka wa 74 wakati mamangu wakiniambia alikuwa katika form 2, na amekuwa mbunge wetu miaka yote. Ameleta maendeleo mingi hapa, amejenga barabara venye umejionea nyinyi mwenyewe mkiwa na Raila Mohammed na kikosi mzima cha NTV. Ni mahali pazuri sana. Nikitangamana na watu hapa nikiongea, wamekuwa wakiniambia kwamba hapa ni kama Karen kule mjini Nairobi.
Mnasema kwamba Othaya amegeuka ikakuwa Karen. Naam, labda tu kwa ufupi utamkumbuka na kipi kikubwa?
Nakumbuka nikiwa mtoto mdogo katika darasa la 6, kuna wakati mmoja tulikuwa tumeenda campaign pale Othaya. Na wakati mmoja nikiwa katika hali ya kwenda kumtazama, kumwangalia, nilikarimbia kwa dirisha lake pale na akaweza kuitelemsha chini. Alafu akaniuliza jina yangu, nikamwambia mimi naitwa Paul Dirango. Akaniambia DP, wakati huo ilikuwa katika zile wakati wa DP. Baada ya kusema DP akaniambia haya basi, kibia ukisema hivyo. Kumaanisha huyu alikuwa mtu mwenye alikuwa maneno machache na alikuwa ameenda kukaa katika hali zake ama nafsi zake.
Kifo chake ulikipokea vipi hasa sasa vile unasema jamani uliweza kukutana naye mpaka akakuuliza jina. Sasa ukisikia kifo chake ulikipokea vipi wewe kama Mkenya?
Hiyo kifo ya rais mpendwa Rais Mwai Kibaki ilinipata katika nilikuwa nimekaa nyumbani Mara nikaona rais mpendwa Rais Kenyatta amesimama pale kukiwa na breaking news katika runinga tunaipenda ya NTV, na tukasikia kwamba kuna jambo. Alafu tukakuja kugundua kwamba rais wetu mpendwa ameweza kutuacha. Tulishindwa, nikashindwa nikububujikwa na machozi, kwa sababu nyinyi wenyewe mkijiangalia ile mambo imetendeka hapa katika hii Othaya. Kumbuka kwamba Othaya ni sehemu dogo sana, kwa sababu iko na kata 4. Iko na kata ya Mahiga, iko na kata ya Area 4, Karema na Chinga. Ni mahali madogo sana ukiangalia, na ameweza kuleta maendeleo mingi zaidi. Kwa hivyo hiyo Kivu ilipata na shida kubwa sana, na mpaka wa leo sijaweza kulikava, lakini tunaomba kwamba tutaenda tukilikava polepole na tutarudi katika hali zetu.
Asante sana Bwana Paul Makiwa, lakini pia vile vile hatuombolezi tu, bali tunamshangilia na kumshabikia yeye kama shujaa. Niruhusu tunaweza kuongea na mkazi mwingine wa hapa. Jina lako ni nani? Karibu kwenye runinga ya NTV. Wewe ni mkazi wa Othaya?
Naam. Kwa majina anaitwa Steven Mwangi Dirango. Mimi ni mkazi wa kata inaitwa Karema, mojawapo ya kata 4 za Othaya. Na mimi ni kijana kama vile mnavyoona, na nimekuja siku ya leo ili kuweza kushirikiana na wenzetu wa hapa Othaya katika kumpa buliani, mkono wa buliani rais wetu mpendwa wa 3 Bwana MWAI Kibaki.
Umetaja kwamba wewe ni kijana. Ni kweli nikikuangalia wewe ni kijana barobaro, lakini uko na kumbukumbu zipi kuhusiana na maisha yake Rais MWAI Kibaki?
Bila shaka kumbukumbu ninazo nyingi, lakini kwa sababu ya muda nitaweza kutaja mojawapo ambazo niko nazo. Kwa mfano nakumbuka takriban miaka 20 iliyopita, mwaka wa 2002 nilikuwa darasa la 6. Siku zile nikifuata sana mambo ya nchi kwa sababu ya Kibaki. Nikikumbuka tulikuja kwenye huu waja wakati aliapishwa kama rais, alikuja kutoa shukrani hapa na nikafurahi sana. Na kitu kimoja ambacho kimekuwa nikiangalia sana katika maisha ya Kibaki ni vile alipenda masomo. Aliingia mwaka wa 2003 nilikuwa darasa la 7. Na hapo ndipo niliamua na mimi pia nataka kuwa kama Kibaki. Kwa sababu pia ametoka pale kwetu, amesomea pale kwetu Karema katika shule pale ya Catholic, na tumesomea shule moja. Kwa hivyo hilo ni jambo ambalo lilikuwa likinitia motisha sana. Pia mimi nikisoma kwa bidii nitakuwa mtu wa maana maishani. Na nikiwa darasa la 6 nikasema pia, nikaambia Mungu nisaidie, nitasomea shahada ya uchumi na historia. Na bila shaka Mungu aliniweza kunisaidia na nikahitimu mwaka 2015 kule Egerton University.
Asante sana na kongole pia kwa kazi njema. Elimu ni kama bahari, usiwahi kata tamaa. Na mtazamaji, nimezungumza na wanaume, lakini pia hapa kuna kina mama. Kwanza hapa namuona mama ambaye amebeba mpaka mtoto. Yani amehakikisha kwamba sawa niko na mtoto mdogo, mtoto mchanga, lakini lazima nifike eneo hili. Lakini kumbuka kwamba mwanahabari wetu Leila Mohamed anaendelea tu kutupa jicho. Kwa muda usio mrefu atakuwa anatujuza tumefikia wapi na ule msafara. Naam, mami, habari zenu? Karibuni sana kwenye runinga ya NTV. Songeni upande huu jamani. Hebu tujuzeni, ni kipi ambacho kimewaleta hapa, ambacho mliona kwamba kabisa hamwezi kosa hafla hii?
Kwangu nimefurahia sana venye watu wametokea na hata mimi nimekuja, na kenye kimefanya nifurahi sana ni kuona ati tumeweza kuambia buriani MWAI Kibaki. Alikuwa wa huku kwetu, tumempenda, tulisoma bure sisi primary na pia secondary tukapewa basari, so tunafurahia sana.
Naam, labda niweze kuzungumza na mwenzako, unaitwa nani? Je, pia wewe ulipata elimu ya bure kama mwenzako?
Nashukuru sana. Kwanza mimi naitwa Ann, nilipata fursa. Kwanza nilitoka familia ambayo haikuwa na uwezo sana, kwa sababu tulikuwa ni wakulima, hatukuwa na uwezo wa kulipa school fees. Lakini nilipokuwa high school nililipiwa basari miaka 4 na sikukosa hata siku moja na sikusumbuka kuitafuta. Kwa hivyo nafurahi sana kumzika babu. Tunasema buriani MWAI Kibaki. Nashukuru sana.
Labda mama tu wa mwisho hapa, zungumza nasi. Umeng'ara sana. Jina lako ni nani na tuambie tu kumbukumbu zako kwa Rais Kibaki?
Kwa majina naitwa Catherine Maina. Nimefurahia sana siku ya leo cause nakumbuka ulaisi wangu yani ni kielelezo kubwa sana nchini, na nafurahi sana kwa hii hospitali ametujengea hii level 6 Kenyatta, cause hiyo hospitali iko na level ya juu sana. Yeah, that's why I'm glad for that.
Yeah. Na mtoto mbona unakimbia? Wacha naongea na huyu mtoto. Ulikuwa unamjua Rais Kibaki?
Namjua.
Umemsikia nini kuhusiana na yeye? Kwa sababu wewe ni wa umri mdogo sana.
Hapana, mimi si wa umri mdogo. Mimi hadi nilishindwa kwa nini tunapewa siku 10. Mimi nilikuwa nataka masomo. Na hadi nimesikia masomo walikuwa nayo mingi. Ya bure kwanza. Nimeona watu kadhaa ambao ni wazee wakitaka kwenda wakitaka kurudi shule. Juu ni bure.
Pia wewe sasa pia unataka kuendelea. Ni Kibaki amekupatia changamoto gani wewe kama mtoto tu ama nitamuita nini, kijana? Amekupatia changamoto gani?
Amenipa hadi naweza soma kabisa ili nikuwe rais. Naam.
Na mtazamaji, hapa ni wananchi tu wameweza kujumuika hapa na sisi pamoja na Leila. Wako na raha moyoni, wengi wanamuita babu, wengine wanamuita rafiki, na kile ambacho tumeweza kunukuu kutoka hapa ni kwamba wengi wanampigia makofi wakisema kwamba wao wenyewe wameachua ile changamoto ya kusoma kwa bidii. Hata kuna jamaa fulani ambaye Leila amesema kwamba amejihusisha katika masuala ya kiuchumi na ameweza kuhitimu kwa sababu ya Kibaki, na anasema yote hayo aliweza kuyafanya kwa sababu Kibaki yeye mwenyewe alikulia kutoka kijijini chake. Lakini mtazamaji, kumbuka kwamba tuko katika ule wakati ambao hivi sasa mazishi ya Kibaki yanaendelea, na mwanahabari wetu Leila, sijui kama umeweza kupekua mawili matatu, tumefikia wapi?
Kwa sasa inatarajiwa kwamba msafara umefika nyumbani, and when the cortege enters the home of where Kibaki lived, please give me a white flower before we continue. Thank you very much. Before burial, ideally, there will be a military, just stand behind, there will be a military ceremony there conducted by the military chaplains. And this is significant because I may sound like a broken record, but this is a state funeral with full military honors, and part of that is ideally to ensure that they conduct the final burial rites. So at the moment, what is expected should be happening is maybe at this level, the gun salute has already begun, and much more taking place before his body is interred before sunset, ideally, because even the weather, the skies look pregnant with rain, and it may come down, looking like from how the clouds are seeming like it may be cats and dogs. So it seems like the family and the military chaplains are now moving slowly into the graveside. We see his grandchildren taking cue and just moving in front. The band now stepping aside and leaving the pallbearers the opportunity to bring the body slowly being led there by the brigadier, the team of colonels having done serious duties this entire week. Let me not say just this afternoon, Frida. There you see them marching slowly, step by step, holding on to their swords that when they were in Parliament buildings, they were standing in reverse, and reverse arms is one of a military discipline in honor of a fallen soldier. The family there standing by aside next to some of the military service members as the body approaches the burial site. Many of the state agencies capturing this moment live via still pictures. The body there being moved by the trolley that we saw yesterday, Frida, in Nyayo National Stadium, them walking slowly. So you see, it's a mixture of all the three disciplines. And the left armband, someone was asking me why black, and black is a symbol of mourning, and wearing it on the left arm is also significant. And it's not just a tradition that is conducted by the military alone. Yesterday, President Uhuru Kenyatta was wearing that armband. Now the body being placed just where the burial site will be, as the military band and the remainder of the pallbearers. There you see his presidential standard there in front of major service, the service commanders and senior leadership. The family there also behind the leadership of the Kenya Defence Forces, them standing by, Jimmy there, John, and their sister Judy Kibaki and their children right behind them. So this is one of the significance of undertaking. In other funerals, we see the family being immediately behind the body, but this time around it's been carried by pallbearers who are all military officials, and the family walking by. Bishop Muheria and the Catholic Church again, like I had anticipated, walking behind the family and just going to stand by after the military chaplains conduct their final prayers. The bishop will be the one to do the last blessing before the body is dropped onto where it will be covered again and laid to rest. In some instances, we've seen mausoleums built around the graveside. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga has one. President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi has one. President Jomo Kenyatta has a mausoleum at Parliament buildings, and it's guarded by the military. Have you ever noticed? And this is because of how he died and being the first head of state. And there was this conversation around honoring the day he died. The family 2 years ago saying that would be the last time they would do it publicly. Going forward, every time the August 22nd date came, they would sit as a family and just go to church and do it quietly. So both the first and the third head of state are from the Catholic faith. There we are seeing pictures of President Uhuru Kenyatta, Margaret Kenyatta, the First Lady, and the Chief of Defence Forces, General Robert Kibochi, and the Kibaki family seated just next to the president. And like they said, this will now no longer be a politician's event. It's ideally very intimate for the family and the head of state. And the head of state comes here in various capacities, him being a leader and a student of MWAI Kibaki. As a man, he was his godfather growing up under the Catholic presidents, and also he's the commander-in-chief of the Kenya Defence Forces, who are actually honoring their former commander-in-chief. So the family there just seeming quiet and looking like they're reserved and conservative and just going through the paces of the finality of this moment. Yesterday, Jimmy was saying he was feeling the loss now that the time to bury had come, and he was feeling maybe he will not even be able to stand and speak in public about his father. But today he's here. He spoke yesterday quite significantly there, Bishop Anthony Muheria addressing the gathering and probably doing the last blessings, Frida, before the body of the late president is taken down for his final resting place. So after this, we are hoping that probably the military will now take over, like I said, with the gun salute and the last post, which are some of the final rites that they perform at the graveside. I was telling Olive Barrows earlier that in a normal scenario, it's usually servicemen who shoot in the air the gun salute, but this one being that of a former head of state, then the Kenya Navy takes center stage in undertaking this. This is because when Daniel Moi was being, just look at those pictures from above, the spectacular view before I continue speaking. This is amazing, Frida. You can just see how the people and the trees are really closing up this small home in its entirety. And the military there standing by, the guard there mounted by the Kenyan Navy, the Kenya Army, and the Kenya Air Force, beg your pardon, and other. Yes, now we can be able to see them blessing the burial site behind the Archbishop, and as well the military chaplains flanking the sides just to undertake this final prayer, them reading the last piece of rights. Maybe Frida, you would be interested to understand what is going on. What questions are running through your mind at the moment?
Naam, kwa sasa wacha tu kidogo Leila tusikize yanayojiri huko.
Let us assist him with our prayers. Let us pray to the Lord also for ourselves. May we who mourn be reunited one day with our brother. Together may we meet Christ Jesus when he who is life appears in glory. Lord Jesus Christ, by your own 3 days in the tomb, you hallowed the graves of all who believe in you, and so made the grave a sign of hope that promises resurrection, even as it claims our mortal bodies. Grant that our brother MWAI may sleep here in peace until you awaken him to glory, for you are the resurrection and the life. Then he will see you face to face, and in your light will see light, and know the splendor of God. For you live and reign forever and ever. O God, by whose mercy the faithful departed find rest, bless this tomb and send your holy angels to watch over it and give comfort and hope to us who mourn, through Christ our Lord.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Forgive us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Glory be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Glory be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Glory be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Glory be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Glory be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Mwathani munekere kiuruko gitathiraga arohuruka uhoro. The eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord. May he rest in peace. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at our death. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses. We forgive those trespass against us. Lead us into temptation, but deliver us from evil. The eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, the bishop shine after me. May he rest in peace. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Asante kwaya. Asante. Basi kanisa, Mheshimiwa Rais na wale wote ambao wamefika kuweza kumpumzisha Rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, zinafuata sherehe za kijeshi, na mwili utakapofika kwenye kaburi tutaweza kuwa na last post, tarumbeta ya kwanza, na hapo nitaweza kuomba sote tuweze kusimama kwa heshima, na waliovalia sare rasmi za serikali kuweza kupiga saluti, na waliovalia kofia zisizo rasmi kuweza kuzivua. Kisha baada ya hapo tutapata wimbo wa taifa, wimbo ambao utaweza kuchezwa beti 3 zote. Baada ya hapo tutaweza kupata mizinga 19 kutoka kwa jeshi letu la wanamaji, ikiwa ni ishara ya heshima kwa aliyekuwa amiri jeshi mkuu kutoka kwa jeshi letu la wanamaji. Kisha baadaye tuweze kupata tamasha za ndege zetu za kivita kutoka kwa jeshi letu la wanaanga, alafu tutaweza kupata dakika 2 za kuweza kunyamaza, kisha tupate tarumbeta ya mwisho katika lugha ya Kimombo, long reveille. Kwa heshima naomba tusimame. Last post.
National salute. Present arms.
Mizinga 19 toka kwa jeshi letu la wanamaji. Tamasha ya ndege zetu za kivita. Asanteni, tunaweza kukata saluti zetu. Kisha tuweze kunyamaza kwa dakika 2, kipindi ambacho Brigedia Mwamburi ataweza kuongoza. Asanteni. Tuweze kupata long reveal. Tarumbeta ya pili. Basi namwalika askofu mkuu aweze kuendelea.
because God has chosen to call our brother MWAI KIBAKI from this life to himself, we commit his body to the earth, for we are dust, and to dust we shall return. But the Lord Jesus Christ will change our mortal bodies to be like his in glory. For he is risen, the firstborn from the dead. So let us commend our brother to the Lord, that the Lord may embrace him in peace and raise him up, his body on the last day.
Together bless the priests present, the bishops and the priests present. May Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit rest his soul in eternal bliss. Amen. May Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit rest his soul in the fragrance of heaven. Amen. Merciful God, you know the anguish of the sorrowful. You are attentive to the prayers of the humble. Hear your people who cry out to you in their need, and strengthen their hope in your lasting goodness. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Eternal rest grant to him, O Lord. May he rest in peace. Eternal rest grant to him, O Lord. May he rest in peace. Eternal rest grant unto him, O may he rest in peace. May his soul and the soul of all the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace.
Ni wakati sasa wa kurudisha mavumbi kwenye mavumbi. Nitaomba mapadri kwa kusa tatoka kidogo tu, tasoma kidogo ili family ambao wamekuja na mwili, the immediate family, nitaomba waanze kuja polepole ili tuweze kurusha mchana. The immediate family, tafadhali. Immediate family, baada ya mapadri kumaliza kuidhinisha kwamba wewe ni mavumbi na umerudi kwenye mavumbi, tutawapa familia, the immediate family, kwa sababu ya muda. Wale ambao waliusindikisha mwili, nitaomba wakiongozwa na dada Judy utasimama tu hapo kidogo ili mapadri wamalize, kisha tutawapa nafasi. Thank you priests. Asante sana mapadri. Asante. Thank you. Officers wetu wa kijeshi, sasa tusaidie the family members, the immediate family. Tutapita tukizunguka hivi Judy, alafu tutaanza kuketi. Tusaidie Judy kijiko. Asante. Tupatie familia nafasi as we move. Na nitaomba ni wale tu the immediate family kwa sababu ya muda. Ukipita, just move, will be guided behind me, family members. Kubalia wale wachache waweze kuwakilisha, wale wengine tutawapa nafasi kwa sababu ya muda. Please, sir, Jimmy. Jimmy, please, sir. Tuendelee family, move this way bro, this way. Tukimaliza tunapita tu mbele yangu. Let us pass this way, madam. Let's go this way, this direction, madam. tuwape familia nafasi. Asante, tuwape mchanga. Immediate family, please. Tuendelee tafadhali, just the immediate family. Familia, asante. Wanapoendelea kumaliza, mwalike Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, baada ya familia kumaliza. Family members. Tukimaliza na family members, tufuata Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, tafadhali na mama taifa, nizamu yako Mheshimiwa Rais wa heshima, uweza kuja kuweka ardhi kwa udongo. Karibu Mheshimiwa Rais. Baada ya Mheshimiwa Rais kumaliza, nitaomba nimwalike Naibu wa Rais, Mheshimiwa Daktari William Ruto na Bi Rachel Ruto.
Namwalika hivi sasa mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi aweze kupeana heshima zake za mwisho, Jenerali Robert Kibochi. Kisha tuweza kufuatwa na naibu mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Lieutenant Generali Francis Omondi Ogola na service commanders waweze kufuatwa na Vice Chancellor National Defence University Kenya na Commandant National Defence College waweze kufuata. Defense Process Sergeant Major pamoja na Service Sergeant Major, tafadhali waweze kuja kupeana heshima zao za mwisho. Defense Process Sergeant Major pamoja na Service Sergeant Majors wakiweza kuwakilisha askari wote.
Tutawaalika vijana wetu sasa majirani ili tuweze kuendelea. Vijana wetu ambao ni majirani wa boma hili tutasaidiana na hawa, na asanteni sana kwa kukubali mwaliko huo. Kwaya, tuendelee. ikiwa kuna mtu mmoja wa familia au wawili ambao wanajihisi kwamba wana nguvu na wangeweza kurusha mchanga hawakupata nafasi hii tunaifungua kwao. If a member of the family would wish to help the young people, you are most welcome.
Ni sawa, ni sawa.
Tukubalie vijana wetu wafanye kwa haraka kidogo. Niliomba tu wale vijana wenye nguvu wa familia. Ni sawa. Tuendelee kwa haraka kidogo. Tukubalie vijana wale ambao wana uwezo ili tuweze kusaidiana. Let us give an opportunity to the strong ones tusaidiane kuweka. Na tukimaliza tunarudi nafasi zetu. Ukimaliza kuweka udongo unarudi mahala ulipokuwa tafadhali. Let us give an opportunity to the young people in blue ili waweze kufanya kwa haraka kidogo. Ukirusha ngumi moja unawapa nafasi tafadhali ili tufanye haraka kidogo. Ukipata nafasi ya ngumi moja rusha kisha rejea kwenye nafasi yako so that you can give the young men in blue nafasi ya kurusha kwa haraka kidogo. Tafadhali. Wale ambao tumerusha na ulikuwa kwenye nafasi ya kuketi, rejea mahala pako. Na waona mawaziri wetu, waziri Othaya, waziri Moshero, vilevile wamejiunga na vijana wetu. Asante sana mawaziri wetu. Viongozi mbalimbali waliotunukiwa nyadhifa katika Ikulu, makatibu wetu, kiongozi na katibu wa masuala ya ndani, Daktari Karanja Kibicho na wenzake, vilevile wamejiunga kutoa heshima. Tukipata nafasi ya ngumi moja tunaketi. Ukipata nafasi ya ngumi moja unarusha na kuketi. Asanteni. Tupeane nafasi tafadhali. Ukisha rusha udongo unampa mwingine nafasi so that we can give the young men in blue nafasi ya kuweka kwa haraka. Ukisha rusha tafadhali udongo wako, tafadhali rejea kwenye nafasi yako ya kuketi. Asante sana wale ambao wametii. Ukisha toa heshima zako, kwa heshima naomba kurejea katika nafasi ya kuketi. Tupeane nafasi. Ukisha rusha udongo ngumi moja unapeana nafasi. Na asanteni, tunaenda vyema kabisa. Ulitoka kwenye udongo na umerejea kwenye udongo. Tuwape vijana nafasi ili waweze kumalizia. Tuwape vijana wetu nafasi tafadhali, ili waweze kumalizia. Asante. Sasa tuwape nafasi vijana wetu waweze kumalizia mahala pamesalia. Asanteni. Tuwape nafasi vijana wetu sasa wamalize kwa haraka. My friends, neighbors, tufanye haraka kidogo sasa tumalizie. Tuiweke chap sasa tumalizie. Na hongera na asanteni. Tuendelee vyema vijana wetu. Baada ya kumaliza kuweka udongo, tutampisha baba askofu mkuu kuweza kuwekelea msalaba. Imani yetu ni kwamba kama Kristo alivyokufa kwenye msalaba na akafufuka, ndivyo tunavyo imani kwamba hata basi siku ya kiyama Asante. Nitampisha baba askofu mkuu kuweza kuwekelea msalaba.
May the peace of God, which is beyond all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge and love of God and of his Son, our Lord Jesus Christ. Let us all answer, Amen. Eternal rest grant to him, O Lord. May he rest in peace. The Lord be with you. I invite the bishops to bless all who are here. May Almighty God bless you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Let us go in peace of Christ, remembering our dear Father in our prayers.
Nitaomba nimpishe mwenzangu ili tuweze kufanya sherehe fupi ya bendera. Nitaomba maaskofu watabaki nami hapa kwa kifupi. Baada ya sherehe hiyo fupi tutaingia kwa maua.
Basi sasa ni zamu yake Defense Forces Sergeant Major kuweza kukabidhi familia bendera ya rais pamoja na bendera ya taifa letu la Kenya. Bendera hiyo ni ile ambayo Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki alikuwa anatumia. Na kila rais anapoingia mamlakani huwa na bendera yake atakayokuwa anaitumia. Kuweza kukabidhi kwa familia hivi sasa bendera hiyo. Na pia ujumbe kutoka kwa majeshi ya ulinzi ya kuweza kuwapa pole zetu. Asanteni, nitampisha Gitone.
Ua letu la kwanza ikiwa ni ishara ya upendo litowekwa na askofu mkuu na maaskofu wale wako kwa niaba ya kanisa. Litafuata ua la familia, nitaomba dada yetu Judy. Tafadhali Judy. Atafuatwa na ndugu yetu Jimmy, David, kisha Tony. Nitaomba waje hivyo mtawalia ili tuweze kufanya kwa heshima. Judy, dada yetu watangulie. Asante sana askofu mkuu, askofu emeritus na askofu Kamau. Ua letu la pili, ishara ya upendo na imani kwamba baba ataishi baada ya kifo hiki, ni dada yetu Judy. Nitaomba ndugu yangu Jimmy atatulia kidogo hapo. Thank you sir.
Tumpeleke pahali ataweka. James. Sorry. Gitone. Ita wale wengine waje Gitone.
My brother Jimmy.
Wekeleen.
Atafuatwa na David, kisha Tony. Thank you so much, our sister Judy. Thank you. You may take your seat. Atafuata Jimmy. Anawekelea sasa ndugu yetu Jimmy. Atafuata David. Atafuata Daudi sasa. Kisha Tony. Baada ya wao kufanya hivyo, wale waliomwita kukaa, the grandchildren, tafadhali waanze kujiongea mahala na kutangazia wote kwa pamoja. All the grandchildren, I beseech that you join me where I'm announcing from. Amekwisha wekelea David na sasa anayekwenda kuwekelea ni Tony. Thank you, David. All the grandchildren, kindly join me where I'm announcing from. All the grandchildren. I'll start with the grandchildren wa kiume, the male ones, kwa pamoja, the male ones. Let's symbolically hold that one for all of us. Sorry. Thank you. Watafuata the grandchildren na wa kike. After the grandchildren, we can even place it by the sides. Don't get worried about putting it at the top. You get what I kinama ni zuri pia. Yes, like that. Thank you. Asante. Itaomba kwa heshima nimwombe Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi, tafadhali kwa heshima kuweza kujiongea pamoja na mama taifa ili waweze kuweka ua kwenye kaburi la Mheshimiwa Rais wa tatu. Kwa heshima nitamwomba mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Jenerali Robert Kibochi kwa niaba ya majeshi yote ya ulinzi ya Kenya aweze kuwekelea ua. Karibu General. Mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya Jenerali Robert Kibochi. Atafuata mkuu wa utumishi wa umma Daktari Kinyua. Head of Public Service. Nitaomba mawaziri, naona akiwakilishwa na Bwana Kihara. Asante. Baada ya Bwana Kihara kwa niaba ya mkuu utumishi wa umma, watafuata mawaziri wetu kwa niaba ya wale wengine. Mawaziri ambao wamo, tafadhali tujumuike mahala tunapotangazia. The Cabinet Secretaries. Thank you, Sir Kihara. Mawaziri wetu. Baada ya mawaziri wetu nitaomba makatibu wale ambao wamo, tafadhali nao waweze kujumuika. The PSS present, kindly. Makatibu ambao wako, tafadhali waweze kuja. Makatibu wetu wanapoingia, asanteni. Watakaofuata baada ya makatibu wetu atafuata aliyekuwa waziri mkuu, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Baada ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu, the service commanders watafuata baada ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu. Senator Efrem Maina, tafadhali kwa niaba ya viongozi wa Nyeri. Honorable Kega kwa niaba wa Nyeri. Kwa niaba ya viongozi wote wa Nyeri, Mheshimiwa Ngogo, kwa niaba ya viongozi wa Nyeri, wale wengine tutapata nafasi ya kuwekelea maua baada ya kumaliza kwanza.
Basi kanisa, Mheshimiwa Rais, naomba hivi sasa tuweze kupata wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Sote tusimame kwa heshima tafadhali.